Hey guys, Brent here. I know no one's watching, but that's okay. I want to change my YouTube channel from Brent Copal to Brent Solden. I want to find a way to do that. But not right now. Uh, I'm gonna go ahead and update this diary first. Then I'll continue from where I left off. Edit. I might play some Raid Shadow Legends during this stream. Probably will. While we're streaming my diary. This one. No. It won't be exactly from where I left off. It'll be close enough, I suppose.
Chronicles of Brantley Salden Koivu Paulo Jones v. To talk to me again after she decided to give me a third chance by reaching out to me on Discord yet again after I blocked, muted and deleted her account due to demonic deception and manipulation, listening to the prophets of the adversary, delusional thinking, craziness, and insanity from not taking my meds for so long, not knowing exactly why she has not spoken to me since she sent me another request but knowing that that is a natural thing on the internet, for there were a couple months. Monk Amon and others never said a word to me but it didn't mean anything was wrong, just that they were insanely busy, to use a colloquialism. I am left with a lot of time on my hands while not working or in church, which is literally hundreds of hours, and during that time I can not only clean my house, but reflect on my life by journaling, prayer, meditation, and thought. Many hours were spent in public contemplation for days and days as I streamed my life to the world, but now I should learn to quiet myself like a little child. From time to time I should still make videos, but I also want to devote time to reading, writing books, stories and scripts and humorous versions, and practicing music, and relaxing with good games, and watching TV and videos. Super Mario Bros. Games, like Pokemon, which came later, I have twice found to be evil, hellish, and demonic, and I was brought
Super
to
Mario
repentance after the
World,
demons
not
that
Super
game
Mario
produced
Brothers.
started
Super Mario
manifesting
World
as I slept. This morning at Pastor Pete's church I begged God for forgiveness of all my sins, asked him to baptize me with love. WHCH he did, and I rededicated my heart and life to God. I feel very happy now. When I got home from church I combined diaries 10 to 16 into one diary X, correcting them as I went, and then started diary 11.
16.
Sayu, diary. I love you, Father. You are totally awesome. RLDSI Nephi 3:10-12. 10 And much spake my father concerning this thing. 11 And my father said he should baptize in Bethabara, beyond Jordan, and he also said he should baptize with water, even that he should baptize the Messiah with water. 12 And after he had baptized the Messiah with water, he should behold and bear record that he had baptized the Lamb of God,
Yes.
who should take away the sins of the world. What the Lord pointed out to me here was this phrase, take away. Jesus doesn't just take away the consequences of our sins, he takes away our sins. He declares us innocent of all charges as if we had never done the sins in the first place. What amazing news, although
Praise
I knew
God.
this, seeing that jump out at me is refreshing to the soul. RLDSDC 83:13c. 13c And any man that shall go and preach this gospel of the kingdom, and fail not to continue faithful in all things, shall not be weary in mind, neither darkened, neither in body, limb, or joint, and an hair of his head shall not fall to the ground unnoticed, and they shall not go hungry, neither athirst. 8:17 p.m. I took a good shower. I will probably be getting new glasses soon. Good night. Bye. P.S. I need to call Pastor Pete tomorrow and talk to him, and my appointment to get new glasses is Tuesday the 9th at 2:30 p.m. I work 9 to 1 that day. Meal planning log November 6, 2021. Breakfast 1, peanut butter sandwich. A lot of peanuts. Breakfast 2, medium chocolate shake, chicken McGriddle, apple fritter, 2 round eggs. Snack, 1/2 a crew cup of Dr. Pepper. Lunch 1, 2 egg rolls. Lunch 2, triple-decker peanut butter and coconut oil sandwich. 1 mug almond milk. Last edit, November 21st, 2021 at 12:45 a.m. by Study 3600. Love is Sacrifice. Study 3600. Administrator. Grand Inquisitive. Just got a second, female cat, I named tomorrow. She's a calico. Posts, 5,194.
Who can I put
November 8,
in
2021 at 2:54 p.m. Post by Study 3600 on November 8, 2021 at 2:54 p.m. 11/08. Monday. I have the day off today. Letter I wrote to Maggie Savoy on Discord. My Pearl. How are you today? I am planning on making some more YouTube videos sometime, but no more webcams for a while. I'm at the local library, and I have checked out a fancy/horror book by Stephen King and Peter Straub called Black House, both the large print and the audio book, so I should get the book done soon enough.
put in there?
I am using one of the computers in this
I don't like it
library's
too
computer
much.
bank to talk with you. I never gave my laptop away because I really do need it. I just need to drop my addiction. I went for an entire month without it, then I was tempted and fell again several times, and every time look at that stuff I feel awful. Sunday, yesterday, rededicated my life and heart to God at church. Speaking of church, what church do you go to? I hope I can persuade you to join me at my local RLDS branch sometime. It's to the left coming off of I-70, past the yellow and green flags, on the right. It's called the Oak Grove Restoration Branch of Jesus Christ. I'll let you know at 6 a.m. or so on Discord the mornings I go, or if I'm planning to attend the evening services. I'm totally sane now as I've been back on my meds for a long time now and I don't have delusional thought processes anymore.
Well, a lie.
As you can see by Journal 11, my current one, I all illusions,
Yeah,
delusions,
later on, I have
craziness,
somebody
and
lose the
insanity
sound and funny
altogether,
later.
which were the result of being off my meds for so long. Now that I know where that can take you, as I said when I first went back on them, and I've been back on them ever since, I'll never go off them again.
That's true.
But tell me about you. I want to know
I
about
know
you,
pills.
and what your interests, hobbies, tastes, likes and dislikes are. Like I said before, I never really got to know you in grade school. You're Brantley. Today I slept till about 1:30 p.m. even though I pretty much slept all night. I had a dream where a brief exchange between Dad, me and a computer-aided facial sketch artist at some store generated a ton of sin in me that I wasn't aware of that Joy convicted me of later as she spoke to me in the name of the Lord. Then when I showed contrition even though I didn't understand how to define most of what I'd done or said or acted wrong, Joy told me in the name of the Lord that I'd probably make it, after saying something else I don't recall exactly. Texts I sent to Pastor Pete, my accountability partner, edited for language and to circumvent language filters. 11:01 p.m. CDT Brand, I lusted after near nudity and prurience tonight then self-pleasure to a potentially sexual situation without seeing anything. Then I asked forgiveness, took a shower and changed my clothes. Then I ate, breaking a fast prematurely because I thought I may as well break my fast since I self-pleasured and had attempted to look at porn. Then after I ate and took my shower, I made a Star Wars video narrating a children's story, then reviewed it, tried to call you then am now watching one of the live streams I made the other day. This morning I fantasized about my wedding night. 12:16 a.m. CDT Brand, I started looking at 2 movies I thought might be porn but were not. 12:54 a.m. CDT Brand, I looked for porn again but did not find it. Instead I found someone wandering around Japan's adult pleasure town in the middle of the night during the pandemic, and she is in the video I'm watching, completely lost. This is fascinating.
That's me.
Father in heaven,
We lost
looking for porn again.
in the pleasure section.
Amen.
Sound.
As I was watching this fascinating video by Japan Explorer, I lost my desire to look for porn. Last edit, November 9th, 2021 at 11:34 a.m. by Study 3600.
That's where I was anyway.
Love is sacrifice.
Before God gave my
Study
final warning.
3600. Administrator. Grand Inquisitive. Just got a second, female cat, I named tomorrow. She's a calico. Posts, 5194. November 9th, 2021 at 1:40 a.m. Post by Study 3600 on November 9th, 2021 at 1:40 a.m. 11/09. Tuesday.
Yeah,
1:41 a.m.
Yay! Praise God.
We should not call ourselves sinners saved by grace. Our sins aren't even remembered by God that He forgave us for, though if we do sin we still are required to ask forgiveness, and we are now saints. We are completely innocent, warshed by the blood of Jesus, and it is no longer we who live, but Christ who liveth in us, and we have been made free by Christ Jesus. My problem was thinking myself to be defeated, and sinful. However, I already knew these things, but not everybody does. In my life though I have remained a virgin, I have obtained a very corrupt mind and have practiced sin. Word to God, I had never gotten into my addiction when I was about 12, nor lived the sinful lifestyle of porn addiction I have lived, never going without it for more than 6 months or less my whole life, I don't believe. I am listening to a video that seems to say that we don't need to ask forgiveness of our sins anymore, that it was all taken care of on the cross, but I saw a person testify on Sid Roth that people go to hell for teaching and believing that doctrine. So I need to find an answer to the question, how can you have sin and be righteous at the same time? Romans 7 would seem to provide an answer if we follow the King James Bible, but we are not among those who follow that version. The inspired translation shows a Paul who didn't seem to be going through the sinner's struggle during his mature adult life, but one whose Romans 7 experience was just as victorious as his Romans 8 experience. This KJV Romans 7 to Romans 8 transition has been expounded upon by countless Protestant, Evangelical, Baptist, Catholic and Pentecostal and other sectorial theologians and philosophers who also practiced and taught theology, for they go hand in hand, though theosophy is of the devil. Theosophy is not an actual blend of theology and righteous philosophy but a very vulgar New Age concept. I consider myself both a theologian and philosopher. I do not know how I can be a saint that still has sin, or how a person can possibly go a day without any sin if we are constantly guilty of multitudinous secret faults and hidden sins, as I just found out I am, that my dream revealed. And I also know or hope that not everyone has to go to purgatory, and in fact I know this because there are countless testimonies of saints going straight to heaven from earth when they pass. So I know that we as earth-bound saints go through a lifelong process of refinement that continues into the eternities. Text I will send to Pastor Pete. 2:33 a.m. CDT. I looked at hardcore porn and self-pleasured. I'm taking another shower and changing my clothes again. 5:27 a.m. October 11th, 2021 AD was No Time to Die. The newest and last of the Bond film series, at least where James, not Nomi, is 007, was released on October 8, 2021 AD domestically. Worldwide it was released as early as September and as late as November. For the Illuminati it was time for Brand to die, so they laid a surefire method for me to die using my Maggie as bait. However, God was a greater instructor than Junk_Bow, Leviathan Seed, and a man named Rick provided me with the fire that served as the antidote for the incurable poison I received at the place I went on my birthday. God decided it was not time for Brand to die. Satan's elaborate plot was foiled and I eventually got back on my feet and in my right mind. I was supposed to die on my birthday. The demons were singing happy birthday to me and going ding dong the witch is dead, like the pot calling the kettle black, like Uncle Owen calling Obi-Wan a crazy old wizard, to paraphrase, or the world calling pure druidism witchcraft, or calling the prophet Merlin a wizard, or in The Stand, Randall Flagg calling Mother Abigail a witch when it was Flagg who was the one that called upon the powers of Satan. As the Illuminati always telegraph their punches through entertainment, it's easy enough for me to be able to read between the lines. If this sounds crazy to you, remember that the boson-Higgs equation was shown on a chalkboard in an episode of The Simpsons that aired years before the God particle was supposedly discovered, and many other examples of punch telegraphing, satanic blackmasking and dark speeches, etc. YouTube's just full of examples of these things. Just look. Praise God, my end will not be a physical death, but God will keep his promise that I nor my future wife Maggie shall never taste of death until long after the return of our Lord Jesus Christ in his glory. Amen. Conversation I continued with reps from the Galactic Federation of Light. Brand Salden, 8:05 a.m. Lunaria is a country that spans planets and is allied with Japan and the United States. It exists on some dimensional planes you may visit if you are in the Silver Legion. Brand Salden, 8:05 a.m. It was founded by Shane Michael Jones, its first emperor, or will be in our current dimensional plane, which I believe is the third dimension, if the voice that told Shane this was of God. To be transferred into Diary 11:11. Here I sit at McDonald's, having come here around 7:12 a.m., with 2 hours until I clock in at 9, because I didn't set my watch back an hour and I had thought that I had gotten here at 8 by my watch. Nor do I know how to set the time on my watch to daylight savings time of our local time zone. Nor do I have internet because the public Wi-Fi here is malfunctioning, so I am journal keeping on an Apache OpenOffice document, and since I stayed up all night, God told me I can drink 1 LG Dr. Pepper with no refills for energy. Last night I enjoyed watching No Time to Die, being told the title of it by a YouTube video by Star Wars Theory discussing Obi-Wan Kenobi leaks. When I can, I will watch and share the Obi-Wan Kenobi trailer on my Star Wars website and watch Star Wars: The Clone Wars starting from where I left off in Season 3. I was wrong to accuse Fast 32 of not carrying Season 3 and replacing it with a repeat of Season 2, for I should have known better when I saw the two seasons had different numbers of episodes and the episodes were arranged differently. Yes, some material was repeated, but it was a false accusation on that reputable website, and I apologize, guys. Now, after I took another sip of my Dr. Pepper, I will save the changes to this document and see what else I can do without internet. Perhaps I will read from the large print library material I brought with me with my laptop in my backpack today to McDonald's, Black House. 7:26 a.m. CDT. Today after work is my eye appointment, where Pastor Pete will take me to get new glasses. I'm going to call Pete now to see if he can pick me up from McDonald's after work. 7:43 a.m. CDT. Well, I called Pastor Pete, and got his voicemail, so I was about to text him when I heard a manageress talking about a type of McFlurry she saw on TikTok she doesn't want to try, to which another employee or manageress replied that mocha and orange would be better, which got the gears in my head turning lighting fast, and lickety-split I bounded up to the front counter and asked the manager if when I got my food later I could order an orange McFlurry with caramel in it. Then all that gave Pastor Pete time to call me back. I told him I had been just about to text him. He wants me to call him when I get off work at or around 1 p.m. today. While I waited for work to begin patiently, I played Pong. Now I will read Black House from where I left off in the book, after I test the internet signal again. 8:32 a.m. CDT. Before getting to Black House, I tested the Wi-Fi signal with my phone and found that it was my laptop, not the signal, that was the problem. My kind GM suggested I merely shut down my laptop and switch it back on. And the Wi-Fi worked. When you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, is the truth. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle aka Jack the Ripper, The Sign of 4. Before you hit the post button on a discussion or message board, be sure of two things: 1, that you either have your work backed up, and if you don't, then make sure that you have internet connection on your phone, tablet or laptop, and 2, that you are logged into the website you are posting on. Otherwise, you could end up losing your hard-typed, well-thought-out work or have to start it all over again. Now, to Black House. I'm still not done with that 1 LG Dr. Pepper. I'm making it last. Brand out. Sayu, Diary. 11:35 a.m. CDT. At work, on break. I have a confession to make. It wasn't my supposed delusions or my delusions that caused me to go to the realm of the dead. It all started with the yellow highlighters. In a now lost diary until the record is restored to me, I started seeing visions of purple and yellow highlighter marks and highlighter pens. This eventually manifested into the highlighters turning into naked dead Maggies much later after starting to hear and see the dead Maggies, delusionally thinking they were manifestations of my wife Maggie playing sex games with her husband me. I gathered tons of shadow Maggies into my arms from my bedroom, bathroom, kitchen, living room, and even out on my front porch and attempted to carry them across my threshold and make love to them. Soon afterwards they carried me down to their place of abode, through a portal in my bed, the realm of the dead. I need to get back to work now and will tell more of my story and say more after I get back from getting new glasses today. Amen. Last edit, December 9th, 2021 at 12:58 p.m. by Study 3600. Love is Sacrifice. Study 3600. Administrator. Grand Inquisitive. Just got a second, female cat, I named tomorrow. She's a calico. Posts, 5,194. November 10th, 2021 at 7:09 a.m. Post by Study 3600 on November 10th, 2021 at 7:09 a.m. 11/10. Wednesday. Brent S. Start shift 9:01 November 9, 2021. Meal break start 11:09. Meal break end 11:46. End shift 13:08. Telephone log no 003. Nature of call, telephone call. Participants, me/joy date, November 9, 2021 AD. 1. Pastor Pete took me to the eye doctor. My eyes were examined. The lenses will be a little thinner and will cost me an additional $20, and if that is an issue, call Pastor Pete about it, we'll work something out. 2. Pastor Pete took me down to the Community Services League, where I got food help. I can go once per month. Because I went once, they need to make a copy of my social security card and a copy of a McDonald's paycheck stub. I was in bad need of the food. I was blessed. Summary: the first 2 points of the call went as planned, then Joy asked me some questions, and I answered. I mentioned I had astigmatism in my eye, which I said is normal, and she agreed. I said she could come over tomorrow after work and she could give me the paycheck stub and card, but she said I didn't need that for a month and she wanted to know why I needed the stub, and I told her it was proof I worked for McDonald's, and at least I could give her my social security letters tomorrow, and she could give me those dishes she has for me. Notes: I prayed for God to send his holy angels and his Holy Spirit to go before me before I made the call, and that she wouldn't be repulsed by either my appearance, pupils dilated because of my eye appointment, not demonic possession this time, but it turned out to be a phone, not a face-to-face call, or my rapid speech from the caffeine I drank because of staying up all night the night before. I also prayed that I would slow down, overpronounce my vowels, and take it down a notch. She asked me to repeat myself once or twice, but we didn't argue, but there was one time I didn't listen well, and she told me to listen and she had to repeat herself to me, but it was all in all a pleasant call. It started with me saying good evening, and ended with good night. She told me church was wonderful. Thank God. I kept my uniform on all night as I slept.
No, it's not.
So I can go straight to work at 7:30 a.m., get there at around 7:45 or 8 am, need to walk because my bike, Old Blue, my hoss, is tied up at McDonald's. Thank God. I kept my laptop on all night. So my laptop could update and restart, and so I could stream as per God's voice to me around 5 a.m., starting with the Russian lesson, then my journal, then when I get to work, and start my second stream, more of my diary, then a Duolingo Spanish lesson and Wolf 3D, eventualic. Thank God. His compassions are new every morning. Last night I looked at hardcore porn and self-pleasured. Thank God I have another day to get it right, after pleading for his forgiveness last night. Thank you, God, for all this and the many blessings you gave me yesterday before I messed up. Continuation of the conversation between myself and reps of the Galactic Federation of Light. Rep, Tuesday 10:41 p.m. First I heard about that, but I can't prove you wrong. So, I think the voice could always be wrong or heard with bad heart timing. Maybe, but yes, that information sounds interesting. I've been seeing other older than I was used to informations being available also. Interesting. Rep, Tuesday 12:33 p.m. It would seem an odd thing for a planet's moon to be under so different sounding govern. But also makes sense to me too. Thanks again for sharing that. Continuation of conversation between me and Maggie Savoy. Brent, the fact is, Mags, I just don't remember much pre-JR Hot. Those memories were taken from me. 4:51 a.m. But from junior high on I have known you to be sweet, godly, have a quick wit, a good sense of humor, be a good voice imitator, an excellent singer, wise, intelligent and beautiful, and cute. I am in position 1 on the Duolingo leaderboards. That is so totally awesome. I'm in the Gold League. I have 114 XP. I am just above Jorge, who has 90 XP. There are 2 more leagues after the Gold League. Whether the things that I feel are part of Maggie and I's shared experience are true or not is not something I can find out from bosses at work, or on my own, but something only Maggie can tell me. I need to revalidate all Mark's emails and videos and determine if I am right to agree with Elder Ed Fouch in his rebuke of my uncle, or if Mark's call of repentance is needed or warranted, minus his heresies. I scanned my computer with Malwarebytes and found and quarantined 11 threats, then with Avast that found nothing else, then cleaned up my PC twice with CCleaner. Last night I backed up all my phone data to the cloud like I had been so reluctant to do. When I asked Beverly if we could get the Happy Gang back together, and told her the McDonald's lobby now closed at 7 p.m., she said that was the time when they liked to gather at McDonald's was at or after 7 p.m., and I asked why they liked to hang out by night and said we were children of the day, and she said that they were busy during the day. Everyone's always busy during the day, and workaholics anymore these days and never make time for their friends, won't even take 5 minutes out of their day to post a single thing on my website everywhere, everyone unanimously it seems, but in this I am sorely mistaken, for God himself has told me more than once consistently that he himself is holding back the flood tide of audience participation on my website until the time is right. I really need Maggie as a co-administrator. I already made Imagic Maker a co-admin and Grand Wizardman, not a neo-Nazi but a parody of neo-Nazism/KKism who is politically social conservative. I made a moderator with his permission. So far neither my co-admin nor my mod have really done much or next to anything with my site, neither to improve it, build it up, or even to communicate with me, their boss, about my site much at all, which I find a little bitsy weird. Brent S. Start shift 9:04 November 10, 2021. Meal break end 11:32. End shift 13:58. Today at work I took out and changed a ton of trash and boxes, picked up a ton of litter from the McDonald's grounds, pulled up many weeds, and did towel buckets once, just the clean regular towels and the grill towels, not the dirty ones, and I timed and tested the clean ones after changing the clean water. It had not been done since 8 a.m. near 2 p.m. Thank you God for giving me the opportunity to pretty much clear the store grounds of litter before the snow calm. You are awesome. Amen. Bless your holy name forever and evermore. Amen and amen and amen. Continuation of the conversation between Miss Savoy and I. Brand Study 36 Final Warning Koi V today at 2:32 p.m. It's kinda like 51st dates, a lot of which I hated by the way, only I only need to be reminded of my past ones. I believe that eventually I will get all my memories back, but I never truly forgot you. You stood out to me like a phoenix among a flock of turkeys in Mr. Stein's class. 2:34 p.m. It's like a combo of The Notebook, the animated Anastasia, the Bourne Identity series, Forrest Gump, and John Rambo. 2:34 p.m. Don't you just love the movies? Brand Study 36 Final Warning Koi V today at 2:57 p.m. Dearest Maggie, my pearl. Sorry for that she's making a fashion statement line and for insisting you had a crush on Leo DiCaprio when you saw Titanic. Also, sorry for using Allison as a go-between between you and me when I should have had the guts to talk to you myself. And I was not trying to grab your arm in the library. I was trying to show you that you and I got the exact same copy of The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn in American Literature without talking to you, which I was forbidden to do. Since you just stood there, I tapped you on the shoulder and tried starting a conversation with you. The result of that was the most traumatic time of my life in high school, where I had to bend over backwards so the back of my head was touching my heels not to violate the restraining order. I was told never to even make eye contact with you. Officer Rye was the enforcer. One day my possessed Aunt Linda was having a demonic psych bout and the police were called to Grandma's house when I was living with Grandma Marjorie May Salden at her house with Linda as her ward. I saw that the officer sent was the enforcer. It was a year after the order ended in 2004, in 2005 I believe, but I had a picture, blown up to portrait size, of you I had Xeroxed from the yearbook next to a similarly done pic of me. When I saw that it was Officer Rye, I immediately tore the pic off my wall and crumpled it up and put it in the trash lest I earn his ire. He gave me a look when he saw me sitting at my computer desk, and the torn off corner of the pic, the tape on the wall, and the crumpled ball of computer paper in my trash. He was no fool. That look he gave me made me very nervous. For years I tried to forget you and tried several platonic relationships or potential relationships with women who were godly and exhibited qualities I liked in women, and I threw away everything that 2:58 p.m. reminded me of you more than once, but over the many years, Pearly Pearl, I could just never really forget you. I already told you about the 2019 Scott Thomas Bilbrey/Maggie South incident and about the angel Gabriel who had told me earlier that year that I was not marrying a girl I liked named Heather, but I was marrying you. And in 9th grade algebra George Wang, who I last had seen at Ludington, told me I'll marry you someday. He told me that with a smile and with confidence. I don't think the time is right for me to make a formal proposal until we have been actually seeing each other instead of this hit and miss internet chatting, though more than once on the internet, both on my website and on streams, I have asked for your hand, and there was that time with the pizza halves in France. I love you and I hope you write me a personal letter sent to my mailing address. I know that's not really in vogue much anymore, but I think people overly rely on email and texting and chat and social media these days anymore, and last I checked snail mail is much more private, so please do drop me a line or give me your address so I can be the first to write you, or you can send me one of my old records or something else of mine you might be keeping safe for me. Sayu. Your Brentley. Love, always 3, edited. 8:43 p.m. This is totally awesome. I found a guy who totally knows both Star Wars and screenplay writing and I asked him publicly if he could possibly integrate ideas and references to characters and events in my Star Wars screenplays into his which come later. Here is what he wrote and here is what I wrote. Florida Film Guy, hey SW fans. I like to write screenplays for fun as an amateur practice exercise, so I decided to start working on a Star Wars one. I challenged myself to write something set in the future of the galaxy, using familiar themes and elements from previous films. Title, Star Wars, Relics of the Force. Logline, a pair of fugitive siblings must rescue their father from the clutches of the evil galactic corporate authority. The future I created for the GFFA is that it's now run by corporations, all under the GCA, building off the corporate sector from the old Han Solo books. The Force is illegal, and Force users are taken to a maximum security prison named Star's End. I'm about 30 pages in on my first draft, and I wanted to share what I had for feedback and opinion. Remember, I'm just an amateur. I'll update this thread if there's interest as I work on it. The script. Study 3600. If at all possible, could you read my Star Wars scripts which I plan on making to be part of the future of Star Wars episodes 12-15 and no? After the Vong invasion, the galaxy was at peace for about 70 years and the Vong galaxy sought peace in the Galactic Senate on Coruscant, and the Thon Vong and SW galaxies lived in peace except for the Big Snoke clones and Darth Jar Jar and Pa Pretty, Darth Warhammer Togrutton male reminiscent of Count Dooku, incident in episodes 17-19 for thousands of millennia, but then afterwards we can say your story happened. Link to 12 and what I have of other scripts in my signature and what I have of some of my other scripts and stories on my website also linked in the SIG. You have full permission to use and reference all my Ox and original planets in your Star Wars screenplays and shows. Well, thousands of millennia of relative peace and rest. There can still be conflict. I like waiting at least 800 years though. Without conflict there is no growth unless everything is pure unguilty pleasure, unlikely in Star Wars. Some further words I said to Florida Film Guy. Greetings, Florida Film Guy. I am Study 3600 aka Brent and am a screenplay writer as yourself, more or less amateur like you. I have been practicing screenplay writing since 1999. I started my first serious screenplay in 2009, a screenplay now lost I tried to rewrite earlier this year but I lost my copy of it called City on Wheels, a screenplay for a copyrighted cartoon I created called Dungeon. My first serious Star Wars script, Episode 13, The Rise of Palpatine, I started last year and wrote it fast but it all just dovetailed together into a thrilling 3-movie trilogy. The only completed script of Dungeon on the internet is the basketball on maraandlukeforever.boards.net. I think you will like both my serious, written solo, and parody, written mostly with others, Star Wars scripts. Last edit, November 10, 2021 at 9:24 p.m. by Study 3600. Love is Sacrifice. Study 3600. Administrator. Grand Inquisitive. Just got a second, female cat, I named tomorrow. She's a calico. Posts, 5194. November 11, 2021 at 2:50 p.m. Post by Study 3600 on November 11, 2021 at 2:50 p.m. 11/11. Through Veterans Day in Missouri. I was banned from the Force.net a third time today, and here is what I wrote in the Unban Request Forum in my defense. Study 3600, how can you ban me for something you have no jurisdiction over? You should ban Perp too if that's what this is about. I didn't violate any of your rules nor do anything he didn't do. Was it for asking for Florida Film Guy to collaborate with me in his script writing? Since when is that against the rules? What did I do so horrible that I wasn't give a warning? I sent Florida Film Guy a PM also and introduced myself. I only posted about 2 threads this week. I asked Mav's permission to do things but didn't when she said no. What is this for? I violated no rules and was given no warning at all. Do you ban everyone with absolutely no warning? I don't understand what I did wrong. I know I did nothing worthy of a ban. Please tell me why you banned me. Signature. My SW fanfic and discussion board. maraandlukeforever.boards.net. A New Hope humorous version completed. maraandlukeforever.boards.net/thread/77/4-hope-on-hv-complete. Episode 12 boards.the-force.net/thread/star-wars-episode-12-rise-of-the-500.5005728. Study 3600, 9 minutes ago edit #1+ quote reply. Study 3600. Study 3600. Jedi Grandmaster, rank, JGM. Star 4, rank, 4 stars. Registered, July 16, 1999. New. Study 3600, I did not repost any unoriginal material on your site, nor did I post more than the allotted amount per day or week. Also, I gave credit to Timothy Zahn and to Cardinal West for the few borrowed ideas in episode 11, and episode 12 had way more and you didn't ban me for that. Nor did I contravene any other of Mav Jade's instructions to me. Is it because I plan on founding a film studio and directing movies, and publishing books and getting the original authors together, which I will do? Mark my words. How can you ban me for having and planning to fulfill dreams? For which of these things do you ban me? Signature. My SW fanfic and discussion board. maraandlukeforever.boards.net. A New Hope humorous version completed. maraandlukeforever.boards.net/thread/77/4-hope-on-hv-complete. Episode 12 boards.the-force.net/thread/star-wars-episode-12-rise-of-the-jedi.50056728. Study 3600, 4 minutes ago edit #2+ quote reply. Study 3600. Study 3600. Jedi Grandmaster. Star 4. Registered, July 16, 1999. New. Study 3600, please read all my words, not just cherry-pick keywords and phrases and respond to only 15% offer what you think I said or meant. Signature. My SW fanfic and discussion board. Mara and Luke Forever.boards.net. A New Hope humorous version completed. Mara and Luke Forever.boards.net/thread/7/4-hope-on-hv-complete. Episode 12 boards.theforce.net/red/star-wars-episode-12-rise-of-the-jedi.5005672. Study 3600, 3 minutes ago edit #3+ quote reply. Study 3600. Study 3600. Jedi Grandmaster. Star 4. Registered, July 16, 1999. New. Brent S., don't skim. I studied law. My defense is sound. I have the day off of work today and tomorrow. I have spent most of today streaming and building my Star Wars prop boards site, that God told me through one of his servants, a transient at McDonald's, that I must build myself, but God told me today that he never said that if I built it myself people wouldn't come. And I'm in the process of transferring all of my Discord material that I and others posted to it and all my text channels on my 2 Discord servers, a free exchange of ideas and everything Star Wars, which is exactly what God has been waiting for before he can move to start to make my website successful and bring my dreams to pass. So now I will save the changes on this diary entry and get to work. Sayu. When I hear what the fanfic mod or some mod on tf.n says to me in the unban request forum, I can either choose to be angry and gripe, complain and yell at the mods, or I can choose to put that furious energy to good use, revenging by channeling that anger and turning it into a positive force, furiously building up my Star Wars website day after day as I patiently wait out the sentence of my ban length, which last I checked Mav Jade promised would be indefinite. If they say 10 months, I'll wait 10 months. PATIENTLY, biding my time and building my wall, and when I am finally unbanned will be extra careful to be even more compliant. Instead of 100% compliant as I was last time, I'll be 120% compliant, asking God's aid to say and do everything so not a single flake or chip comes off a single eggshell, and so the back of my head goes between my legs and literally, not literally, figuratively, but you know what I mean, touches the tips of the fronts of my toes too. Please them, I'll be bending so far over backwards. I won't sneeze or even hiccup without first consulting Mav Jade. Continuing conversation between SW Santa and I. Brent, YT Overlord DVD rumor mill video. It seems to me that Victor Von Doomcock is starting to become more and more conscientious and credible to me. There is some strong language in the video. Star Wars Santa yesterday at 7:19 a.m. It's complete malarkey. Made up nonsense. Brand Study 36 Final Warning Koi V today at 5:56 p.m. Have you researched his claims? Or is this nonsense like my knowledge of, something that I know that he doesn't or didn't believe was / is the truth, is nonsense? I only ask because when you dismiss claims out of hand, it can be ignorance. Tell me whether you know or think or believe that his claims are untrue. All you have to say is I have done my own research and I know for sure he's making it all up and I will believe you about it. Brent J. 5:56 p.m. I think or believe but don't know that he is changing his ways, or starting to, but I cannot say for certain. Brent S. 5:56 p.m. I lie not. Brent K. 5:58 p.m. I want to believe the best about Victor until proven wrong. People do and can change. Study 3600, 6 p.m. Just because an exec at Lucasfilm called him a liar means nothing because remember their job is to put the company's best facts forward and not expose their internal conflict to the public. Brentley, 6 p.m. He did call it unconfirmed rumor and he did cite multiple leak sources that he could not name for security reasons. Star Wars Santa today at 6:01 p.m. It's a mix of research/indirect information from people who are knowledgeable of inside info at Lucasfilm, and intuition based on that knowledge. I don't have specific info to refute his claims, but there's a preponderance of information indicating that his information has no truth in it. Brand Study 36 Final Warning Koi B today at 6:01 p.m. Okay, you mean like concrete info or PR work? Brand, 6:03 p.m. Trusted insiders that you know have a proven track record for truth refuting his claims or PR people trying to cover Lucasfilm exec bulletin TTS. Edited. Star Wars Santa today at 6:05 p.m. Just for example, the High Republic Initiative is a resounding success for LFL. Every novel released hit the bestsellers list, and the comic runs have gone into multiple reprints. Just today, they announced the next wave of High Republic work. It has not been cancelled, it is not a failure, and it is going to be featured in new projects getting announced. Star Wars Santa today at 6:05 p.m. Just for example, the High Republic Initiative is a resounding success for LFL. Every novel released hit the bestsellers list, and the comic runs have gone into multiple reprints. Just today, they announced the next wave of High Republic work. It has not been cancelled, it is not a failure, and it is going to be featured in new projects getting announced. Brand Study 36 Final Warning Koi B today at 6:05 p.m. Although hearsay is not permitted in a court of law, not all hearsay is false.
No.
Brand, 6:06 p.m. Okay, on that alone I believe you. Brand, 6:06 p.m. Now I know he still thrives on his sensationalism and rumor mongering. Brand, 6:06 p.m. Tisk. Brand S 6:07 p.m. See, that's why it's good that Christian people like you are around in Star Wars, sir. One like by Santa. Brand, 6:09 p.m. I have 2 admins, me and a magic maker, and 1 mod, and am about to hire 2 more admins for my site now, a good friend and my girlfriend. One like by Santa. Star Wars Santa today at 6:10 p.m. Secondly, Kennedy's projects at LFL are all moving forward. I don't have specifics to verify, but believe we'll see it all announced on Disney Plus Day, D23, and the EOY investor meeting/call. We will know the truth before the year closes out. Brand Study 36 Final Warning Koi B today at 6:13 p.m. I have been going on the covered NTF.N and talking Star Wars, and you said you had no concrete refutations, and that's too, good job, for a while now, and now I am really starting to build my site up like never before. Still no one has signed up in months, and I have seen no more additions to the quote game or 5-word challenge by you or anyone. God is still holding that flood back until the right time. Edited. Brand, 6:14 p.m. 2 things are needed. Enough site build up by me and a good mod/admin team. Brand, 6:14 p.m. Water. Brand, 6:14 p.m. Soil. Brand, 6:14 p.m. Sun. Brand, 6:14 p.m. If you build it they will come. Brand, 6:16 p.m. Oh, and I need to write my copyright/plagiarism policy and spoiler policy too.
Terrible.
Star Wars Santa today at 6:17 p.m. Christ is our true anchor and our rock. We can know that his promises are true and trustworthy. Everything in this world is not trustworthy for our hopes. Everything will work out according to his plans and purposes. One Heart by Study 3600. Brand Study 36 Final Warning Koi B today at 6:19 p.m. Amen. Brand Study 36 Final Warning Koi B September 7, 2021. How do you found a company / 5:23 p.m. Brand, 5:24 p.m. I'm not worried about how much it will cost. Brand S 5:24 p.m. What are the steps involved? Star Wars Santa September 7, 2021. I went to the State of Ohio Secretary of State, and filed for a business license. I did it as a sole proprietor, so I don't have to have a lot of supporting documents, no board of directors, no corporate structure. The process is very similar for an LLC license. Pretty straightforward for the state you are in. SW Santa 5:29 p.m. If you need to file nationally, internationally, then you'd have to talk to an attorney to do the filings and legal work for you. SW Santa 5:30 p.m. Then open up bank accounts for that business entity. File trademarks, and register a brand logo and such. SW Santa 5:30 p.m. I hired an artist to create a logo for me, then had him give me a release for business use purposes. SW Santa 5:31 p.m. I didn't trademark or file for any copyright with the logo due to being such a small business and being geographically limited within 100 miles of my home. If someone else were to use my logo and business name outside of the state of Ohio, I wouldn't incur any loss, so no need for those protections. SW Santa 5:32 p.m. However, if someone else in Ohio tried to use my business name, then I have legal standing. SW Santa 5:35 p.m. You can find specific instructions for MO on the web. SW Santa 5:36 p.m. www.sos.mo.gov/business/outreach/starting_steps. September 8, 2021. Brand Study 36 Final Warning COIB v September 8, 2021. K. September 9, 2021. Brand Study 36 Final Warning COIB v September 9, 2021. Brand Study 36 Final Warning COIB v September 10, 2021. I'll talk to GL, convince him just how awesome and underrated his holiday special was. Brand 3:05 p.m. Sometimes the very thing the world laughs at is the very best thing. Such as some of God's holy books. Brand 3:05 p.m. The holiday special is the heart of Star Wars. Brand 3:06 p.m. It is the closest thing the films get to Christianity in Star Wars.
Yeah, that's true.
Brantley 3:06 p.m. So far. Brand Salden 3:06 p.m. Just wait till episode 13. Brand 3:07 p.m. The only reason the Jedi have adopted Buddhist philosophies is because of just how corrupt the Jedi have become by episode 1. Brantley 3:08 p.m. In their heyday it would have taken a lot more than an Order 66 to wipe them out. Brand 3:08 p.m. When they were strong. Brand S 3:08 p.m. The Jedi toppled over like a dead rotted tree in episode 3, edited. Brand K 3:09 p.m. Numerous throwaway references to the corruption of both the Jedi and the Republic are made all over the prequel canon. Brand Lee Jones 3:10 p.m. Yoda admitted that they became too warlike. Brand 3:11 p.m. Obi-Wan even came close to criticizing the Jedi Code when he wanted so desperately to love Duchess Satin. Brand 3:12 p.m. In episode 2 Yoda commented on how arrogance was a more and more common trait among the Jedi, too sure of themselves they are, even the older, more experienced ones. Brantley 3:12 p.m. Anakin felt.
Hey, Rick, this is Brad, your brother. Happy New Year. God bless you, bye. Jesus loves you.
Dad's gonna have to call you back.
Happy New Year, Mom.
Thank you. Happy New Year to you too.
Bye.
To the dark side because of Obi-Wan's poor fathering skills and the terrible way the Jedi Order treated him. Brentley 3:13 p.m. Ahsoka was expelled from the Jedi Order because the Jedi had a trial that was biased. Brent 3:14 p.m. They did offer her reinstatement, but she chose to walk away after that. Who would blame the poor girl? Edited. Brent 3:16 p.m. Well, I'm walking home now. Stay tuned for, say, how do you use that timer app, anyway? Brent 3:18 p.m. How many free hours does Streamlabs give you / Brentley 3:18 p.m. Brent 3:19 p.m.
Streamlabs.
Well, I'll check for an answer when I get home. Sayu. September 10th, 2021, 2:51 p.m. Brent. The talisman is over. Now I'll binge the Clone Wars some more. Brent 2:52 p.m. Actually, I'll go home,
Binge.
use the timer app and start my Star Wars super commentary on YouTube. It's long overdue. However, I am not going to brew sake tea, break it, up into 20-minute long chunks. Direct Trailers commentaries don't do it that way, nor will I. 2:53 p.m. However, I will only do one movie or 3 shows at a time. Brent 2:54 p.m. So, first episode 1, in its entirety, then 2, then CW 2003 Vol 1 and 2, then CW movie, then CW season 1 episodes
Press
1 to
wrong
3, etc., so on, so forth. Brent 2:55 p.m. All the way to episode 9. Brent 2:55 p.m. The holiday special will be between episodes 4 and V. Brent S 2:56 p.m. At the end of the holiday special, the Wookiee family hold hands, bow, and pray around their dinner table. It's underrated, and the whole ought to be taken way more seriously than it is. One like by SW Santa. Brent S 2:57 p.m. I absolutely love the holiday special, and see it as sheer cinematic genius from start to finish. The music numbers are not out of place, they actually fit into the story. Brent S 2:59 p.m. If Disney Plus dared to carry the whole instead of just the cartoon The Faithful Wookiee, they'd be doing the whole world a favor. Everyone wants to see more of Bea Arthur singing a bar song. Brent 3 p.m. And Lumpy Chobix's son comes into place majorly, starting with Star Wars Episode 13, he actually saves the day. Brent 3 p.m. Of course, then he'll be a lot more older and mature. Brent S 3:01 p.m. In Episode 19, we see Grogu sitting on a Jedi Council dispensing wise advice as Yoda once did. Brentley 3:01 p.m. And in Episode 15, we see that Mace Windu returns. Brent 3:02 p.m. In fact, he saves the day. Brent 3:02 p.m. And Anakin finally brings balance to the Force, for after Episode 15, the Sith become very weak until they sort of fizzle out by the end of Episode 21. Brianakin. Grand Moff Darth fanfic and costuming / props manager. Star 6. Staff member. You have been banned for violating our promoting fix policy. Since you studied law, I am sure you read our terms of service. Point 4 states users are expected to learn, understand, and follow the rules for each forum that they visit. This includes all games and / or social thread / events, e.g. get in lines, line-by-line threads, etc. We have directed you to our FEN-FIC rules several times. Since you have already been banned, you should have read these in detail. We are under no obligation to further give you warnings. Your ban will last 6 months. You may express to be unbanned May 11, 2022. So, you want to escape the dumpster fire that is reality? So, you want to start reading the Mav and Bree the West Wing verse? Read how here * note, contains snark. Brian Akin, today at 5:26 p.m. #5+ quote reply. Study 3600. Study 3600. Jedi Grandmaster. Star 4. Registered, July 16, 1999. New. I was unaware this is a problem. I did not read all your rules. If you will please promptly unban me, I will not only read all your rules but promise to never be in violation of them again. I did not know that what I said was not allowed to be done in that way. I'll never do it again as long as I am under your roof. I would hope that you could give me a warning, even a severe one, next time I am in violation of something in which I am not a repeat or multiple offender. Brent S., I'd like to appeal this exorbitant ban length. I acted in innocence and had no idea anything I said in that forum could possibly be a rule violation. I plead for mercy and ask that my sentence be reduced to a 2-week suspension. Have mercy, for my conscience did not condemn me for any of my actions, and I could not have known I was in need of consulting the rules before I spoke. Plus, I have never before been banned for this particular offense. I beg for leniency, even if you can do no more than such as make it a 3 or 4 week suspension. I love you guys, I do not wish to be an offender. Brian Akin, your appeal has been denied. Entering into a contract, such as a terms of service, without reading them does not expunge guilt. Honestly, I would think someone who has studied law would know this. You can ask to be unbanned May 11, 2022. So, you want to escape the dumpster fire that is reality? So, you want to start reading the Mav and Bree the West Wing verse? Read how here * note, contains snark. Brian Akin, 34 minutes ago #8+ quote reply.
They're all volunteers.
Study
for the actors
3600.
are paid.
Study 3600. Jedi Grandmaster. Star 4. Registered, July 16, 1999. New. Brent, you ask every member to not only read hours worth of FIN e-print but tons of hours of material in rules and regulations on every forum, and you ban me for a whole year almost for being in violation of something I did not know I was in violation of. There is a such thing as leniency and mercy in this universe and everywhere, but when you don't show it, when I come back I will be kind and loving to you and read all your rules and TOS. Shoot, most people I know can't even take 5 minutes out of their busy schedule to read some friend's fanfic. Moths later, I was so busy never had time. But since I am the only one I know who has lots of time on his hands and is a free man, I will take the time to go over all your unbreakable and unyielding unbending flint laws of adamant with a fine-toothed comb and yield to each one. I'll wait patiently until my ban is over. But as I started to say, when you show no mercy or leniency at all, I will always be kind to you and show love. People don't tend to show you any when you are in need of it. So until May 11th, 2022, goodbye.
You know, on the Brent Cornwall YouTube channel, you can see me right now. If you want to look at watch my stream, Brent Cornwall YouTube channel. That's what I'm streaming at right now. Anyway, how you doing? Happy New Year. Love you. I'm busy right now, yeah. Love you, bye.
lurk were.
I created a test account on this website, maraandlukeforever.boards.net, and found out that in order to sign up for my Wizit, you need to enter into a contract with PropBoards by agreeing to their terms of service and privacy policy. I must be bound by hundreds of legal contracts I have read without taking hundreds of hours to examine all the fine print and rules. That is why the rules on this website are pretty much straightforward, simplistic, and to the point, and not over-regulatory or constricting. There's enough of them to where not just anything goes, but people are given tons of leeway here. You don't have to enter into any contract at all to talk on certain boards here, for those who are against that. I need to create more non-member categories and boards, but not tonight. It is 8:48 p.m. CDT. I just took my pills. For supper I had refried beans and dates. Last edit, November 11th, 2021 at 8:49 p.m. by Study 3600. Love is Sacrifice. Study 3600. Administrator. Grand Inquisitive. Just got a second, female cat, I name tomorrow. She's a calico. Posts, 5194. November 12th, 2021 at 4:11 a.m. Post by Study 3600 on November 12th, 2021 at 4:11 a.m. 11/12. Friday. 4:02 a.m. CDT. I am so excited. My case manager Taylor Brady is coming over later this morning at 10 a.m. CDT. I've been streaming, watching YouTube, on Paul Talk and building up my website all night. I made a friend named Elijah Scott on Paul Talk in a level playing field today. Part of a conversation I copy-pasted from April of this year from Discord produced a revelation confirming something God tried to tell me weeks ago. April 16th, 2021. Rule Breaker 919 April 16th, 2021. Hey Brant. How have you been? D's April 16th, 2021. Good, thank you Ruleb. D's is not Maggie's twinner. Junk_bow ain't even a she, he's a he. And he's me, but I am not he is my twin Raymond Brent, moved here from Michigan to Zion as I, meaning that I have Leviathan and Draco blood, but I cannot help who my fathers were, but have a spiritual inheritance from God which came to me with my spirit from God. I identify as an Ephraimite indeed and refuse my demonic inheritance and serial killer and dream demon and antichrist spirit Satan wishes to bequeath upon me. Maggie is pure. Raymond Brant tore off the doorbell and did God knows what else in this town in my name, which is why I tipped off the police about 3 or 4 times about the guy recently and told them to play hunches, read life by patterns and opened that one male cop's mind a little. 4:22 a.m. CDT. You don't create new doctrines, you formulate new dogmas based on already existing or ancient rediscovered truths. Creating your own doctrine is heresy. The result of a little experiment I did on my stream. If you're watching your screen, broadcasting your screen, watching yourself doing what you're doing, The actions just repeat endlessly in an action feedback loop, like a sound feedback loop, only a lot weirder and creepier. It was scary and interesting, set my teeth on edge so to speak, and gave me the heebie-jeebies. That was totally cool and awesome to see. I created an endless time loop on the live video feed. 2:53 a.m. Yesterday Albion malfunctioned just as it had before a long time ago, and I took it to mean my laptop was destroyed. I was about to lose everything, the curse of God was upon me and my life was over. I yelled at Maggie, yelled at God, told the world to not procrastinate the day of their repentance or they would be like me, lay on the floor, raged, screamed, wanted to give up on life, demanded God either send me to perdition now or take away my desire for porn, and said that those who knew me best knew I was a monster, which is absolutely false. Later I napped, then streamed Antigone, Hamlet, and Wolf 3D, took my meds, slept, and now I'm up and still streaming. I asked Maggie and God's forgiveness on the stream for yelling at them. As I played my feedback, I was amazed at how ugly my childish nonsense was. I had thought myself to be over my depression and anger, but it didn't take much to trigger a major bipolar depressive bout. November 12, 2021 AD. Friday. Agenda: my phone. YouTube. 1 Clash of Clans. 2 Albion. 3 Wolf 3D. Xanda creator God. Many world religions call God Xanda. One man on Paul Talk though claims that he knew from childhood that Xanda was not creator God, but does he actually know this or believe it because of a tradition he picked up as a child? Does he have a testimony that Xanda is not a name for God? The way he talks shows major bias against creator God having any other name but Jehovah because of the misinterpreted even by restorationists Shema. I am not a syncretist, but all world religions have a grain of truth. Not all religions are valid and they do not all worship the same God. I need to do research. Could Hebrew creator God be Hindu Brahmin?
No.
Research this. Could there be pre-Vedic texts? India is near China. Enlil God. Enki the Holy Spirit. Sumerian Trinity. The constitutional amendment creating the IRS was never ratified by all the states. The doctrine of the Nicolaitans literally is once saved, always saved. Ancient church history books gotten rid of long ago by modern libraries will tell you this. They have removed that knowledge, scrubbed it clean. Victoria Austin is quoted as saying, an older quote, "We don't worship God for his sake, but for ours, for our own purposes."
It's terrible.
Albion. Tank. 1H Mace offhand Leary Kane. Helmet Guardian. Armor, Guardian. Shoes, Hunter Shoes. Cape Demon / Mortlock. Unlock tier 4 on all armor types, cloth leather plate. Mix and match armor from earlier. Don't worry if armor is cloth. 100,000 creds will pay for creating my new guild, Jedi Warriors. I am at FT Sterling. I was in Bridgewater. I tried writing to FT Sterling to meet Lapuzik, whom I met on the Albion Discord server so I could join his Allendale Kingdom guild, but along the way to FT Sterling, I was ganged and looted of all my stuff and knocked all the way back to Bridgewater, where I had nothing in the Bano and only about 500 SP to my name. I bought a sword and little else but a kind man when I begged for a little stipend of 1k and a horse to get me back on my feet, and little else met me at Bridgewater, gave me 50k and an ox and walked off, and I thanked him profusely and thanked God. I bought much needed supplies, then I paid a man 4k to solo dungeon with me. We trounced the dungeon beating biggest leatherback, but he neither invited me to his party nor shared the loot. Shortly thereafter, or before, I determined that when I reached 100,000 silver pieces SP or creds, I would found the Jedi Warriors Guild, and later in the public square the next day, the 13th, the day the one Albionian didn't share the loot with me, I stood in the public square of Fort Sterling and said, when I reach 100k I will found the Jedi Warriors Guild. If you want to join, invite me to your parties so you can see how I fight and so I can see how we can work together. That day I met the Singaporean young pumpkin-headed man AV King, who gave me the missionary tip that they are good people in Singapore who speak English well. Then someone I didn't even have to pay dungeoneered a solo doogie on with me. We trounced it and we shared the booty. Buy mace when I get leather /and/ or cloth armor god. Also a man stole 4 additional K from me. Last edit, November 15th, 2021 at 1:49 p.m. by Study 3600. Love is sacrifice. Study 3600. Administrator. Grand Inquisitive. Just got a second, female cat, I name tomorrow. She's a calico. Posts, 5,194. November 13th, 2021 at 3:07 a.m. Post by Study 3600 on November 13th, 2021 at 3:07 a.m. 11/13. Sabbath Saturday. 3:06 a.m. I work later on this morning. I'm going to check YouTube and make sure it's still running my feed. I'm still live. My appointment with my case manager went very well. She will set me up with an appointment to see my new RX Dr. Tracy soon. We discussed my goals, both for case management and life. Letter I wrote Maggie Marie Mesa Voice 6 today, most of which I wrote out in the nice Mr. Sun, on the picnic table back of McDonald's, a picnic table covered with very strange murals probably written by her clone Maggie May Kirkman, possibly with false memories, who may just have driven back and forth from here to her farm in Colorado several times and back and there, etc., and is married with children to her husband, Ben Kirkman. The letter is as follows. I am not streaming and wasn't streaming as I composed it. And I quote myself. Brand Study 36 Final Warning Koi V today at 10:25 a.m. Hello, Mags, what's on your mind? Brand Study 36 Final Warning Koi V today at 1:21 p.m. Dearest Pearl, can we at least chat? Edited. 1:22 p.m. Do you even live eye on Bait City MO, or was that your clone I saw, or one of them? The other lives in Colorado?
No,
1:23 p.m. What do I have to do or say or give up in order for you to talk to me one-on-one? Dropping each other notes is what kids do on high school. We're adults now. Adults talk one-on-one. 1:24 p.m. I know you are Maggie. I have no more doubt at all about that. 1:26 p.m. Was there a Ludington ANS time travel, a re-education center at CAHS in the future, an engagement in France? Was I a Project Paperclip child whose mind was erased in a red room, or all these just dreams and fantasies I made up, and is Satan deceiving me? Only you can tell me, Maggie. Whatever you say, I believeth. It has to come from your mouth, and you'll have to have done your own research, not fearing what the results may be.
That's demonic.
1:27 p.m. I'm putting this fragdy in my diary. I will only put your response in my diary if you wish it. Love, your Brentley. 1:28 p.m. 3 always. 1:30 p.m. P.S. What are your honest opinions of the thing as mentioned in my diaries? Have you read them? 1:30 p.m. Brent. I am on good terms with Joy, though soon she will not be my payee anymore. It may be CHMS Case Management, or our care in KSMO, or something/one else, TBD by CMHS Case Management Services. Taylor Brady is my case manager. I may soon be taking a survey with Avast Internet Protection Service representatives, an internet interview any day now, for which I will receive a sum of $75.00 compensation. Joy gave me $20.00 allowance and a Walmart gift card preloaded with $100 to use mostly on needs and maybe a few minor just wants. RLDS Sister Debbie Norman, member of my local RLDS branch, librarian at the local library, elderly woman, and wife of Elder Don Norman, helped me find Erewhon and Erewhon Revisited, 2 Gulliver's Travels reminiscent-like parodies of a magical leftist liberal land called Erewhon, by Samuel Butler. She also will get me some more little diaries for my diary hard copy series. God gave me a free pure white writing desk today, from which I will compose the parody scripts Football, Fat Man, The Aborigines, sequel to The Passion of the Christ and the Apocalypto and their prequel Braveheart, The Christus Jesu, and on location in Israel and Rome and Egypt and
Okay.
Africa and England and Europe and Spain reenactment of the
No,
true life
no, and
stories.
no. First of all, Fat Man's been done by Weird Al already. Weird Al Yankovic already in cartoon form. In the Weird Al show. There's already been a sufficiently done parody of football movies called The Misfits. So I don't need to do that. And Mel Gibson's doing a resurrection movie. It's going to cover a lot of the material that I'm about to cover here. So no, there's no need for any of this. I just need sickle Star Wars for now.
Of the lives of three key historical figures, Jesus of Nazareth, Saul Paulus and his wife, and Pontius Pilate and his wife Procla, which will also follow partially the stories of Peter, Joseph of Arimathea, Mary, Elizabeth, Samson, Hannah, the three Nephites, Ether, Coriantumr, the Mulekites, the Nephites, the story of the unification of the Mulekites and Nephites at Zarahemla, I Nephi, Laman, Elasus/Lehi and Lemuel and Sariah and Sam, Constantine, Saint Nicholas, Origen, Jerome, Saint Augustine, Jared, Mori and Cumr, Moroni, Mormon, Abinadi, King Noah, and Joseph Smith Jr. and Co. and Joseph Smith III, John the Baptist, John, the three Nephites and John the Baptist, and Nicodemus, and Abraham, Isaiah, Jeremiah and Jude, and will include true stories from the two books of Enoch and other apocryphal and pseudepigraphal works. It will have a runtime of 4 to 6 hours and will not be a TV miniseries, but a theatrical release, and will contain much violence, some language, and sexual situations, but absolutely zero nudity or even prurience. It will be carry an MPAA rating of R for the bloody depictions of Christ's true, the way it is recorded in the scriptures, not made up and speculative, sufferings of our Lord and for bloody violence, and possibly ancient forms of bad language, and also 1800s off-color phrases the Gentiles utter when they prosecute Mormonism and the bloody death of Joseph Smith and wounds of the three others with him at Carthage, saving for the prisoner who escaped without a hole in his robe, and for scary imagery when Satan and the demonic are involved. It will not be a cleaned up, neat movie. It will show the buildings and structures the way they actually looked back then, including the Coruscant-like buildup on Earth and other planets before the flood and the lush desert-free way the planet was with its canopy of water above the atmosphere between our atmosphere and outer space, glistening like pyramids.
The antediluvian age.
With golden capstones, a bejeweled unrobbed and unstripped, golden sphinx, and so much more, and the film will be gritty, realistic, no-holds-barred motion picture, with a lived-in feel throughout, just like Star Wars, depicting, although not showing, Jesus naked on the cross. You will see the shadow of his nude outline, but his naked thigh will cover the crotch area where his privates are. This will be accomplished through use of CGI, for there will be no nudity or prurience in the entire production. The sufferings of Paul, including 2 shipwrecks mentioned in the scripture, not just the one shown in Acts, will be featured, as well as vignettes of William Cave and others' research and extra and contemporary acts of the apostles' apocryphal records showing things the other apostles did during their missions to the world, including James the Just being prophet and seer starting 44 AD and the raising of the Second Temple and sacking of Jerusalem in AD 70, and the now alive and living in Europe King Arthur Pendragon. For my research into the writing and production and props and costumes, etc., of this film, I will scour the internet and libraries, use WorldCat, get hard to find books with monetary incentives, have my future wife Maggie delve for truths and ancient records in internet spaces such as the dark web, places some of which with her computer and computer code training and special clearances, only she can access, and some like the deep and dark web so dangerous for me to do myself, that I'd infect the whole surface web in doing so no matter how careful I was and what and how many precautions I took. I'll watch all kinds of historical YouTube and BitChute and library, etc. videos and DVDs, taking
Where's
copious
your
notes, write letters for clues,
Please.
send emails, make phone calls, pull strings and dig for the truth, so the world can have as accurate a movie as possibly possible. This will happen. Mark my words. I will also compose many Star Wars and dungeon movie and show and cartoon scripts and many novels, plays, compositions, melodies,
Not dungeon. Dungeons.
and tunes and songs and novellas and short stories and much, much more from that little writing desk. Brent S. Start shift 9:02 November 13th, 2021. Meal break start 10:16. Meal break end 10:53. End shift 13:08. 204. Any questions or concerns? Please contact the restaurant or our owner-operator's office at 660-886-5187. Please visit mcdvoice.com within 7 days and rate us highly satisfied. You will receive a code for buy one item at regular menu price, get one item of equal value or lesser value free. Validation code ____. Survey code ************************************ McDonald's restaurant hashtag MO ******* Tell hashtag KS hashtag 2 November 13th, 2021, 6:17 p.m. Side 1 order 04. 1 McChicken 1.39. 1 L French fries 3.49. Subtotal 4.88. Tax 0.42. Takeout total 5.30.
It happened in
Cash tendered 10.00. Change 4.70. McDonald's restaurant. Offer expires 30 days after receipt date. Valid at participating U.S. McDonald's.
Wait a second.
Sign up for My McDonald Cost Rewards to earn points on future visits. ________.
That's episode 1.
Give us feedback at survey.walmart.com. Thank you. ID hashtag Walmart. Vera, grinning face with
No.
big eyes. Asterisk
That's
asterisk
not
asterisk
supposed to
asterisk
be 5, I
MGR.
think.
Lindsay. MO. ST hashtag up hashtag. TE hashtag asterisk TR hashtag. Book 7361. 14.00T. Was 17.98. You saved 3.98. Book 7361. 14.00T. Was 17.98. You saved 3.98. Subtotal 28.00. Tax 18.6% 2.41. Total 30.41. Account Beg BAL 99.90.
I used to crack some
Tran
off in the
AMT
library.
30.41.
It was good.
And BAL 69.41. Hashtag items sold to TC hashtag barcode November 13th, 21:19 hours 32 minutes and 41 seconds. ______. Give us feedback at survey.walmart.com. Thank you. ID hashtag Walmart.
After the bathroom.
Vera, grinning face. Asterisk 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 MGR, Lindsay. MO. ST hashtag up hashtag. TE hashtag asterisk TR hashtag. JUS Journal 1238. 5.32x. Subtotal 5.32. Tax 18.6% 0.46. Total 5.78. Cash 10 5.68. Shopping cart 10 0.10. Change due 0.00. Shop. Card redemption 0.10. Account. Beg BAL 100.00. Tran AMT 0.10. And BAL 99.90. Hashtag items sold 1. TC hashtag. Barcode. November 13th, 21. 19 hours 31 minutes and 32 seconds. Agenda Ma phone. Brent Lee Salden Jones. Writing desk rules, purposes and description. 1. I must never look at porn on my writing desk. That would defile it. 2. Keep papers having to do with prayer relegated to my prayer table / prayer altar. But I may use prayer apps, prayer emails, etc. / pray at my writing desk. Purpose, for creativity and creating. Description, pure white, 2 shelves, will have 1 drawer at least, for laptop, phone, tablet and typewriter. 3-pronged sockets nearby to plug these in / charge these. Paper, carving / whittling knife, sharpening, praise stone. I want to watch the Clone Wars Season 3. From about where I left off, then when I get back online on my laptop, because I can't seem to get Duolingo to install on my phone, though I got rid of at least 3 apps I didn't need. I want to get back to my Russian lessons. I want to stay in the promotion zone even if I'm not in the Gold League anymore. Friendly competition is good, you don't have to step on people to go for the gold or the diamond, etc. Asterisk my several week or several day plan. Watch the Misfits. Any given Sunday. Rudy. The Waterboy. Facing the Giants. Remember the Titans. The game plan. Write the screenplay for football or work on it. Look up football movies on Google and watch them on Fast32 YouTube or BitChute for more inspiration. And open up an Apache Open Office document and work on Dark Tower 8, the drawing of the cotet from where I left off. After I have spent considerable TI.E on DT8, look where I have my DT ideas and begin to formulate a plan for the series. Then watch Batman Begins, Batman The Dark Knight and The Dark Knight Rises, Batman Year 1, Archambault Asylum walkthrough. Batman the Animated Series, Justice League movies, Batman v Superman, Batman 1960 series, 1966 movie Batman, Batman Returns Forever and Robin, and as I'm watching them turn over plot details for Dark Tower in my mind. Then I want to work on brainstorming and writing ideas, plots and scenes, characters, cities, lands, countries, locales, creatures, weaponry, tech, etc. for Dark Tower as I reread the DT series, starting with The Gunslinger after finally finishing DT7 THD Dark Tower and watching The Dark Tower and reading other Stephen King books and watching other Stephen King movies for inspiration, asking God for further inspiration, all the while turning over ideas in my head for Fat Man. I want to write a master plan for the Dark Tower series, or at least books 8 to 19 of it. Then I want to write or work on the screenplay for Fat Man, and if football's not done, football more. Then I want to return to working on Star Wars Episode 11 and typing up Star Wars Episode 17. It doesn't all have to be in this order. I need to reorder Star Wars Dark Apprentice pronto and read it. I am given one more chance. I blew it the first time. Monday, I will. Last edit, November 15th, 2021 at 4:04 p.m. by Study 3600. Love is Sacrifice. Study 3600. Administrator. Grand Inquisitive. Just got a second, female cat, I name tomorrow. She's a calico. Posts, 5194. November 15th, 2021 at 12:22 a.m. Post by Study 3600 on November 15th, 2021 at 12:22 a.m. 11/15. Monday. 12:15 a.m. Words I wrote to Matthew Richards several months ago. I'm currently uploading part 3 of ROTJ Novel HV part 3 on YouTube on my Brent Lee Salden Koivu Palo channel, and am talking to you with my laptop, and am now leaving my apartment to go visit a dear friend who lives in the neighborhood, but I can still talk to you using my smartphone Discord app. I will continue working on Star Wars Episode 12, Rise of the Jedi today at his house while I am there by finishing the Last Command motion comic, starting with Chapter XX and researching the Nagari in canon, researching the Chiss ascendancy on Wikipedia and possibly other sources, I will finish the Sirius Epi 12 script within the next 3 days, and after 3 years you will be able to see it on the big screen, after my first 4 Star Wars films come out, viz 2 Star Wars Stand Alone feature-length stories, the episodes 10 and 11. After 12, 13 to 21 will eventually come out on the big screen, very quickly relatively. I do have both acting and filmmaking and script and story writing experience, Santa, and all this will happen, mark my words. And you will love the results. But when my second Wars movie comes out, stick it out for the first 10 minutes of the movie, and the rest of the movie you will thoroughly enjoy. God bless. 4:50 a.m. Praise God. I have the next 3 days off work. My work hours are Thursday, November 18th, 9 to 2. 9:34 a.m. CDT. Yesterday at 2 a.m. the night previous, I believe that due to 13 quarantined pup computer viruses, malicious AI entities composed of possessed bits and bytes of data due to my use of hardcore porn sites and videos, my laptop lost its ability to go on the internets, at least, I hope, Brand hopes, au temporaire, or temporarily. This morning at 9:33 a.m. Brand got up, journaled on his smartphone, urinated and defecated in his bathroom, then came back into his living room where he had slept all night on his love seat after making a personal Discord stream for Maggie Live, and tried to see if the internet on his Windows HP PC worked again. Yesterday he had contacted Comcast but to no avail, they had not been able to help. His router was not malfunctioning. After he saw that his HP was still broke and couldn't connect, he shut down his laptop F6HHL5SN, or L5SN, his job as controlled personal assistant or droid, and switched it on again, and tried to connect again. To no avail. He ran Windows Diagnostics. Then he went back to bed on his couch. When he woke up, Windiagnostics directed him to unplug his modem, wait 10 seconds, then plug it back in, which he did, then checked a phone notification. As far as he could tell, he had no idea what the notification sound was for because his phone told him his last notification and his last text message was from yesterday. When he clicked next, Windows Diagnostics told him, the connection between your access point, router, or cable modem and the internet is broken. The network gateway is accessible, but Windows VoLTE receive network traffic from the internet. He tried connecting again after closing the troubleshooter and shutting his laptop down and turning it on again. Allah was a feminine moon god until Muhammad changed the concept. Ilah is the Aramaic word for God. Bibles that say Allah are a poor translation. Allah in Hebrew means curse. After Brent tried connecting but couldn't, he chatted on Discord and Paul Talk, then he called Joy seeking the last 4 digits of his bank debit card or the last 4 digits of his checking account for Xfinity account verification, and she told him to call back in an hour, so he set his microwave timer for 60:00 minutes while listening and chatting on Paul Talk. Then he finished the entries for 11/12 and 11/13 on his smartphone, then typed the contents of his receipts on his 11/13 entry, then finished up his 11/13 Orange JSUP papers and the plans thereon. He started all this, but then his microwave timer went off and he called Joy. When he first called Joy, she had wanted him to bike all the way over to her house, but he was able to talk her out of thinking he needed to deliver the letter from Social Security saying she no longer wished to be his representative payee. Before finishing the entry for November 12, 2021, he poured himself a tall glass of chocolate milk. He set it on his plastic set of drawers, but it produced a wet ring, so he got a rag, wiped up the water and set his drink on a coaster. 12:54 p.m. CDT. Around the time Brent called Joy back and she gave him either the last 4 digits of his bank account number or debit card, he drank more chocolate milk and ate a tuna fish sandwich for lunch from yesterday's tuna and mayo in a red bowl wrapped in aluminum foil from the fridge. Then he continued updating the entry for November 12, 2021, while continuing to drink his chocolate milk. He tried to connect again, to no avail. After he was done updating his diary, he would call Comcast Internet Essentials. When he had called Joy the second time, he learned Joy was sick, and prayed for her at his altar. Then he looked for his phone, found it, filled up his purple water bottle, took a swig from it, and put it in the fridge to chill. According to the Republican National Committee, Biden just, around 1:08 p.m. CDT, released the eye test mandate for America. Jackson County said no to the glasses the other day, as in if you get your eye exam you don't need to wear glasses. Jackson County said there is no need for glasses, so we are liberated, for there is a religious exemption for the eye test. The ramrod that may be enforced January 5th may cause me to lose my job because I will not submit to it. Hopefully by then Maggie will be able to help in that area. She may need to fix my computer if Comcast can't help me. At any rate, she can remove the viruses from it. From 1:33 to 1:44 p.m. CDT, I went to the bathroom to urinate and defecate while using the net on my telephone, updating my diary entry for 11/12. At 2:32 p.m. CDT, I finished my second cup of chocolate milk as I was finishing typing up my second receipt. 2:38 p.m. CDT. At 2:36 p.m. CDT, Brent finished his milk, got up, rinsed his cup out and filled it with 7-Up. At 3:12 p.m., after he was done typing up his third receipt and as he was drinking his 7-Up, he got up to urinate. He came back to his couch, or love seat, at 3:15 p.m. to type up his orange papers. At 3:19 p.m. he tried connecting again, then turning airplane mode on and off and connecting, then restarting his laptop and connecting, all to no avail. He was left in the dark until he could call Comcast, if they could be of any help. He would see. 4:08 p.m. CDT. After Brentley Jonesby finished typing up his orange papers written on November 13th, he called the local library before tying up the entry from 11/15, then calling Comcast. He called to reorder Star Wars Dark Apprentice, and to see what was in for him, if anything, which there was not, so he renewed a book. He told Linder Clear on Paul Talk that he had a girlfriend named Maggie Savoy after she told me she was not an elderly woman but a single and had asked me if I was single also. I only talked to her before that because I thought she might be an anonymous name for Maggie. At 4:40 p.m., as Brent was typing up his entry in his yellow notebook for Monday, 11/15, he got up to urinate. He returned at 4:47 p.m., drained his 7-Up and took out his trash, and put a new trash bag in. He was done with this by 4:55 p.m. and he edited his diary and took his pills. He had also checked his mail and had gotten a Thanksgiving postcard from Aaron and April Smith, two RLDS members, an elder and his wife. Then Brent returned to transferring his diary from his yellow notebook to his public phone diary, finishing at 5:51 p.m. CDT. Later he called Comcast and the woman on the other end was able to help him fix his laptop. Now it works just fine, but he can't have it on his writing desk or his signal could get messed up again. Having his phone on his writing desk is fine. Last edit, November 16, 2021 at 8:51 p.m. by Study 3600.
I'm drinking apple juice. Apple juice. I was drinking water. I had Mountain Dew Cold Red today, and I was drinking apple juice.
Love is sacrifice. Study 3600. Administrator. Grand Inquisitive. Just got a second, female cat, I named tomorrow. She's a calico. Posts, 5,194. November 16, 2021 at 5:21 a.m. Post by Study 3600.
Hey, Dad, if you're watching, back in 2021, I had so many delusions because I was just getting stabilized on my meds again at that point. I mean, back in 2020, I wasn't taking them at all. So it wasn't until October of 2020 that I started taking them again. And then I spent 2021 and about half of 2022 stabilizing myself on my meds. And I had a lot of delusions back then. So be prepared for more delusions. I'm sorry about that, Dad. I don't have delusions anymore, thank God.
on November 16, 2021 at 5:21 a.m. 11/16. Tuesday. I got up at 4:30 a.m. to taste and see the never-failing compassions of God. They are new every morning, and thank God after what I did last night. Premium Malwarebytes scanned my laptop and found 0 new threats. I did a Duolingo Russian lesson when I got up, then did a Russian exercise session, then another lesson. I am in 16th place. While it's not in the promotion zone, it's okay because I'm in the Sapphire League. I'm having some cranberries. On November 14th, I took my bike and backpack up to Walmart and went shopping, getting a bunch of necessary groceries and raspberry lemonade, potato wedges and chocolate milk and Bluebell cookie 2-step ice cream. I ate my wedges out on a bench outside the store and carried the rest of my groceries home in my backpack and in a cloth bag I bought. My gift card end balance is 28.81 and I bought 15 items and spent 38.32 before tax. I also bought peanuts, 7 bags of Uncle Ben's ready rice, almond milk, Barilla elbow macaroni, Hebrew National hot dogs.
Every time I buy Hebrew National hot dogs, I always end up leaving them out on the counter, and they go bad on me and have to throw them away every single time. So eventually I just stop buying them.
Man, these cranberries are good. I think I'll put cranberries, raisins, dates, and walnuts and brown sugar in my oatmeal, adding salt to taste before cooking it, this morning. It may be very good eaten. Also, on the 14th I watched half a Chiefs game with Rick. They won a 3-game winning streak and got in first place. I'm going back to bed. I don't need mentally stimulating things like video games right now. It's 5:26 a.m. CDT. Bad news, I left my hot dogs out last night and had to throw the rest away this morning. Good news, I found I still had some chocolate milk left over from yesterday, so I'm finishing it this morning. It's yummy. That's the second time I had to throw my hot dogs out recently. 8:19 a.m. CDT. I woke a few minutes ago to the sound of sirens, tons of them, fire, plus, popos, about 20 yards or so away from my house, coming from approximate out on Broadway, and I thought approximately what is going on out there? Then those sounds stopped. I'm making my oatmeal now. 9:13 a.m. CDT. I'm having my oatmeal and streaming now. The oatmeal wasn't really difficult to make. It was fun and creative. I'm going to stream myself repairing armor and weapons and going on solo expeditions to get 4K at a time on Albion. If it works out differently, I'll let ya know. 10:19 a.m. CDT. I wrapped the rest of my oatmeal in aluminum foil and stuck it in the fridge for tomorrow's breakfast. I am streaming Albion now. As soon as I got on, I realized how woefully unprepared I was for solo expeditioning, so I went in some solo dungeons and took out the first 1, 2, or 3 enemies for some silver, and mined a little copper ore, then bought a novice's stone hammer for quarrying stone around the snowy region FT Sterling is in. I plan on selling the ore, then quarrying stone, lots of it, and selling the stone while getting silver through PvE in lots of solo dungeons along the way. I have 1,740 silver pieces right now. 1,824 SP or creds after I sold the copper ore. I am drinking almond milk and also drinking from a clear water bottle, one of my 2 large ones, now. Now I have 2,224 total creds from the addition of mining and selling sandstone and more ore to the SP I had already. I tried a solo dungeon, but the Orbish sentries and first PvE enemies were too strong for me and I got knocked out. One more KO and I could lose something else I don't have enough money to repair. I'll just keep on trucking and know my limitations. In the game I am barefoot, but I keep getting more learning points, keys. Walking around barefoot on the snow, ice, and cold stone pavement of the city as I've done all tag today, having lost main rucksack and main cape and my mount, ox, and some of my weapons and armor, I defeated 2 stone giants with my bow so I could destroy the barbarian sentry in a solo dungeon and take her silver and mine a lot of tin ore on the surface. Also, someone left some silver lying around in the snow by a hill and never picked it up, so I scored there, too. Altogether my silver coinage now amounts to 2,962 SP after selling the tin and iron ore at current market value. Then I logged out and closed the application. Beginning SP, 1,740 SP. Ending SP, 2,962 SP. Profit, plus 1,222 SP. 1:52 p.m. CDT. I fell onto some good fortune while streaming. Earlier I went in the Discord server Albion chat channel looking for a group, and it was apparent from how I talked that I was in need of help, but I didn't beg. A kind player named Dilwar with over 1 million fame and a heart for newbies reached out to me and met me at FT Sterling at around 1:30 p.m. my time, as I arranged, and gave me 2 mounts, an ox because mine was broken, and a horse, and a tier 4 longbow and a full set of armor, 100k creds in exchange for 1k creds for the longbow. Thank you, Father, for Dilwar and my good fortune. You are so awesome, O Lord. Before the windfall, my believing friend sent me a text saying he was being paid overtime at work and a daily scripture verse, Deuteronomy 15:7. 7 If there be among you a poor man of one of thy brethren within any of thy gates in thy land which the Lord thy God giveth thee, thou shalt not harden thine heart, nor shut thine hand from thy poor brother. I tried to found the guild Jedi Warriors, but found that it was too soon after I left the last guild I was in, so I publicly proclaimed inside the bank of Fort Sterling that it would be 9 hours before I could found my guild because it was too soon after leaving my last one, but that I would have to hold onto my silver until then, and increase it, which I did by killing some zombies with my longbow, and taking their silver, outside in the snow, and mining, and quarrying a whole lot of copper ore and sandstone and selling it at market. Now I have 104k credits and I have my boneskin horse back. His name is Major Bones 3. Now I also have 2 oxen. Soon the broke one will be fixed when I have a lot more SP to spend on things I don't really need to fix to be able to prosper in the immediate future. 2:20 p.m. CDT. I ate lunch, now I'm going somewhere on my bike. Be back later.
It's funny.
I also streamed Clash of Clans.
I keep naming my horses Major, and Joseph Jr. named the dog Major, not his horse. I forgot what he named his horse, but he named his dog Major. But I keep naming horses Major for some reason. I don't know why, but I love naming horses Major. Because Joseph Jr. named his dog Major.
Wolf 3D and me typing in and editing my diary and making lunch, and singing. TTYL, diary. The other night I watched Clone Wars Season 3, Episodes 3 and 4. Season 3, Episode 5, since I've already seen it, I just let play in the background as I did other things. I'm plodding away through the series, eagerly awaiting the Mortis God and Citadel arcs, and the one where Ahsoka frees the children after those. 3:44 p.m. I haven't left yet. I got caught up reading part of the featured article on www.3scriptures.com and listening and chatting on Paul Talk. I was able to connect with Wizenda because we believed similarly about the nature of reality. We also discussed how God was in all things. One person asked, how could God be in Satan? My answer, because God holds Satan together. Someone asked if God was in the wicked acts people do, and I said, no, not in the acts, but in things, energy, spaces, but God takes all our bad and makes good out of it. I also told them that there are living apostles ordained several years ago today. I hate doctors and hospitals, and all they stand for and how they keep you in, and once you start a hospital life you're doomed to have that take over and make you endlessly miserable as long as you live, ending with a meaningless existence in an assisted living home or nursing home facility. We need house calls and good honest physicians and treatment centers and clinics where you're not money to them, honest tests for all sicknesses, and good medicine with no poison in it. 4:11 p.m. CDT. I still haven't left yet. I am still chatting and listening on Paul Talk. The term synagogue is of Greek origin, synagogue, to bring together, and means a place of assembly. The Yiddish word shul, from German Schul, school. Definitions from Oxford Languages. Shul, late 19th century, Yiddish, from German Schul, school. Synagogue, Middle English, via Old French and Late Latin from Greek synagog, meeting, from sun together plus agine, bring. Jewish wisdom. I have heard the secret from Rabbi Shimon, who said, all souls of the world issue from that flowing, gushing river, and all of them are gathered by the bundle of life. 132 issue from the river of Yesod and flow into Shekinah, known as bundle of life. On Yesod as a river conveying the soul, see above, p. 262 and n24. The image of bundle of life derives from 1sa_25:29, the soul of my Lord will be bound in the bundle of life. When female conceives from male, they all inhabit desire of both sides through desire of female for male. And when the desire of male issues passionately, those souls are of greater vitality, suffused with passionate desire of the tree of life. Elijah was vitalized by that passion more than humans, and therefore it is written, El Nafsho, to his soul, and not Et Nafsho, since Et, Aleph Taf, Nafsho is female. 133 When female conceives from male. When Shekinah conceives from Tiferet, via Yesod, their mutual desire engenders the soul. If the desire of the male, symbolized by the tree of life, dominates, then the soul possesses greater vitality. In Elijah's case, the divine masculine component was especially dominant, as indicated by the unusual expression alnfsu, el nafsho, to his soul, apparently because the near homonym al, means power, as in Gen_31:29, Do_2832, Mike_2:1. The more common
Ancient Jewish wisdom, guys. Listen up. It's very important.
expression ADHNFSU, Et Nafsho, his soul, alludes to Shekinah, the female, who is known as ADH, Et, Aleph Taf. See above, p. 118, no 217. Now you might say El Hayish Shah, to the woman, he said, Gen_3:16, KJV. Well, this is entirety of male and female. When she is within the male, then, El Hayish Shah, to the woman, he said. Whereas, ADH Et Hayish Shah, the woman female alone, not including male. 134,134 If the word El denotes the masculine, then why in Genesis is it written El Hayish Shah, to the woman? The full verse reads, to the woman he said, I will greatly increase your birth pangs, in pain you will bear children. Your desire will be for your man, and he will rule over you. It is men and women living under that curse when the woman is subservient to the man to the point the male is domineering her, and all childbirths are extremely and painful necessarily, but Paul calls to the better way of mutual submission, in which it is not to live under such a curse, to practice marriage and to be under a marriage covenant. The woman was created from the flesh under his arm to be protected by him, and from his side to be equal with him in decision making and on the same page in all parenting decisions. BLSKJV. Rabbi Chai replies to his own question by explaining that the wording El Hayish Shah implies thigh incorporation of the female within the male unit. On the other hand, when the Bible is referring to a woman alone, it uses the expression ADH Et Hayish Shah, the woman, as in Gen_12:14 or number_5:1830.
Okay.
See on the motif of the female contained within the male, see Wolfson, circle in the square, 80-85. Similarly, El Nafsho male alone, Et Nafsho female alone.
All right.
Because he was on the side of male more than all other inhabitants of the world, he endured more vitally and did not die like all the others, for he derived entirely from the tree of life, not from dust. And Jesus died on the tree of life and was by his very nature the tree of life and rules the universe from the tree of life, the cross. But we are not speaking here of Jesus, but of Elijah BLSKJV. Gen 2:7 And the Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living being. So he ascended and did not die according to the way of all the earth, as is written, Elijah ascended in a whirlwind to heaven, 2:2:11. 135 Elijah did not die at normal death. In fact, he did not die at all because he derived from the masculine realm, Tif tree of life, rather than the feminine realm, Shekinah, symbolized by dust. On Shekinah as dust, see above, p. 28, and point 189. The full verse in Kings reads, As they were walking along and talking, suddenly a chariot of fire and horses of fire appeared and separated the two of them, and Elijah ascended in a whirlwind to heaven. Come and see what is written, suddenly a chariot of fire and horses of fire appeared, and separated the two of them. 2:2:11 Ibid, for then body was stripped from spirit, and he ascended, unlike the rest of the earth, and endured as a holy angel, like other holy supernal beings. He carries out missions in the world, as has been established, for miracles performed in the world by the Blessed Holy One are performed by him. 136 Elijah became pure spirit and was transformed into an angel. Rabbi Chia may be interpreting the phrase separated the two of them, 2:2:11, as referring not to the separation of Elijah from his disciple, Elisha, but rather to the separation of Elijah's spirit from his body. In Jewish tradition, Elijah became associated with the Messianic age, Mal_4:5-6, and in rabbinic literature he is described as still existing, Bt Bava Butra 121b, and revealing divine secrets to righteous humans, Bt Bava Mitzvah 59b. Isa 19 says God would send stinging bugs. Snakes, scorpions descended on a town, several stung, 3 died. More than 500 hospitalized from scorpion stings after storm in Egypt. The storms forced scorpions from their hiding place into many houses across the Aswan province. Those who were treated were discharged after they received antivenom doses. Vicious rain, dust storms, and snow in the southern city of Aswan last week drove out scorpions as well as snakes, Al-Aram, a government-run Egyptian newspaper, reports. 3 people have died from scorpion stings and 450 people have been injured by the stings thus far, BBC News reports, citing an unnamed health official. The Illuminati is known by the Committee of 300 as Mariah Conquering Wind. The 9 Unknown Men. The science of zoonosis is the science of the transferring of blood-borne pathogens such as viruses and bacterium from animals to humans. These diseases are called zoonoses. 8:42 p.m. About an hour ago I finally left home. I got 2 gallons of chocolate milk and 1 plastic jar of spaghetti sauce. I delivered 1 gallon to Rick, came home, took my pills, put my cell phone on its charger, it's nearly dead, changed my shirt, washed my glasses, drank water, poured a mug of chocolate milk, all not in that order, and am about to stream the H.G. Wells audiobook Outline of History. H.G. Wells was a member of the Committee of 300, a representative body representing each of the hundreds of secret combinations on the planet as well as I believe from what I know, off. Last edit, November 16, 2021 at 9:52 p.m. by Study 3600. Love is Sacrifice. Study 3600. Administrator. Grand Inquisitive. Just got a second, female cat, I name tomorrow. She's a calico. Posts, 5194. November 17, 2021 at 1:17 a.m. Post by Study 3600 on November 17, 2021 at 1:17 a.m. 11/17. Wednesday. 1:06 a.m. CDT. I got my third copyright strike on YouTube and my account was terminated and all the videos on my Brantley Salden Koivu Paulo Jones V account taken down, leaving me with only 3 videos on my Brant Salden channel left. I appealed the termination and the third strike. Currently I am streaming the rest of Outline of History and Fahrenheit 9/11 on Twitch, and pleaded with the Twitch people to leave my videos up forever from now on rather than taking them down as soon as they are finished being made and to allow people to play them back. At the exact same time almost, Fahrenheit 9/11 ended and H.G. Wells' Outline of History Volume 1 switched to Volume 2. Now we are on the prehistory and early history and civilization of China. They sure do get a lot wrong. I'm about to play Albion. The first thing I will do, Maggie, is found the Guild Jedi Warriors, for 9 hours flies fast and it is even longer away from last time I played than that. Come join me in Home 888 in the free Paul Talk app, Mags. Call yourself Perloff Great Value 86887, and I will know it's you. You don't have to turn your cam on. We can chat. Love, your Brantley. I will also post this on Discord because I doubt you are aware that I'm on Twitch streaming right now. 2:25 a.m. Albion. My AV Brand 8 trail mix he made himself from peanuts, fig pieces, almonds, and raisins and was streaming on YouTube as he was eating it when he suddenly got copyright slammed, his YouTube account terminated, his videos all taken down save for 3 on the first YouTube account he had made, which he used to appeal his termination and strike. Then he entered my world after switching his stream to Twitch and I founded the Guild Jedi Warriors, tried recruiting some fellow Albionians as my avatar Brant listened to Volume 2 of Outline of History by H.G. Wells, Volume 1 having been mostly prehistory mumbo-jumbo, and went out of the city into the surrounding snow. When Brant my AV got his account termination I noticed he was very upset but he was not very explosive nor did he really rage about it, nor did one swear word or bad word escape his lips, and he calmly appealed, and moved on to Twitch, and this was a night he dropped major truth bombs and he was hotly persecuted physically. Then when the prosecution died down, he went shopping, and the mark of the beast was enforced in his land too. He also had been through a living hell for the last few months of his existence and could never please his spiritual mother or be pure enough to join the church he wanted to join, or be with the woman he loved because she never talked to him or came around, though she did love him. Plus his neighbor had demanded daily that he go take the mark, and evil spirits and dead ghosts haunted him. Plus he had been banned twice for long periods from his favorite website in his world theforce.net for only perceived and very minor offenses, the second time with absolutely no warning and for an exorbitantly long amount of time. Plus no one seemed to ever listen to him, though he tried daily to save people through knowledge, the wisdom of God and rescue and intervention, and he struggles with a porn addiction he desperately wants to be rid of.
No, I am.
And he is constantly harassed by the police just for being different, and has been accused of being on drugs twice by law enforcement and a 911 operator, plus he had been falsely accused of something his clone, Junk_Bell, did. And I thought walking around barefoot in the snow was tough.
Junk Bo is not my clone. He's just a shapeshifter who can look like anyone he wants. Or she or it, whatever.
Frostbite has frostbite. I've lost 3 toes already. Anyway, the Book of Good Farming says, many are the trials of the righteous, but the Lord delivers them from them all. That book was written by my God Jesus Christ and his Father, not that pretender God that many here and the lands across the ocean hold to, Sardoman, represented by a star pointing to the 4 cardinal directions north, south, east, and west, or their demon god Zadok. There is no God like unto our Father. Sardoman attempts to be like God, but the true followers of Jesus in the lands of the runescapes follow Jesus and his Father, and pray to him when they bury bones for prayer, and pray to him when they pray. The temples dedicated to Sardoman they do not enter. The Tzadokite temples they defile as iconoclasts, slaughtering the Tzadokite monks and quite throwing down their altars and images. On one of the tutorial islands in the RuneScape lands across our ocean, the towers bear windows in the form of the Tree of Life. Our Lord died on the cross. These ancient structures, old castles, are rarely seen on the mainland of here or there, but the Christian tradition dies hard. Brent my AV regrets making my brother Moroni 838, aka as RLDS Mormon 888, bow down to that evil Sardoman who is no better than Lucifer of my avatar Brent Salden Koivo Paulo Jones V's world. Zodic and Sardoman's eternal struggle is a show. Behind the scenes they are on the same side. Moroni 838 was right to be rid of his Sardomic pendant he earned fighting in the Sardomic Wars and defeating the Tzadikite warrior by consuming a potion. When my AV Brent returns to RuneScape across the ocean tonight, he will utterly forsake Sardoman and his ways, but become efficient at the use of runes and their elemental magic,
No!
as this power works differently in our world than in my avatars we're using.
Magic is still magic. Don't use runes, Brent. Please. I started to, then I got convicted and I realized I shouldn't have been doing that, so I stopped. Dropped all my literally I dropped all my runes. And eventually I stopped playing RuneScape and Albion altogether.
Magic is evil. My brother Moroni 838 earned tons of magic XP during his adventure working for that scoundrel pretend god Sardoman. After founding my guild, I went solo dung-eoning, beating a bunch of heretic mobs, then mined and quarried sandstone, tin, copper and iron ore, lots of it, sold it, and now have a total of 7,370 silver coin. P.S. My AV's God Yahweh told Brent to stop making my brother Moroni 838 use runes to do magic, but use of staffs or enchanted weapons is alright, as theologian/philosopher C.S. Lewis once explained in his writings. I am also no longer allowed to consume potions. Nor is my distant friend my AV's Orc Champion Gaelic or any of his fellow...
My characters on Racial Legends are allowed to consume potions. But I'm not them, so.
champions in the lands of the Shadow Legends allowed to consume potions or wear magic rings anymore, for these things leadeth to hell.
That's
and magic...
one thing my Racial Legends character cannot do is wear magic rings. I don't, and every time I notice that someone's wearing a ring, I take it off of them. And I don't put any rings on them, never. So.
Rings are decried in both the epic writings of J.R.R. Tolkien and the man he led to Christ, C.S. Lewis. In the lands of the Shadow Legends, however, all attacks and spells of the champions of Brent's Orc Champion Gaelic are permissible, because there is no practical way to do it otherwise. Last edit, March 19, 2022 at 11:22 p.m. by Study 3600. Love is Sacrifice. Study 3600. Administrator. Grand Inquisitive. Just got a second, female cat, I name tomorrow. She's a calico. Posts, 5194. November 18, 2021 at 4:06 a.m. Post by Study 3600 on November 18, 2021 at 4:06 a.m. 11/18. Thursday. Brent S. Start shift 9 o'clock November 18, 2021. Meal break start 10:28. Meal break end 10:59. End shift 13:41. Written tomorrow, in the wee hours of the morning, at midnight's edge, pre-dawn, or an ally written to Discord user 3, a fellow Albionian citizen. My guild, Jedi Warriors, will be a ragtag bunch of misfits, noobs, and also hundreds of seasoned experienced guildsmen who can show them the ropes. We never ever ban for inactivity, but only for bad behavior. We all have an equal share in all loot that go together and dungeoneer. No one who is our guild is ever left out of the party and we leave no guild member behind. Edited. 1:48 a.m. If one is full looted in a red or black zone or is ganked, we help him get back on his feet. Edited. 1:48 a.m. We are fair to all, encourage anti-ganking, do not allow ganking. 1:49 a.m. And we try to go about doing good for our fellow Albionians. 1:52 a.m. We participate in faction warfare, sieges, farming, builds, islands, fishing, PvP, PvE raids, solo dungeons, encourage and help prepare our members for expeditions, help our members out with a little extra silver for travel and repairs, give mounts when needed and encourage self-sufficiency always and encourage grinding. 1:53 a.m. In other words, we don't spoon feed our members, give them a million silver coin and say go do whatever. 1:53 a.m. We are organized. 1:53 a.m. Go on missions. 1:53 a.m. Discourage beggary and encourage help when needed, edited. 1:54 a.m. We encourage our members to be honest, trustworthy, noble regardless of what they believe. 1:55 a.m. We encourage our members to be model citizens of Albion. 1:55 a.m. We teach mores and ethics. 1:57 a.m. We encourage showing mercy to creatures. There is no good reason to kill unless you have to kill every creature in a dungeon, friendly dueling or fighting incidental to other activities, or a need for silver hides or other resources, or self-defense. 1:58 a.m. We encourage none of our guild leaders to be overly harsh, especially to first and second time offenders, especially when they acted, spoke or did something wrong in ignorance. 1:59 a.m. We hardly ever ban for the first offense unless the nature of the offense is very severe. 3:45 a.m. Later this morning I have to go to work, I'm already in my uniform. I looked at porn last night. Maggie is not the problem. Porn is the problem. I need to find something to replace porn. 2:31 a.m. tomorrow. I found it and it is two things. Always live streaming in an organized, not disorganized, fashion, thanks, Mark, during my off hours, and the knowledge that I am a married man, to my wife,
I'm not married
Maggie
yet.
6 and V, my
I am
sweet
not
girl.
married yet. That's the one thing that if I believe that continue to believe that, that'll lead to my downfall. If I believed, though, that I still believed I was married. I'm not married yet. Not yet. I will be, hopefully, but not yet. I'm not married yet. So.
The day, as I kept diary 23, Satan showed me a yellow highlighter and highlighter mark, a manifestation of a dead Maggie, and that God made a countermove by showing me a vision of Maggie, was the day Maggie left her house, sending all she could not carry with her in packages to PO boxes where she would claim them and send them on further and in U-Hauls and moving vans, transferring her belongings from storage unit to storage unit, carrying her most prized possessions she could carry and her necessary items close to her person. She started her 1,000-mile journey to my waiting arms.
I can't vouch for whether or not any of this is true or not. This is probably just conjecture. I don't know. Maybe I was making it all up. I don't know.
With her laptop, she
I
tuned
have no confirmation on any of this.
into many of my live streams. She contacted me on Discord and on Mara/Luke,
Ow!
asked angels to send me her hairs from her head as a courting love practice. Look it up, they really did that, and to leave me gifts. She sent me little trinkets, and for angels to take books from my house and let her borrow them. Meanwhile, her clone snuck into my house and stole things from me and preserved my grandpa's words and her favorite of my YouTube videos and streams, downloading them to my computer before YouTube took all my videos down. Also, my clone Junk_Bow tried to kill.
Thank God I paid a pet deposit. This floor is gonna have to be redone. Re-wooded or whatever it's called. What do we call that? Because cats trashing all up. Thank God I paid a pet deposit. I wish you. Re-wooded down. I only wooden floor can't be re-wooded. It's crazy. It's just crazy talk. Wooden floors can't be re-wooded. No, we're not having a word for that in English language. If it's gone, it's gone. If tomorrow strips all the wood off off the floor, I'm just gonna have to pay the pet deposit. thank God that I paid the deposit. So
me. Meanwhile, I had to suffer in unimaginable hells for cheating multiple times on my wife with myriads of women, pictures, cartoons, statues, and other inordinate affections, and Satan conspired with the Lord of the Dead and tricked me into going off my meds, which Maggie, not God, told me to go back on, because she knew I absolutely needed them. All this was going on simultaneously. Meanwhile, Maggie hired a family of cousins to squat in a house next door to mine, bug my house and my computer and phone, and watch me. I've been burned to a crisp, lost life and limb, tortured,
first
severely.
of all, I've never been burned to a crisp. I have died. I floated outside my body and I came back into it. I haven't lost any limbs, thank God. I've been tortured by demons. I have been severely injured before. I've been poisoned. I've been shot at. My house has been bombarded. I've been imprisoned. I have loved hard. I have fought demons, not people. Actually, I have fought people before, but I lost that fight. I have raised men to life from death. I have been to heaven. I've been to hell. I have community departed saints. I have spoken with the Lord Jesus Christ face to face. I did not have a memories erased. That was a lie. It was a delusion. I was not a Project Paperclip child. I was a delusion. I was part owner of a small business vocational school. They made some cookies. Yes, I was. I have not been to the moon or other planets. That's a lie. Delusion. I have been to parallel universe. That's true. I have time travel. That's true. I have not got a bomb shoved through the top of my nose. It's a dream Satan gave me. And it still hurts as a bee sting. A bee stung me there in my nose. That's why my nose hurts. I have not leapt two various tall fences. That was a dream Satan gave me. I have not ran through a triple nose. It's a dream Satan gave me. I have not fought Nazis. I have not fought evil doctors. Only in Wolfenstein 3D, not real life. I have not fought aliens. Only in video games. I have not rescued children. And despite all this, a lot of that was fictional and delusional. Have done and said some of the dumbest, stupidest things in marriage. Yes, I have. Begged, I have. Took advantage of people, yes, I have. But not in bad ways. Just, money-wise. Food-wise, stuff like that. Bullied, yes, I have. Teased, yes, I have. Was know-it-all in school, yes, I was. Even Sunday school classes recently, yes, I was. A maverick with an independent streak. I don't know about that. Always skating at the nights, the third millionth themes, chances to get things right. Yes, I do. Am mean to people. Yes, I have been. A real jerk sometimes, as can be. And addicted to caffeine. Yes. Easily distracted. Yes. Have major speech impediment. Yes, I do. Mild dyslexia. Yes, I do. Sometimes misinterpret scripture and prophecy. Yes, I do. Have rejected almost every truth I eventually accepted. Yes, it's true. I'm autistic, though extremely high functioning, yes. And bipolar, or not anymore. Have a very poor short-term memory, sometimes. Get lost in thought to the point where I cease physical activity, which is terrible when it happens while I'm on the job working for a running family. True. Oversleep, yes. Sometimes stay up too late or all night, yes. But not as often as I used to, yes. Talk too much. Yes, I'm a little narcissistic. Yes, constantly interrupt people because I'm a heroic empath and I can read minds and communicate mentally with certain people. Maybe, but I definitely am a heroic empath. Have seen angels? Yes. The gods? Yes. Someone top her as far as what I saw has shaved their heads bald. That was absolutely shocked me. True. Participated in actual church association and church general and true general conference of the church on earth, RLDS. Read the Civic Mormon, yes. And managed all kinds of forums, yes. Created my many websites and blogs, yes. Wrote and will write many Star Wars scripts, yes. and will direct some of them, maybe, and help do some, maybe. But sometimes not now. Now I have complete mental clarity, but try again in a few days when doubts hold sway again. A lot of that was all false. A lot of that was true, like I said. So here we go.
Injured, poisoned, shot at, house bombarded, imprisoned, loved hard, fought, have done and said, get lost in thought to the point I cease physical activity, which is terrible when it happens while I'm on the job or working for a friend or family, oversleep, sometimes stay up too late or all night, but not as often as I used to, talk too much, am a little narcissistic, constantly interrupt people because I am a hyoka empathy and can read minds and communicate mentally with certain people, have seen angels, the gods, some on top or as far up as I saw, shave their heads bald, which absolutely shocked me, participated in actual church legislation in a true general conference of the true church o' earth, RLDS, read the sealed Book of Mormon, administer all kinds of forums, created many websites and blogs. Wrote and will write many Star Wars scripts and will direct some of them and help produce them, but sometimes, not now I have complete mental clarity, but try again in a few days when doubts hold sway again and I'm tempted to alter this whole entry. Please God give me a very strong warning not to do that ever, amen. Sometimes, my thinking is off and I get delusional, fantasize, daydream,
He didn't have to because a lot of that was false.
Read and get off on smut, draw dirty pictures, I mean I did. I will never again, and walked 5 miles down a railroad track locally loaded down with luggage and crossed a dangerous and very high bridge, inspired songs and movies and shows and novels and short stories and poetry.
I did not inspire songs and movies and shows and novels and short stories and poetry. It's a lie.
And sang in a choir. But my weaknesses, exploits, strengths, and so much more are nothing compared to my mighty love to and faith on my God Jehovah and his Son the Lamb Jesus Christ. I have not finished my course. The race is far from won. I'm going to go on and keep on fighting and winning, God having every single failure and every single victory from here on out. Amen. Twitch blackbarred me for streaming RuneScape and RuneScape either deleted or suspended my account for accidental rules violation. It was fun while it lasted. Now I can stream unlimited and uninhibited with Discord and possibly record my screen during that whole time with vMaker Chrome browser extension. We'll see. RuneScape. November 17th, 2021. Moroni 838. A shout out to my brother across the sea, on Albion. His other brother, Brent Koivopalo 8, died of a case of sore throat hennichitis. As I begin my second life on a new server, having to start over with scant XP, I talk.
He died of a case of sore through the neckitis. It's a joke. In other words, he died. He's dead. The video game character, not a person. Video game person. My video game character died from a case of sword to the neckitis. In other words, he's gone. You never hear from him again.
To a man in a house, who told me to open the door to the house. I walked out and talked to Brenna, who told me I had many skills I can train. The old me was afraid to use runes and elemental magic. The new me is not, but I will never worship Sardomin again. Hallelujah. Now we can light logs without tinder boxes. Actually, I started the new life with one already on my tool belt. Now I have fire making experience. Now I want to kill, cook, eat. At 4:43 a.m. CDT of my avatar Brent's time, though it was broad daylight here in G Linear, I left Brenna and followed a wooden fence to the edge of a cliff, did an about face, and marched to cut down me second tree. Then my third, fourth, and fifth. At my fourth I became a level 2 woodcutter. I wonder if there is a grand exchange here in G Linear. I went round back of a house and treaded betwixt the house and the fence, then trudged round the other side the house, then back into its front door and talked to Reginald again. He told me to just follow the trail and instructions, and that it would all be over soon. I continued into the house's dining hall and saw a rich repast set out, but for Reginald and his family, I was just visiting. They shall eat well tonight. I walked out of the dining hall at 4:52 a.m., my AV Brandt's time. I am starting off on the right foot with my 36-second life. My first life because after my AV Brandt had looked at porn all night, back around 2005 AD, my AV's time, before creating my account and his cousin Nephi had caught him in the morning having snuck onto his cousin's computer playing my account, so my first life did not start out soundly. I followed the trail and came at length to a fishing hole where I caught some shrimp with my net, then cooked them on an open flame. I burned it the first time, as expected. I caught 2 more raw shrimp groups, and made 2 more cooking attempts. I am now a level 2 fire starter. The second time I successfully cooked the shrimp. The third time I burned them again. After the second time, the trail led back to Brenna. She told me to open the gate and move on to the next tutor. But before I moved on, I cooked 2 more shrimp and earned a cooking level 2, and cut down another tree, my 6th. I followed the trail which followed the fence, opened the gate, and followed the trail, down a lane fenced on either side with a wooden fence, to the ocean beach head, where I waved to Brent Salden, my living brother across the sea, thousands and thousands of miles away. The trail led to the master chef in a house where the living room was a kitchen cookery. The master chef Leff, whom I talked to at 5:10 p.m. CDT my AV's time, told me he would teach me how to bake bread, and gave me an empty bucket and a pot of flour. Apparently they have plumbing and running water here in G-Liner because Leff then told me to fill the bucket with water from his sink, so I did. I wet the flour into dough, then baked the dough into bread on Leff's range. Then at 5:16 a.m. AV's time, I showed the master chef my freshly baked bread. I followed a path to a house, earning a woodcutting level of 3 by hacking a stump. A man in the house told my AV Brandt that quests are red when unstarted, yellow when in progress, and green when completed. The quest icon looks like an orange V or checkmark. I went down into a dungeon beneath his house. There, miner, not, miner, one who mines, Desic, a miner by trade, helped me learn again to mine. Apparently I already have a pickaxe. I mined tin ore and got to level 2 mining again. Starting over for me is necessary because the old me made some mistakes. I mined more tin, then copper, and re-obtained level 3 mining. For the first time, my backpack was full. I talked to Desic again. He told me tin and copper could be smelted together to make bronze. I hurried to smelt my ore in Desic's furnace, then Desic told me how to make a melee weapon out of it. He told me to start by smithing a bronze dagger at an anvil, but I used the forge instead mistakenly, or, actually I heated the forge to start my project and finished the fully heated project at the anvil as I was supposed to. I had only thought it to be a mistake. After the dagger was finished at the anvil, I hurried back to Desic at 5:37 a.m. CDT. I opened a gate in the dungeon and talked to Vanica, my combat instructor, the greatest swordsman alive. He seriously called my dagger a butter knife. He earned my respect when I told him I was Moroni 838 and he said to him I was just a newcomer who thinks he can fight. I put the dagger into my utility belt. He told me to kill a rat. I killed 5 giant rats as my AV listened to a short history of the Earth by H.G. Wells. Vanuika congratulated me for slaying my first monster. My first life ended today when I returned to the old school world to find it empty of current citizens. Vanuika bade me go to the surface, saying I'd learn ranged and magic skills on the mainland. I climbed the ladder up to an open manhole's top, then followed the yellow trail to a tree, which I cut down, then I continued to follow the trail to up a ramp into a house. From my financial advisor I learned that there is a grand exchange here. Like in my first life, the grand exchange is in Varrock, and I only think I will be starting in Lumbridge. I withdrew 25 coins to start out my journey from the bank of Tutorial Island. I will have to darken the door of a sardonic church, but only to learn how to pray to my God Jehovah, or Jesus
Really?
Christ.
I know that.
But I will keep
Oh.
my mouth shut. To be a secret believer, I called the
know
sardonic
that.
priest brother so he wouldn't
Wow.
suspect me and immediately have
I
me
know
arrested
that.
and tried
Wow.
by the Grand Inquisitor.
Wow.
I swear to never again pray at an sardonic altar, but promise to never neglect to bury bones, and each time thank my God Jesus Christ for the victory, and pray to him as I use my prayer points. To be compliant, I asked him if there were rules about how I should behave. He told me to be courteous to others and not to cause trouble.
Didn't work.
I said I'd keep that in mind. Now it's time for the magic tutor.
He didn't warp to another level. He went straight to the next level.
I will show much proficiency in elemental magic in this land, as was shown to my AV Brent in his dream. Terova the wizard told me,
That was a dream that God gave me to warn me that I was going to get gung-ho from Azure and be careful. And I shouldn't do it. It was wrong. That's why God gave me that dream, to warn me. I shouldn't do that. I shouldn't use magic in RuneScape. I shouldn't even play RuneScape. So now, I'm glad I don't anymore. You know? So anyway.
At 6:03 and 29 seconds a.m. AV's time,
I forgot
how to use my spell book.
I forgot how difficult level 3 of world level 3 of world 1 was. That's a very difficult level. I'm so glad I warped past it. Anyway.
Runes with the rune crafting skill. I must wield a magic weapon to cast combat spells. But simple spells require no weapon. I'll begin my adventure in a place I cannot name or say, in the kingdom of Ascarnia.
Toad?
The unmentionable place. Imperial Guard there, the wizard.
I didn't know Toad was in this. Oh, shoot. Shoot. Skip this.
Claims, needs people like me to defend.
I thought Toad was an evangelist from Smash Brothers 1. Or 2, I mean.
His principality from trolls invading from the north. The wizard deactivated the protective spells surrounding Tutorial Island so I could stone teleport to the unnamed city using the lodestone network. If I get lost, I can freely teleport to a lodestone I have discovered, he says. Okay, hot dog, new lands to discover, new digs for me. At 6:11 and 19 seconds a.m. AV's time I teleported to the unnamed city.
Better.
I talked to Turiel the Slayer Master. He asked me what I was after and I said adventure. I made a profit of 5 coins by accepting the call to adventure quest. Now I have a total of 30 GP, or creds. He sent me onto a fishing place to catch and cook crayfish, then to a mine southwest of Sayati unnamed to mine ore. I asked him where the nearest bank was and he guided me southwest, which is where I headed both to locate the bank and to mine. I bid him farewell. At 6:22 a.m. CDT AV's time, I unlock the path wealth when I get free bait and thread from Nicholas Angle the fisherman. I raked a potato field, talked to a farmer, bade him farewell, fished with a cage, caught crayfish, made a tinderbox, and cooked my crayfish. I leveled up fishing and cooking in the process. I have enough food. Now I need to mine enough resources to smith my armor, I said to myself. I have 1000 hit points now. Now, let's see, the mine is SW of unnamed city. Brant's AV got up at 6:31 a.m. CDT to urinate and pour himself some chocolate milk, and I lost contact with him as he got logged out. He logged back in. My world is Server 38. I went into a cave and mined ore and dropped some of my stuff to make room for more ore, and mined more, until my backpack was full a third time. I notice I'm dressed like a Hebrew. I talked to Tobit about the skills menu. He showed me that some skills level up from 99 to 120. To earn the max cape, I would have to achieve 99 in every skill set. A worthy goal, I had thought wrong. I had to drop some copper ore and cooked crayfish to make room for tin ore so I can smelt ore into bronze for armor. All our motives are complicated. We balance not
Flying
simple
fish.
urgencies. We are above the animals who act purely on instinct. Our instincts should be used wisely, when needed to be acted upon, and we need to use self-control. Animals cannot sin. At 6:55 a.m. CDT I earned mining level 4. Exiting the cave, I came to talk to Linza, who told me she don't need my help right now. I inadvertently made a hatchet. I went into the cave, mined copper, and wielded the hatchet. At 7:11 a.m. CDT I reached a mining level of 5. You know, in my first life, I offered a man mage robes I found and he gave me a full suit of armor, my first. This time, I crafted my own armor with sweat and grit and fire and ore and blood. I made a bronze ore box and got a smithing level of 2. Then I got mining level 7. I heard the legend of the Crossbill, a poem by Longfellow, preserved by the author of an audiobook about ornithology I was listening to on YouTube. At 7:38 p.m. I finished smithing my bronze plate shirt. Then I teleported back to the city unnamed City Square, accidentally. For Brent had run out of battery in his mouse and sought a way to move me with his laptop's keyboard. I sought the bank. I looked at the world map for the very first time. At 7:49 p.m. I got level 8 mining and I learned that once you are on a quest, you can't, or I thought you couldn't, ask the machine to direct your path elsewhere until you complete your quest, but I was mistaken. I guess that thing that I was mistaken about was a good thing. M key on the keyboard brings up the map like in Albion. At 7:58 a.m. I reached a bridge, hopefully a bank is nearby.
There's Hammer Brothers and Super Mario Brothers 1? Huh.
I searched a laundry basket. It was full of dirty robes. At 8:01 a.m. I filled empty water bucket. At 8:05 a.m. I walked through a wheat field. It was a dead end. A goblin told me that red armor was best because his boss said so and the boss was bigger than him or he bigger than me. Then I wandered into a Zamorakai temple and walked out. I kept searching for the elusive bank. The map suggests I'm way off course. As my AV Brent is typing my adventurer's logbook up on November 21st, 2021 AD at 9:36 a.m. while he is normally supposed to be in church but feels because of what Joy told him about not being able to go to the restructured church until he cleans up his life and truly repents of his sins, that he is too dirty to darken the doors of any church or church. He is watching the rise of Skywalker. Back to the present. Now is the time I wish I could change my trail to the bank. Later I realized that I needed to follow the blue arrow indicator, not the yellow one, on the minimap to get to where I marked the world map at. At 8:14 a.m., on my way to find the bank, I sat down to listen to a minstrel playing mandolin. It was beautiful. Then I activated the Filator lodestone. Around 8:22 a.m., I learned that you clear any path you want to alter, viz. quests. At 8:24 a.m., I found the entrance to a building with a bank in it finally. I will never get the max cape because I would have to then practice thievery, which is a sin worse than the sin of beggary. Around 8:38 a.m. I finally made it to a bank. I also put 10 coins in the bank. At 8:57 a.m. CDT I reached level 4 smithing. At 8:59 a.m. I discovered that once you clear a path, you can re-establish that path later, or go back to it. I reached cooking level 7 and unlocked baked potato by killing and cooking and not burning 4 rabbits, connies, rabbits and hares. I reached fighting level 2. I went back to Duriel, who said to me, "Excellent. Not only do you have food, a helmet, and a melee weapon, but you've even equipped additional melee armor. Well done." My AV went and poured on chocolate milk, then it was time for me to learn some more combat technique. Now I'm Firemaker level 5 and cooking level 8. I ground some ashes. I ground more ashes and earned more herb lore XP. At 9:24 a.m. CDT I go to face trolls. But first, I got some bow bolts and brought an air rune from Corporal Booth at the entrance to the dungeon or mine, and I have 3 GP left, 10 GP in the bank. The bolts were free. I said hello, there to a wounded soldier. He said arg, in pain. You know, bothering someone who's been beaten by a bunch of trolls might not be a good idea. I better leave him to recover. By defeating my first troll, I earned my cape. Also I forged my kite shield and alternate leggings earlier, and put the alternate leggings in the bank. I beat my second troll. I buried 2 sets of bones, praying to God, thanking him. Now I have beat more trolls, and the raptor helped me, and I have 45 credits now. For beating yet another troll, I beat quite a few. I got some more bolts, or arrows, which I will soon clip to my tool belt. Now I have 70 gold pieces. Brent my AV tends to start his diaries with specifics going into great detail tour. They become more and more general as they go along. I talked to Turil again, who congratulated me on defeating those trolls. Then he asked me if I was ready to move on. Oh, yes. I leveled up to combat level 3 when I said yes, I'm ready to move on instead of I want to kill some more trolls. On the last lesson, I was taught about the adrenaline meter. I wandered into a tavern in search of a bank. I found, took, and read a book on the wilderness in the bar, while searching for the exit. And now, at 11:48 a.m. CDT of my AV's time, on November 21, 2021 CE/AD, Brent has just finished the unretconned version of The Rise of Skywalker. He thinks The Last Jedi is better because Tros must be retconned so Ben Solo doesn't die twice at the end, so he and marry Rey in Star Wars Episode 10, The Order Menace, but he absolutely loves The Rise of Skywalker and doesn't and can't see what everyone on Earth seems to have against the film. And now, to return to the present, I did not drink. 9:55 a.m. I cooked 2 whole chickens at a range in a castle in Falater. I walked down a causeway to a dead end with crates where I searched empty crates and poked a torch, saying I shouldn't play with fire. I went upon the castle's roof, its battlements. 10:26 a.m. CDT. Well, I've decided to go adventuring and exploring. And now I'm in World 29. And now, at 12:16 p.m. CDT, my avatar Brent's time, on November 21, 21 CE, he is beginning to watch Star Wars, A New Hope. He has already watched The Phantom Menace, The Force Awakens, The Last Jedi and The Rise of Skywalker. Later today, he is planning on streaming Attack of the Clones on Discord after typing this adventure log and the next and his letter to Maggie. A New Hope is over, and he has played and streamed and logged more RuneScape. All this he expects to take up his entire day. He still has not used the writing desk the Lord gave him, nor composed football, fatman, humorous versions, nor churned out any more serious Star Wars scripts. He needs to take a lesson from me, Moroni 838, about the difference between talking and writing, about doing something and actually doing it, and accomplishing the tasks and goals one has set for oneself. Returning to the present, I need to telegraph a message to Brent Salden, my brother on the Albion mainland across the sea. The demon god is not Zadok, but Zamorak. At 10:18 a.m. I crossed a bridge. I am near to the Grand Exchange, Varrock, and Edgeville. At 11:02 a.m. I entered the Grand Exchange. I found out that a non-member can only make 3 Grand Exchange orders at a time. Now I have 707 coins. Now, to activate the Varrock lodestone, I now have 4,547 gold coin. No one wants the cooked rabbit yet, but they would buy it a few days later. Give it time. At 11:14, I left the Grand Exchange. To Varrock. Before using the Grand Exchange, Brent prayed that he would help him to be prosperous at the Grand Exchange. Bought a Varrock Herald, read it. It was good, informative. Crossed a cross-shaped 4-way bridge that a few days later I would teleport from the very center of. Looking for that lodestone. I bought a few tools and a password security book at the Varick General Store and read it. It was good information. I still haven't found the lodestone. Next. The store proprietor. Next, the Varick Bank. Found out how to mark the world map and auto-go places using the Minimap, a microcosm of my current locale or area on the world map, by clicking on the world map given Minimap blue indicator arrow. I bought, for 1 cred, a newcomer map. The land of G-Liner is divided in its southern parts into 3 parts. To the north is the PvP wilderness. To the south are the lands of Mistheim and Escarnia. The 8 main cities of these 2 lands are to the west, Edgeville, Philater, Remington, Port Sarim. Midland is Draenor, and to the east, Varick, south of Varick, Lumbridge. South of Lumbridge, a desert place called Alcarid. To the east are the dangerous and deadly vampire lands. I am so excited to have the complete lay of the land. I'm likely to travel now. Praise God. Now I'll go find a weapon, an armor dealer, which, a weapon dealer, I did, later and armed myself much better, but was already quite good on armor, save for my cuffs, which I forged later by a bank near the Grand Exchange in Varick, and my boots, which I would forge and anvil out later still, a rune and magical weapons dealer or dealers, which by November 21, 2021 I hadn't yet, having by then only 2 runes, 1 air, and 1 water, and 1 magical weapon I got from defeating a goblin, an air staff. And a potion store, which I hadn't found yet nor even looked for by November 21, 21, and go to the Varick Bank. Maybe I'll run into that lodestone along the way, Though that was my tentative plan, that's not what I did at all. I did manage to find the lodestone later, though. I thought, erroneously that, now, everything needed to be crafted in New RuneScape, and couldn't be bought at shops, so I wrote, change of plans, I'll activate the lodestone, go to the bank, then go to the Grand Exchange and put in buy orders, which, I did not do at this time, for special weapons and armor and runes and magical items, potions and weapons, etc. I am adding practical things to what I wrote earlier to plan ahead. First, I'll mine ore and harvest other resources to sell after emptying my rucksack, which, I did at this time. At 11:40 and 26 seconds AM I activated the lodestone and then my AV got up and got yesterday's oatmeal out of the fridge and tried eating it or ate it cold. He thought it was the most delicious, nutritious oatmeal he had ever had, period. 12:01 p.m. CDT I have 2K in the bank, 2.486K in my coin pouch. I'm ready to go to the Grand Exchange after I mine and harvest resources for selling for coinage to be made freer by being able to buy more and better things at the shops and possibly if I decide to go the easier quicker route for some items, the Grand Exchange. I may stop at the bank again after I trek up to the Grand Exchange to deposit more gold in it. Moroni 838 out. Brent enjoyed his leftover cold oatmeal immensely. I got my first major victory over my first challenging enemy, a giant rat. He was very high level. It is 12:41 p.m. CDT. At 12:54 p.m. CDT I became an archaeologist. God led me to do it. First, I'm going to the Grand Exchange, selling my ore, then coming back to the archaeologist. At 1:01 p.m., after searching in vain for the Grand Exchange, I teleported to the Varick lodestone. 1:24 p.m. After going to the Grand Exchange, I teleported to Varick. Supplies I need to obtain to be an archaeologist. Asterisk archaeologist's workbench. Asterisk 5 imperial iron. Asterisk 5 purple hardwood. Collections I need. Museum training weapons -1. Info, Centurion's dress sword. Once it's preserved. Reward, the Mortal Cup, font of life relic power. This is so exciting. An actual vocation. That, I did not have in my first life. 3:07 p.m. My AV brand spent a lot of time reading the rules of RuneScape and the official Ars Discord server. At 3:12 p.m. 2 sell orders at the Grand Exchange were filled, one for copper ore and one for tin ore. Now I have 5,717 GP. 11/18 Thursday. Dear Maggie, my pearl, I attempted to stream the following to you, dear. The Phantom Menace. TBC. Last edit, September 29, 2025 at 3:59 a.m. by Study 3600. Love is Sacrifice. Study 3600. Administrator. Grand Inquisitive. Just got a second, female cat, I name tomorrow. She's a calico. Posts, 5194. November 19, 2021 at 10:47 a.m. Post by Study 3600 on November 19, 2021 at 10:47 a.m. 11/19. Friday. I got up from my love seat around 10 a.m. and ate a peanut butter and jelly sandwich for breakfast. I started listening to the audiobook of The Black House from where I left off reading it at McDonald's yesterday. Earlier this morning I got up and tidied up my apartment a bit to prepare for the arrival of Taylor Brady, my CMHS case manager. She arrives at noon. I need to find out from her when my first appointment with Tracy, my new RX doctor, is. At 2 p.m. I am having a Zoom call with Star Wars Santa to discuss technical issues with Discord to help me stream better, and at 4 p.m. I start my second stream with the Phantom Menace again because yesterday was a false start with zero audience. 2:30 p.m. Star Wars Santa just got home recently and will soon send me a Zoom link. My appointment with Taylor Brady went well. She set up an appointment with Tracy, my next appointment with Taylor Brady after Thanksgiving, and got the ball rolling for possibly a woman named Mary to be my new SSI representative payee, and will get the ball rolling for me to start budgeting program with case management. After Taylor left, I advertised my Star Wars Super commentary on my Mara/Luke site, Twitter, Imagic Makers Discord server and Nerdhalla network, and to all my followers. I found out that views on a Mara/Luke board thread indeed are representative views and not actual views. One view, for example, may mean 2 to 5 people viewed the thread. I was right all along about that. I learned this when 20 people were viewing my board with one thread for several minutes, and I looked and it said the thread had 9 views. My Star Wars Super commentary and more super chat rules, written yesterday. Each chatter will be expected to have read, understood, and be in agreement with these rules before taking part in the voice chat. IA schedule of super commentary. IB rules for mods. IC rules for chatters. 2 final rules. IA schedule for super commentary/super chat, subject to change without notice, also sometimes will not be able to be followed exactly due to circumstances I have no power over. I will post changes as they are made, as soon as I am able. A weekdays. From approximate 4 p.m., UTC 10 p.m., approximate 9 p.m. CDT, 4 a.m. UTC, with 1 meal and pill break during which the stream will be closed if there are no other mods but me, but if there are other mods they can mod and the show can go on while I am making and eating supper and taking my pills and supplements if I take my supplements, edited. B Saturday, edited. 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. CDT under the same conditions. Edited. C Sunday. 2 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. CDT, edited. D nature of stream. What to expect. This event has 3 main parts. 1. A Star Wars Super movie shown 1x per year. 2. A Star Wars Super commentary. By Brantley Salden Koivo Paulo Jones v. 3. A moderated super chat. What to expect in stream content, edited. In November of 2021, starting after 5 p.m. CDT on November 18, 2021 CE/AD and continuing possibly till at least February of 2022 and possibly longer, is the Star Wars Super commentary and more. As I explain Star Wars with my intimate knowledge of the material covered and as I learn new things about it and also react, this stream will be going on for a long time. It will include everything I can think of canon Star Wars within reason. Included content will be fan films I feel should be made canon, such as Star Wars Theories Vader fan film and possibly its sequel if he gets to make it before my commentary is over. Edited. Some, but not all, canon audiobooks including the Darth Bane trilogy. The entire canon series I-9, edited. The canon audio/motion comic series including Theory Guy narrating the Vader series. High Republic. SW video game walkthroughs, excepting Battlefront and Force Unleashed. This will be 100% a part of the storyline authorized recognized 100% coherently canon, such as Jedi Fallen Order, Squadrons, and Vader Immortal. Clone Wars and Rebels and other SW series and as necessary fan reactions to them, warning with reactions by fans for language FNS bombs especially, chatters are asked not to repeat the words heard in these fan reactions if I must resort to filling in gaps in the story with them. Edited. CW 2003 and the CW 2008 movie before the CW 2008 series begins. The Holiday Special. After Episode 9 concludes, I will be narrating what I have of all my public original Star Wars scripts written by that time. There may be a big surprise at the end, a fresh new screenplay. By the Filoni to my Lucas, unnamed here if I can get his permission to narrate it, which takes place 800 years after Episode 15 and is amazing and very lived in feel too. Edited. For those wondering, I will not be broadcasting the Star Wars humorous versions unless they are in very high demand for me to include them in this stream, but discussion of them is not off the table. Some, but not all, Legends and EU material will be covered, edited. SW music. SW parody, meme, and humor videos. Other Star Wars related videos. Other things that will be broadcasted that will be included in the stream. The following video games Albion Online, edited. Wolfenstein 3D and Spear of Destiny and any other Wolf game. YouTube, YT, and played live. Pong. Faxinatu, YT. Any Zelda game, YT. Diablo, YT. Myst, YT. No, do not play or watch Myst or Ribbon. They are of such a nature that literally if you play them through to the end and beat them, you die. Ribbon, YT. Me reading, writing, correcting, and editing my diaries/journals/records on my PropBoards site. Weird Al Yankovic and other secular music videos. Me editing and writing on and building up and moderating my PropBoards site. When I check my email or do anything else I will end the stream, pause the movie, and start the stream again when finished. Anything not entertaining, enlightening or that I wish to keep private is not streamed. And it will be a supervised cat. If Junk_Bow tries for 1 second to impersonate me, he will be immediately detected, kicked, and banned from everything Star Wars, but not a free exchange of ideas. He can talk though, but must always identify himself as Junk_Bow. I will be the one commenting on Star Wars, etc. When I speak as a mod I will identify myself as Brand. In cases where the streams necessarily start late, there will be, if possible, a 2-hour extension to them. Streams that must start at or after 9 will end at 11 and if they start at 10 will end at approximate midnight, etc. IB rules for mods. 1. No legitimate topic is off the table. 2. We can talk about every aspect of Star Wars including what is not shown in the stream. 3. Be civil. 4. Engender good feeling. 5. Firm hand, soft voice, show mercy, yet be stern and willing to mute and kick when necessary. 6. There will be times for commentary, about 1 hour and a half, where I will be doing all the talking unless there is a very good reason to interrupt my commentary, such as an emergency or crisis, followed by an hour of super chat. This is cyclical and endlessly repeating. Edited. 7. During the chat time, anyone can ask anyone any direct question. The person asked is not obligated to answer a word. 8. Debating with anger, hot angry contention, is not allowed. Step in if people get angry. Use mediation techniques. Diffuse situations before they get nasty. If they are nasty, ban the offender. If it is hard to tell who the offender is, ban all involved in the angry argument. Don't let the chatters divide and conquer. All the mods must be on the same page about the behavior expected by those in the chat room. 9. Although if someone brings it up or it is incidental to something I say in my commentary, religion may be discussed, I will not be broadcasting church-related things, unless incidental to Star Wars or other content mentioned above. 10. We can say Merry Christmas or even Happy Chanukah, Ramadan, Tet, Kwanzaa, etc. with no penalty. Edited. Asterisk if someone sings or plays a song or instrument, only kick if it is a sexual, new age, or heavy metal or harder music or hard rap song. Most hard rock is alright. Use discretion. Some swearing in music is allowed. Edited. Asterisk there is no penalty for talking in a foreign language, even if no one interprets, so long as the mic is not dominated by it. Several foreign people can talk in a foreign tongue. It's alright. Asterisk us mods can't bring up the following topics. Religion, except incidental to any conversation. Edited. Politics, ditto, edited. Racism, edited. Misogyny and women's lib, edited. Secret societies, edited. The vax and masks, edited. 11. Biden, Trump or Obama. Homosexuality or LGBTQ+, edited. Don't ask, don't tell. Asterisk when a mod is asked a direct question on any or all of these subject, he is entitled to give his/her opinion on it, and speak only once to his opinion, then shut up about it, once per direct question. Myself and the mods are instructed not to be drawn into any debate or argument, except about Star Wars related topics, and that without anger. A mod is one who can keep his cool even if he/she feels passionate about something. We are not the chatters, who are free to debate and argue friendlily endlessly about almost anything during chat time. As admin privilege, I the commentator am allowed to bring up any topic within reason, including all those above incidental to my commentary or diary, or what I say while gaming or broadcasting games or music, videos, etc., and all except the mods are free to discuss, without anger or fighting, anything anyone says so long as it is not a clear violation of these rules. 12. If you catch me or any of your fellow mods in violation of these rules as you understand them and are guided by them, be quick to remind them or me where we/are at fault. Edited. 13. If a mod refuses to be corrected, no mod even is above the law. I can't ban myself, it's my forum, but I am not unable to receive correction. Get in line, follow rules I set myself and behave myself better from then on. 14. No one is to be kicked or muted simply because you do not agree with their opinion, no matter how strongly you feel about it. 15. You can expect a wide variety of belief and opinion here, so steel yourselves and dig in your heels a little. I see rules for chatters. 1. The following will not be tolerated, even from mods. The exception that proves this rule is if I legitimately discuss any of these things incidental to my stream, or display them in my diaries or otherwise. 1. Streaming porn is an instant ban. 2. Promotion of any form of communism, socialism, fascism, Marxism, neo-Nazism, etc., edited. 3. Promotion of the LGBTQ+ agenda, edited. 4. Overuse of bad lingua, Even I am not allowed to do that. Some swearing, especially mild swearing or hard swearing, only sparingly by the chatters.
La 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 guanga. La 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 guanga. He used to be la guanga. He used to be la guanga. La 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 guanga. He used to la la be la guanga. Guanga. Do I know how to spell the word language? Laguanga. Oh, this is too funny. Shoot.
Or during fan reaction videos by the people in the video only, or in any movie, game, diary, or video I show. Yes, it used to have a couple German S-bombs in it that I had second thoughts about and edited out, but I'm liable to cuss in it again if something upsets me and I write about it, or I get inclined again to use some vulgar expression. Edited. 5. Discussion of harming self or others. In these cases, mods are notified to contact authorities, or if they don't or can't, I will. Edited. 6. Giving out very sensitive information such as account numbers, PINs, passwords, social security numbers, etc. Real-life names, locations, addresses, phone numbers, and emails are permitted, but you are cautioned to be careful who you trust, and if you have a gut feeling that you should not give that info out when someone asks for it, don't. Your gut is wiser than your mind. Edited. 7. Discussion of bomb making, perpetuating acts of terrorism, or doing any other illegal activity. Edited. 8. Scamming others. Edited. 9. Company trade secrets. Edited. 10. Gossip and hearsay of any type and unconfirmed Star Wars leaks and rumors. Edited. No matter the source, even if it's from Doomcock or Midnight's Edge, if it's a valid bit of confirmed information, proven, possibly even third-party verified, you can share it. People who constantly come on the chat saying I hear Kennedy's about to be fired, and all that other nonsense will be banned unless confirmed true third-party verified. Edited. 11. Begging for money.
8-1.
Edited. 12. Ad hominem attacks. If you don't know what that is, that's what Google is for. Edited. 13. Government secrets that are top secret or above top secret that are no one's business but those who have the proper clearance, and if revealed could have very negative repercussions for national security. Edited. 14. Promotion of Satanism, Luciferian.
Repercussions. Repercussions. Very negative repercussions. Oh, wow.
Or any secret society. Edited. 15. Monopolizing the mic, excessive talking over people, ignoring admin and mod warnings, verbal spam. Edited. 16. Sexual talk. Edited. 17. Catcalls and whistles or lewd comments or compliments directed at Princess Leia's or any SW or other media semi-nude body, partially exposed breast or buttock that is in ROTJ or tight suit such as exists in Wolfenstein Youngblood, or any reference to either genitalia, navel, curves, or breast or bra size. 18. Any discussion of witchcraft, wizardry, or Wicca, except incidental to the stream, following the set rules above. Edited. 19. Promotion of hard drugs. Edited. 20. Promotion of gangs, gang violence, fraternities, sororities, or any type or form of hazing except incidental to jokes or humor, ditto for above rules also, or some of them. Edited. 21. No debating or appealing the rules. Edited. 22. Bullying, except teasing in good fun, but not to excess. Better to laugh with than to laugh at. No one likes to be laughed at. Edited. 2. What is allowed? Disclaimer: allowance does not necessarily mean agreement by the admin or mods. 1. Promotion of the following: but not to the point of monopolization or excess, so any of these things would dominate the chat. Islam, Buddhism, Hinduism, similar world religions, New Age and Yoga, Hermeticism, Mormonism. Saying the vax is okay or necessary, but people are allowed to debate that unless it becomes angry, unruly debate or heated argument, and asking others have you gotten it, or saying I got mine today or last week or etc., but be prepared for a response and don't anyone lose their cool. The above rules will still be enforced on all topics. 3. On these subjects, the chatters are allowed to discuss without anger or fighting endlessly during chat time, as well as Star Wars and all other allowed topics. 4. In these discussions, if controversial, the mods are required to only act as mediators and only venture one opinion when asked directly and speak to that opinion once per question. Myself.
Opinion, not opium. Opinion. Opinion.
Included, unless incidental to the stream. Me. 5. For mods, if anyone asks someone a question they have already asked, unless they did not understand what you meant by your answer and ask you to clarify, or if anyone asks you to speak for someone else, if you have already been sufficiently clear in your own mind, you are not required to give any answer in these cases, and if they keep on asking, kick or ban them, or mute them, at your discretion. 2 final rules. 1. Remember, the focus is Star Wars, though other things will happen. 2. You can always, no holds barred almost, discuss Star Wars and Star Wars related topics, including the Force as it exists in Star Wars and the Force as it exists in reality, the Fa and the Tuki. 3. Have fun and may the Force be with you. Brantley Salden Koivo Paulo Jones v. Now, at 5:12 p.m. CDT. I am done writing physically in my book with pen and ink my rules. Now since there will be a 2-hour extension, I will start my stream as soon as I finish this post to this rules thread, and stream until 12 a.m. CDT or midnight my time. Der Rules, a true copy by Brantley Salden Jones v. Scroll up to the top. Do not enter the chat unless you have read, understand, and agree to all the above rules. 6:36 p.m.
Round midnight, possibly, I'm going to start this stream. I'm going to start with the Phantom Menace. No. I'm going to start with the Acolyte. I'm going to start with fair reactions to the Acolyte. Then the Phantom Menace, then the Struggle of the Clones, Clone Wars. I'm going to continue doing this for a long time using fan reactions instead of the actual thing. Because if I use the actual thing, then I won't be able to use it because it'll be black. Add. Blackened. Oh shoot. It'll be blackened. So unless I use the actual thing, then it'll be blackened. But if I use the fan reactions, then it won't be. So I'm going to stream fan reactions for several hours, possibly starting around midnight on Discord on Channel Brent. Just look up Channel Brent on Discord, Discord server finders, Channel Brent, and you'll find it. And you can join in and you can watch. And then we can start this chat I just talked about in my journal.
I looked at porn after ending my stream, turning off my cam and apologizing to Maggie for telling people she was my wife. When I was spent, I sat on my couch in a stupor for a long time, then got angry at myself and begged God for forgiveness. Now, at 6:39 p.m. I'm going back to streaming, starting with RuneScape, then Attack of the Clones. November 19th, 2021. RuneScape. Moroni 838. After dying once and teleporting back to the Varric Lodestone, I came back to the place of my death and contemplated for a while, and thought came to me, I need to pick on monsters or people my own size or smaller from now on, not so high level. I had attempted to kill a very high level goblin and had died. Now that I respawned, I took note, Then, having lost nothing at all I had had before death, I went to the Grand Exchange to pick up a sell order, then defeated my first goblin and earned a staff of air, which I wielded for a little while, crossed a bridge over a river, and activated the Edgeville lodestone at 7:15 p.m. CDT. I was attacked by a robber, but after a losing struggle, I ran away from him with my life intact. At 7:33 p.m. CDT I get 2 swords in Varrock. The one I paid a pretty penny for and the free mace I had found earlier I cannot wield because I am not a high enough skill set level for them, or attack level. The false god's name is Saradomin, not Sardomin. After visiting the king of Varrock, I told him I'd be back when I was ready to do his quest. Right now, I don't have enough fighting strength to defeat the levels of the enemies I am required to defeat to accomplish it. I bid farewell to the king of Varrock, and teleported to the Varrock lodestone to see if I could go to the archaeology dig site and get my archaeologist's bench, but Brent my AV, being so distracted so blamed easily, did not do this, but instead found out at 8:06 p.m. that I, Moroni 838, am now a dual wielder, or I fight with 2 swords at once. Earlier, before this, I had crossed over to the very dangerous wilderness and then back over to the safety of Edgeville. I have 2,516 gold coin in my pouch and 2,000 gold going in the bank. Now, I have 2,000 GP in my pouch and 2,156 GP in the bank. Now I am only carrying 1,500 GP on my person, with 1,016 GP in the bank. To Maggie, content from end of entry from November 18, 2021. Dear Maggie, content 11/19 Friday. Stream attempts, Part 2. The Phantom Menace 1/2. RuneScape. Casino Royale, 2006. Parts of MST3K, codename Diamond Head. I was reading Billy Summers as I streamed. Bob Ross. Sherlock Holmes, 60s series, or 50s, 40s. Poker Face Studio C. Sid Studio C. Foil-Weird Al Yankovic. Royals by Lord performed by Puddle's Pity Party, or Sad Clown with the Golden Voice. Dragnet, TV show. Let It Flow, a Star Wars Frozen parody. Let It Go. I played the audiobook of The Black House as I streamed. Mission Impossible, 80s TV program, 70s. Wolf 3D. Albion Online. What I learned. Lady Justice is based on Iestis, a Roman goddess, more or less invented by the Emperor Augustus. Billy Summers 2021 hardcover ed. P15, by Stephen King.
Please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Clark, bgdavid.wordpress.com and bgcoffee.net. The Memoirs of Sherlock Holmes. Adventure 1, Silver Blaze.
Last edit, September 29, 2025 at 4:08 a.m. by Study 30.
Holmes for later. Maybe I'll play it while playing Super Brothers 3. Well.
600. Love is Sacrifice. Study 3600. Administrator. Grand Inquisitive. Just got a second female cat, I named tomorrow. She's a calico.
Yeah,
Posts, 5,194. November 20th, 2021 at 5:20 p.m. Post by Study 3600 on November 20th, 2021 at 5:20 p.m. 11/20. Saturday Sabbath. Dear Pearl. Here is a conversation between my clone Junk_Bow and me. Now he is pretending to be you. Brand Study 36 Final Warning Koi v October 31st, 2021. Junk_Bow, is that the same family of squatters next door that was caught in Lafayette County moving in today on October 31st, 2021? 12:26 p.m. And was that your boyfriend who came up to me and my neighbor's front porch and tore off his doorbell camera? 12:26 p.m. Was he my twinner? November 2nd, 2021, note to Mags. This was when I mistakenly thought that Junk_Bow was the clone of you, your twinner. Junk_Bow November 2nd, 2021. This line to the spiritual realm has been closed, edited. November 20th, 2021. Junk_Bow today at 3:10 p.m. This line to the spiritual
This is a lie right here. Right here, it's a lie.
realm has been reopened. 3:10 p.m. My Brantley, you are a member of the LGBTQ plus community. You must stop denouncing
I am not a member of that community at all.
them now. 3:10 p.m. This line to the spiritual realm has been closed. Brand Study 36 final warning Koi B today at 5:09 p.m. You're so funny Brand 2. 5:10 p.m. First, Yori not Maggie silly. 5:10 p.m. You're my clone. 5:10 p.m. And second, homosexuality is an evil spirit. 5:10 p.m. And it's a stinky devil. 5:11 p.m. And when I self-pleasure I may be guilty of it and it's sin, and I need to repent. 5:11 p.m. I am not attracted to males but to Maggie and she's not you. 5:12 p.m. You tried to poison me at the Chinese food restaurant. 5:12 p.m. You got me accused of defacing my neighbor's property. 5:12 p.m. You yanked off his doorbell. 5:13 p.m. God knows what else you've done in my name. 5:13 p.m. Your girlfriend, Maggie's clone, lives in Bait City. 5:14 p.m.
No,
My Maggie
That-
knows that.
that's a lie. That's not Maggie's twinner, lives in Bait City. It's Maggie lives in Bait City. Not gonna say where.
Difference between OU and MUA. 5:14 p.m. I will not tell you that information. 5:14 p.m. It's none of your business. Continuation of what I attempted to stream to you, darling. Clash of Clans. Wolf 3D. This is a continuation of the other day's RuneScape adventure log, written in the midst of my long letter to you, dear Maggie. After it is a letter directed specifically to you, so stay tuned, even if I don't finish this letter today. Love, always. Your Brantley. RuneScape. Conted. November 20th, 2021. Moroni 838. After my AV Brand beat level 1 of the Nocturnal Mission of Wolfenstein 3D Episode 6, Confrontation on the I Am Death Incarnate difficulty level, he logged into my world and I eventually rearranged everything in my bank account, leaving it with 3000 GP in my account and 1516 GP in my money pouch. Yesterday, my AV had beat Hans Gross's sister the Giantess Gretel Gross, in episode 5 of Wolfenstein 3D, albeit on a lower difficulty level. Now I'm attempting to follow players in RuneScape, hoping they'll take me to I can mine ore, but they seem to have their own paths to follow. My AV Brand is about to eat. He ate a PB&J sandwich. I wandered and cut down a lot of trees, then banked tons of wood. After cutting down lots of wood and mining lots of copper and tin and iron ore, I talked to Gertrude who offered me a cat and a chocolate cake if I could find her lost feline. Then I listened to a musician play a violin again as I sat on the ground. I tossed him a coin. Then I went to the Grand Exchange and banked all my wood and ore. Then I left the exchange to go cut more logs and bank them and mine more ore. I'm learning my way around Varrock. I already know that Edgeville is to my northwest and the wilderness is to my north. I have 2 runes, an air rune and a wind rune, and 9 weapons, 2 of which I cannot use yet. 10:45 p.m. CDT. As I was walking to Casey's, Watching The Last Jedi after having been to Rick's and the post office and McDonald's while watching The Force Awakens at the same time as Star Wars. Santa was watching it with his family. The spirit of truth finally spoke to me. 99% of the time it's my own voice in my head, and then God proves me by telling me the truth. And this was on a night I watched Charles Stanley on Pluto TV the night after God commanded me to.
First of all, I don't think it was God that told me this, because Monkey Man and I Love Brent could talk completely two different voice prints. And I don't think the God told me this. I really don't. I think I was just I told myself this. I really do. I really do think I told myself this. I really do. I don't think God told me this. I was wrong. I was wrong about the Holy Spirit telling me this. I think I was just wrong. So
Download it onto my phone because at Rick's when I needed to see it because Pluto didn't work on my laptop while it was tethering off my phone's 4G data plan. I had been convicted, comforted, and wept and prayed with Minister Stanley as I had the season I had walked around preaching at Meyer in 2002 in Flint, Michigan as Maggie ministered to the children. Then came.
see, God doesn't contradict himself. And if I was told this from Charles Stanley, that they got me Maggie, that wouldn't that something that God would contradict himself and take me and say something that's against Maggie being my life. That later, I mean, that doesn't make any sense. I mean, so God didn't tell me this.
To me and comforted me at the police station before I went to the adult psychiatric ward of Hurley Hospital. When I asked Father in Heaven to help me turn my life around tonight, he told me that Junk_Bow and I Love Brent and the Fiddler and Monkey Man were all the same account on Discord playing me, and
no, he did not tell me that. I think Satan came to me and told me that, because it makes no sense for I Love Brent to be Junk_Bow, because they speak in totally different word prints. And also I Love Brent speaks a different word print than Monkey Man and the Fiddler. The Fiddler and the Monkey Man are the same one, the same account, but I Love Brent is not the same thing as Junk_Bow, and I Love Brent is not the same thing as Fiddler and Monkey Man. So I don't believe that the Father told me that at all. I don't believe that.
the real Maggie May Savoy lives in Bate City, has forgiven me, is watching some of my YouTube streams and reads my diary.
Yeah, because I Love Brent said she reads our streams and watches our streams and reads our diary. So that's a contradiction.
All that makes much more sense than the lies I was believing, but the previous words of my diary
And
shall stand.
When Satan told me that, it caused me to delete Maggie's YouTube account. I mean, not YouTube account, but Discord account. So, now I know the results of that, and I cut off Maggie, and I shouldn't have done that. And she'll come back. She'll come back on another Discord account, I think, or something. I don't know.
As is with no alteration or changes. Hebrews 8:8 The Book of Mormon. Jesus is coming back in 2 generations. Last edit, September 29th, 2025 at 4:10 a.m. by Study 3600.
God, I must know. Did
Love
you
is
tell me
sacrifice.
that, or Satan?
Study 3600. Administrator. Grand Inquisitive. Just got a second.
Okay.
Female cat, I name tomorrow. She's a calico. Posts, 5194. November 21st, 2021 at 12:48 a.m. Post by Study 3600 on November 21st, 2021 at 12:48 a.m. 11/21. Sunday Lord's Day. After midnight. I looked at porn again and self-pleasured because yesterday morning I fantasized. 7:17 a.m. CDT.
Satan told me that.
Man, The Last Jedi is awesome. I'm too dirty to go to church this morning because of what I did last night. Before I wrote in my diary, praise God that Malwarebytes just ran a scan just now and 0 threats were detected after the hardcore porn sites I was on last night. Ray and Ben just defeated Snoke and the Praetorian Guard. Ben told Ray, "You come from nothing. You're nothing, but not to me," and offered her his hand. But since he was still angry with Luke, his uncle, and wanted to still be the de facto supreme leader of the First Order, this was just before the Holdo maneuver, she did not at this time take it. Then Rose, Finn, and Ray had to escape the Star Destroyer after it had been damaged from the Holdo maneuver, and Finn confronted Phasma and Rose gave Finn a lift on a Scout Walker. Ben claimed to Hux that Ray had killed Snoke when it had actually been Ben. Idea for TLJ humorous version. The battering ram cannon battle can be a huge game of Battleship. It would just work as a hilarious joke. 8:01 AM CDT. The Last Jedi is over. I'm going to get a medium, but it was a large, not extra large, because they ran out of medium and extra large cups, but I intended on only getting a large when I saw they were out of medium. But to ensure that I would not get an extra large, God made sure there were also no extra large cups either. Dr. Pepper from Casey's after I go to the bathroom. Psalm 121. 1. I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. 2. My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. 3. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. 4. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved, he that keepeth thee will not slumber. 5. The Lord is thy keeper, the Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. 6. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. 7. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil, he shall preserve thy soul. 8. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth, and even forevermore. 11:50 p.m. CDT redo. I am a witness that about 2 hours ago it was midnight CDT on November 22, 2021, and I fell asleep and woke to 2 people arguing with anger, and yelled out my window, "Just try to be peaceful. It'll be alright," and as God is my witness, it was now 11:50 p.m. CDT on November 21, 2021 again. Now it is 11:56 CDT again. Last night I played 2 interactive sex games that were not interacting with actual people or even representations of actual avatars, but they were single-player games where I only interacted with cartoon nude images, watched softcore porn, and self-gratified twice, taking 2 showers where I fully washed, and begged for forgiveness and cleansing by the blood of Christ twice. Now it is midnight again. At 7:16 p.m. CDT last night, after I had done the deeds, my computer's Malwarebytes ran a quick scan of my laptop and found no infected files. Hallelujah. Letter to Maggie, content from yesterday's entry. 11/21 Sunday. Dear Maggie. The years of obsession and fixation I had for you were followed by years I tried to forget. Years and years. And years. But in 2014 you were there, but I thought you were still mad at me for the past, so I turned my back on you. Then my old feelings came back briefly, but years more after that came of trying to forget. Then, in 2019, a man by the name of Bilbrey pretended to be Maggie South who looked a lot like you. I wasted a lot of words I wanted to say to you on him. In fact, since then I have wasted a ton of words on others I thought were you that I wish I could have back so I could say them again to you. I wasted words to the air, to junk_bow, and to ghosts. The only words I said to you recently that I think you heard were the few I said through your front door at your house I walked 8 miles to get to in Bait City. The only words I heard you say recently were, "What the H is he doing here?" If you've been reading my diaries, you know that I had been listening to satanic prophet witches who told me I had needed to flee in haste the night previous to me showing up at your doorstep. The demons drove me to a place in the town of Bait City where they intended to devour me, but I fled from their dinner tables, and no matter where I went, Pearl, it seemed the demons wanted me to go, having some destruction planned for me down every road I could have traveled. So I called upon God to lead me somewhere, anywhere, that the demons did not intend for me to go, and he led me through the woods, left unguarded relatively because the demons guarding them or covering the woods, that exit, had gone down to Independence in haste, thinking they would destroy me there if I were to make it there. So I made it through the woods, and I came to your house. At first I wasn't sure it was your house, and I treated it as if it was not. I had not packed food or water in my haste, so I wanted to work for food and wanted water. I knew someone was there but no one answered. Then somehow I knew it was your house. I told you it was me and that I was a Latter-day Saint and apologized to you for the past. Later I apologized to Junk_Bow, thinking he was you because he pretended to be you, but that came later. After a while, I left your front porch not wanting to stalk you again, and asked one of your neighbors, an elderly man, for an unopened bottle of water, which he gave me, an off-brand, no Cenomix. Then I went to the next neighbor and asked if he could give me a ride to Independence, which he could not. He and others called the police on me for disturbing the peace, but I did not know this. I saw that this exercise of bugging your neighbors would get me nowhere and I could not go back to town, so, out of options, and tired from walking all night and all day down the train tracks and highway and interminably long roads, I returned to your house, thinking you'd relent. I saw you had come out of your house, and saw you go back into it. I said some more words through your front door and I saw a car pull into your driveway. I thought she has a husband, he's here. But I was relieved to see it was a cop, and knew I had a ride home now, so I told him, "Thank God you're here." He did not believe me at first when I told him I did not know where you lived, Maggie. In fact, he called bovine scatology on it, but I was not in any trouble and I packed all I had brought with me except for my walking stick, I am carving a new one, into his car and he gave me a ride back to my apartment in Oak Grove. Pearl, I was still unstable at this time, and I still was in need of taking many more doses of my meds before I was finally stabilized about a month or two later. But all this time, since over 10 years ago, I have managed to stay out of the mental hospital. God is a total deliverer, and twice now I was on the verge of being committed, actually 3 times or more. Also, I was harassed by the police over 10 times, once by a ghost cop, that is no joke. A ghost version of my neighbor Matthew Shaver took a picture of me while I was mother naked, hiding behind a big cursed trash barrel on the front porch of my twin apartment, down in the realm of the dead, where I was attacked by deads and ghostly guillotines. These things I testify to you of a truth and I lie not, the Holy Ghost bearing witness of it. I was in that place, and God pushed and pulled me out when I called upon his name, and his paraclete protected me when I was down there. Maggie, what used to be obsession and fixation has now matured and blossomed, after years of lying dormant, as it slowly germinated, into real, mature love. Now I can say of a truth, that I do actually love you. I know you don't think that it could possibly be, given our background, but time does have a certain mitigating and mollifying effect on wounds. I have more words to say to you, Maggie, and I shall never expend them. This book of my words to you is far from full, but I will end it for the time being until a later time. Last edit, September 29, 2025 at 4:11 a.m. by Study 3600. Love is Sacrifice. Posts, 5194. November 22, 2021 at 12:07 a.m. Post by Study 3600 on November 22, 2021 at 12:07 a.m. 11/22 redo, of first hour or two of it. Monday. 12:03 a.m. CDT redo as God is my witness, during the time I was here kenning to the satanic prophet witches, around the time I walked roughly 8 miles to Maggie Savoy's house in Bate City, not knowing she lived there, or what house or neighborhood she lived in, time was starting to run, I am a witness, literally backwards sometimes. 12:12 a.m. CDT redo yesterday I watched The Rise of Skywalker, A New Hope, The Empire Strikes Back, part of the holiday special, and started typing up my responses to Mike Cleveland's Way of Purity course. Last edit, September 29th, 2025 at 4:11 a.m. by Study 3600.
Did I get rid of
Love
that?
is Sacrifice. Study 3600. Administrator. Grand Inquisitive. Just got a second, female cat, I name tomorrow. She's a calico. Posts, 5,194. November 22nd, 2021 at 8:53 a.m. Post by Study 3600 on November 22nd, 2021 at 8:53 a.m. 11/22. Monday. 8:49 a.m. I'm about to actually stream RuneScape rather than say I will but not, while eating crispy rice cereal and enjoying my 1-week vacation from work. Today, Pastor Pete is taking me to Joy's to get 20.00 and then to Independence to pick up my new spectacles. Hallelujah. 9:15 a.m. CDT. Turns out Joy is sick and throwing up today, so Pastor Pete says he'll pay for it today and Joy says she'll pay him back. 12:33 p.m. CDT. Just returned from the city of Independence. I got my new spectacles and am wearing them. I wore them to a Mexican restaurant nearby where I had a beef chimichanga, beans, rice, and pico de gala. Pastor Pete and I touched bases. I told him I'd call my friend Cold today, put God first by prayer and scripture before other books, and that I would get all my dishes done by Wednesday and go to the RLDS church on Wednesday and sign up to Bell Ring for the Salvation Army this year. 12:39 p.m. CDT. 2 Kings 12. 1 In the 7th year of Jehu, Jehosh began to reign, and 40 years reigned he in Jerusalem. And his mother's name was Zabiah of Beersheba. 2 And Jehosh did that which was right in the sight of the Lord all his days wherein Jehoiada the priest instructed him. 3 But the high places were not taken away, the people still sacrificed and burnt incense in the high places. 4 And Jehosh said to the priests, all the money of the dedicated things that is brought into the house of the Lord, even the money of everyone that passeth the account, the money that every man is set at, and all the money that cometh into any man's heart to bring into the house of the Lord. 5 Let the priests take it to them, every man of his acquaintance, and let them repair the breaches of the house, wheresoever any breach shall be found. 6 But it was so, that in the 23rd year of King Jehosh the priests had not repaired the breaches of the house. 7 Then King Jehosh called for Jehoiada the priest, and the other priests, and said unto them, why repair ye not the breaches of the house? Now therefore receive no more money of your acquaintance, but deliver it for the breaches of the house. 8 And the priests consented to receive no more money of the people, neither to repair the breaches of the house. 9 But Jehoiada the priest took a chest, and bored a hole in the lid of it, and set it beside the altar, on the right side as one cometh into the house of the Lord, and the priests that kept the door put therein all the money that was brought into the house of the Lord. 10 And it was so, when they saw that there was much money in the chest, that the king's scribe and the high priest came up, and they put up in bags, and told the money that was found in the house of the Lord. 11 And they gave the money, being told, into the hands of them that did the work, that had the oversight of the house of the Lord, and they laid it out to the carpenters and builders, that wrought upon the house of the Lord. 12 And to masons, and hewers of stone, and to buy timber and hewed stone to repair the breaches of the house of the Lord, and for all that was laid out for the house to repair it. 13 Howbeit there were not made for the house of the Lord bowls of silver, snuffers, basins, trumpets, any vessels of gold, or vessels of silver, of the money that was brought into the house of the Lord. 14 But they gave that to the workmen, and repaired therewith the house of the Lord. 15
Here,
Moreover they
voice
reckoned
saying,
not with
Brad.
the men, into whose hand they delivered the money to be bestowed on workmen, for they dealt faithfully. 16 The trespass money and sin money was not brought into the house of the Lord, it was the priests. 17 Then Hazael king of Syria went up and fought against Gath, and took it, and Hazael set his face to go up to Jerusalem.
I'm up.
18 And Jehoash king of Judah took all the hallowed things that Jehoshaphat, and Jehoram, and Ahaziah, his fathers, kings of Judah, had dedicated, and his own hallowed things, and all the gold that was found in the treasures of the house of the Lord, and in the king's house, and sent it to Hazael king of Syria, and he went away from Jerusalem. 19 And the rest of the acts of Joash, and all that he did, are they not written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Judah? 20 And his servants arose, and made a conspiracy, and slew Joash in the house of Millo, which goeth down to Silla. 21 For Josachar the son of Shemith and Jehozabad the son of Shemer, his servants, smote him, and he died, and they buried him with his fathers in the city of David, and Amaziah his son reigned in his stead.
White noise. Sorry, demon.
3:22 p.m. CDT. When I got home from Independence today, I read a chapter of the inspired version of the Holy Bible, wrote in my diary, wrote the first line of my first diary, and worked on my denim blue jean-colored diary, which contains part of Diary X, from well into the entry for October 5th, 2021 AD, where I need to print out some pictures starting with the before picture of my previous facial wounds, for which I need to buy more ink for my computer's printer, which I can't until I get more money from Joy, who is, at this time, still my payee, and
I wrote so much that I couldn't possibly fit it all in that little tiny diary. So I wrote so much in Diary 10 that I couldn't possibly fit it all in there. It was over 1,000 pages of material. Mm-hmm.
who is sick today as far as I know, for she was this morning, and I prayed for her 3 times today and asked 2 other men to pray for her. Now I'm going to post in this diary a further kind of funny dialogue between my carbon copy man and I, Junk_Bow and me Brent 1. Junk_Bow yesterday at 7:28 p.m.
Jumbo is not my clone. He's a shapeshifter.
This line to the spiritual realm has been reopened. 7:28 p.m. Brent, you know the truth, I am not your clone. 7:28 p.m. Stop denying it. 7:28 p.m. This line to the spiritual realm has been closed. November 22nd, 2021. Brent Study 36 Final Warning Koi B today at 9:34 a.m. You already told me you were not Maggie, then you claim to be Maggie. You're trying to play with my head. 9:34 a.m. And Maggie would never support LGBTQ+, she's a born-again believer in Christ. 9:35 a.m. And there is a clone of me running about, and you responded to someone when they called you Brent. 9:36 a.m. And I know what happened at the restaurant. 9:36 a.m. I'm not stupid. 9:37 a.m. And if it is a line to the spiritual realm, then God forbids communication to the dead anyway, so I'll stop talking to you. New. Junk_Bow today at 2:58 p.m. 15. 2:58 p.m. 18. 2:58 p.m. 35. 2:58 p.m. 87. 2:58 p.m. 53. Me, 3:35 p.m. Of course you would know those numbers because you've researched Mag's and mine life. You did not have our experiences. 3:41 p.m. CDT. Now I'm walking over to the McDonald's to grab my bicycle and ride it over to Rick's, then possibly later, home. Around 11 a.m. this morning there was a power surge, my lights flickered and my router went out. Fortunately, I do not have to reset my clocks.
Jumbo's
Sayu.
Kevin.
In the Middle Ages, a secret society, aka secret combination known as Priory Zion, launched a sweeping crusade to retake Jerusalem with their military arm, the Knights Templar, according to Dan Brown's movie The Murder Mystery The Da Vinci Code starring Tom Hanks. The purpose of the book and movie are a feeble attempt to debunk Christianity, but fails to do so on every level for those with discernment. There are grains of truth in Dan Brown's story. It mentions Opus Dei, This man that was heavily into heavy metal told my believing friend that he knew that Marilyn Manson was the chief satanic high priest of Satanism. My source says that he does not know whether that Mahan office is over the world or over America. 6:37 p.m. At Rick's I schemed through the Da Vinci Code a bit to learn what I could from TV, then tuned the cable to Trinity Broadcasting Network where a minister taught Rick and I that the faith of the now generation determines the fate of the next generation, and I raised my right arm with the minister of Jesus Christ and set off and renounced all generational curses of my children and children's children to the latest generation. After we watched that, I went about with Rick as he ran errands in town, then I biked home. At home, I edited and wrote in my diary, watched and reacted to the mini-series The Chosen on Discord, which I am doing now at 6:45 p.m. CDT, and will now take my pills, then work on Diary 1, then The Way of Purity. If you are reading this, peeps, pray that I'll stay pure tonight, but only if you never dealt with a lust problem before, or at least have overcome it through Christ. I don't need anyone praying for me who currently has the same problem. I love all of you, especially you, Maggie, and God.
People just don't understand that. People who have the same problem will pray for you. You tell them not to pray for you, they'll feel offended, they'll feel hurt. But still, you shouldn't have people praying for you who have the same problem as you. So, people don't understand that, though.
Most of all. Amen. RuneScape. Moroni 838. A kind man named Vitruvius told me that S of the Philater Lodestone, there is, through the gate and passing between the general store and shield store, on the SE corner of the main square, is a furnace for smelting, where I can make brass bars and bank them. Then I can teleport to the Varick Lodestone, and go north, then NW towards the western bank. Praise God for kind people like Vitruvius. S of the Western Bank are the forges for making metal projects and the anvils for finishing them. He also advised using the metal banks at the forges and anvils where metal bars and ores are stored for convenience, which, seeing the wisdom of it, and learning how, I later started doing. Now, later today, Brent may play more RuneScape, or not, but for now, he's kind of busy. Last edit, September 29th, 2025 at 4:12 a.m. by Study 3600. Love is Sacrifice. Study 3600. Administrator. Grand Inquisitive. Just got a second, female cat, I name tomorrow. She's a calico. Posts, 5194. November 23rd, 2021 at 10:35 a.m. Post by Study 3600 on November 23, 2021 at 10:35 a.m. 11/23. Tuesday. Psalms 28:1-2. 1 Unto thee will I cry, O Lord, my rock, be not silent to me, lest, if thou be silent to me, I become like them that go down into the pit. 2 Hear the voice of my supplications, when I cry unto thee, when I lift up my hands towards thy holy oracle. 10:37 p.m. CDT. I got up from my love seat several minutes ago and immediately started my day with God, listening to an LDS General Conference speech, sharing it on Twitter, and reading the Bible, and sharing it in my diary and on Twitter, and now I will put my blanket and my pillow away on my bed in my bedroom at 10:42 a.m. Taking heed to the pure doctrine will lead you to true north, undeterred by the magnetic poles of the World LDS Conference speech. Take heed to thyself and the doctrine. Continue in them, for in doing so thou shalt save thyself and those who hear these scriptures. I also prayed for Joy, 70 Ron, Shane, Maggie, and many who have fallen away from the Brazil work, that they would come back, including Brother Bob Moore, and that the remnant, Jubileites, and as many of the Church of Christ, Temple Lot, and Church with the Elijah Message as would unite with the restructured church, and that Mauricio Berger and Joseph F. Smith would not be deceived and that they would come back to the work. Amen. I am about to work on Diary 1, then read Black House, Billy Summers, Parsons' textbook, which, Parsons textbook, not the Stephen King books, I will start typing, and the wind through the keyhole, then get started on those dishes. After all, they need to be done by Wednesday, not on Wednesday. 11:36 a.m. Today on the Twitter, I retweeted Joni Lamb, Rip Marcus BLSK December 13, 2021 AD, who asked, "What are you thankful for today?" and I replied, "Restored memories." Then I hearted Mike McClure, JR's post, who said,
Delusion.
"Something magnificent is coming to you today." Then I followed the Star Wars The Old Republic tweet feed. Then I hearted and retweeted Representative Jim Jordan, who said, "Don't listen to that guy. Enjoy your Thanksgiving." I am going to really enjoy my Thanksgiving this year. I have the whole week off. I'm going to try to get a whole lot of reading and typing and website building done by typing and copy pasting and creativity, and being inspired by movies and writing parody scripts which I will make into satirical film spoofs later in life this week. The week's still young, and now to hit the books. My adventure with Diary 100% literally true, nonfiction, went fairly well. It is what I referred to when I said I was thankful to God for restored memories. My last 2 entries of this diary I am writing as we speak, the one you are reading right now, established beyond a shadow of a reasonable doubt that it is possible to go back in time, and Einstein already proved that we are constantly moving forwards in it. Sayu. 40 days before conception, or when the soul enters the body, whether at conception or sometime after, but sometimes, yes, at conception embraced by the light, Betty Jean Eady, but abortion is always unnatural ibid, the soul is told he is going to be born. Rabbi Manis Friedman. Life is the only energy that does not and indeed cannot become mass or matter, though mass or matter often joins it to make a soul brand, enlightened by God through Friedman. Yesterday, I got a new YouTube account, Brant Koivo Paulo, and indeed a new Google account, but my old Google account is still active for things I use my old Gmail account to access, such as TikTok. On TikTok, I responded to a Muslim man who made a video called "Why I Could Never Be a Christian Thus," and these are backwards to the first comment starting at the last because this is the way the man will read them. Brent Solden Koivo. Jesus was worshipped as a child in Egypt as a god, as the traditions of the Coptic Christians will show if you study it. Brent Solden Koivo. The Trinity is one God in many, 1 and 3 parts, which is the nature of all people and objects, as it says in Plato's Philebus. Brent Solden Koivo. You will see through your research if you ask for Christ in your heart and pray to him and his Father that Christianity's foundations are firm. Brent Solden Koivo. Actually, I would challenge you, sir, to do more deep research as Lee Strobel did. Read his book The Case for Christ for starters, then The BK of Mormon. 12:51 p.m. CDT. I tried calling my friend cold and left a message, then prayed for a man at the gym. I gave the Book of Mormon, then later, the sealed Book of Mormon too. Now, I will eat lunch, noodles and sauce, then hit those books. With 0 distractions this time. 1:04 p.m. At 1:03 p.m. I followed Patricia Queen _ on TikTok, the third of the black-haired dark-skinned prophetesses of God, not Satan. I hear Ken too. The first one told me Joe was in heaven and one with her sister, the second one delivered me from the bondage of witchcraft. This one told me I needed to focus on God, stay in the scriptures and fast more, and that there would be persecution for those pushing back against Satan's planjanda. Let the reader understand. We need to let the scriptures be our social media, and get out of worldly relationships we should have never gotten into. 1:15 p.m. CDT. Cold called. I told him that there is a scar on my right elbow so that he can always recognize me from Junk_Bow, when I thought Junk_Bow was my, not Maggie's double. And so can you, Mags, from my double, who would later rip Steve's doorbell off once at least. And about Maggie Kirkman in Colorado, her late grandparents were Victor and Pandora, and Maggie Kirkman has a sister named Shelley like my Mags and has children with her husband Ben, and about the Maggie Savoy in New Brunswick, and the Maggie Savoy in New York City, and about my Maggie in Bates City. I told him some of the stuff in my first journal, and he told me he's been studying the Bible about references to rocks, and he mentioned how they have souls according to the verse, even the rocks shall cry out, and we discussed giants, Nephilim, and the rainbow spectrum, how life is not black and white, how to get to black or white. He had the insight that you need to go through every color of the rainbow. I told him that Maggie is the rainbow. He is watching wrestling right now, the Survivor Series, is studying masonry, how thought affects all life, on Facebook, declined a request to join Messenger so I could add him to the Down the Rabbit Hole Think Tank Messenger group, and is not entirely unchurched. I told him about my 1-week vacation, that I want to get a second job working at HYVs, my new glasses, and he got a job at a retirement home, and I may need to go back on Facebook to possibly accept his friend requests so he can read my stuff, and we exchanged email addresses. Now I'll send him an email, eat lunch finally and finally hit those books. When I get money, I need to buy printer ink, laundry soap, and fabric softener sheets, get $10 worth of quarters at Walgreens, and always do laundry on Tuesdays. 1:58 p.m. I'm eating dried fig pieces while I'm waiting for my elbow macaroni to cook for 6 minutes in the microwave. 2:44 p.m. During lunch I read from the Black House, then after I ate the noodles and sauce, I cleaned spaghetti sauce off of my love seat cushions I had spilled, then made a big heaping bowl of instant mashed potatoes, which I am enjoying now. After I put the potatoes in the microwave to nuke, I began washing my dishes. Now I will read more Black House. 3:03 p.m. At 3:02 p.m., Brent put his mashed potato bowl in the sink, and ran water into it, and wrote in his diary and prepared to read Billy Summers while streaming RuneScape, then Albion, and transferring words he had written to his clone Brent 2, to his diary 11, where the actual Maggie Marie May Savoy Salden Koivo Paulo 6 and V could read them, who had become engaged to him in France and had hypothetically married him in 2002, making him the luckiest and happiest man on earth. Discord, September 10th, 2021 AD. Junk_bow or Maggie2 had sent me a friend request in the name of my Maggie, calling herself Junk_bow, later pretending to be Maggie using some of her phrases, but the real Maggie, I Love Brent, has a pic of me as her avatar screenshot off of one of my YouTube videos, which Junk_bow later imitated. I wrote to I Love Brent, which you read, Mags. Hello, is this Maggie? 9:01 a.m. Oh please, oh please, oh please. 9:02 a.m. Unless it's Mark. 9:02 a.m. He talked about wanting to connect with me on Paul Talk. 9:02 a.m. But I'm betting it's you, Mags. 9:03 a.m. Anyway, it's been 23 years, hasn't it? 9:03 a.m. I'm sure you still look beautiful as ever. 9:04 a.m. I take it you saw my YouTube video. 9:05 a.m. Oh, this is Discord. 9:05 a.m. Cool, glad you do Discord now. 9:05 a.m. Discord's a fun way to connect, share and chat. 9:06 a.m. Mark don't even know about Discord. 9:06 a.m. I talk too much, your turn. 9:07 a.m. BTW love your CNAME. 9:08 a.m. I love you too. 9:09 a.m. 333. 9:09 a.m. I made those with N3. 9:10 a.m. Anyways, I am currently waiting to clock in for work. I had a good breakfast. 9:11 a.m. I clock in at 10 a.m. By the time you see this, I'll probably be working. I usually break around 11 a.m. or so on a day with these hours. Hope to TTY then saw you. Edited. On break that day, I wrote. I'll be on break until 11:52 a.m. CDT. 11:32 a.m. I get off work round 2 p.m. today. Edited. 11:34 a.m. My email address is blsolden@mail.com. 11:34 a.m.
Yeah.
I am on Skype. 11:35 a.m. TTYL. 11:35 a.m. When you get back online, hopefully. 11:36 a.m. There are a few things I'd like to ask you, things only you'd know. I tend to send very long multi-part messages to everyone on Discord. It's not just you. 11:49 a.m. I just always seem to have more to say. 11:50 a.m. You remember all those long and rambling letters I gave you in school? 11:51 a.m. And you would reply in short letters. Well, that one that ended with Sayu was probably your longest, but it's the one I remember the least. 11:52 a.m. Word to God, I had kept all your letters. 11:52 a.m. Now I have is the memory of them. 11:53 a.m. Well, I gotta go back to work now. TTYL. Then later that day I wrote, I hope you can forgive me for being such a lousy communicator. Edited. 1:19 p.m. I must come across as a rude loudmouth to you. 1:19 p.m. I'll just shut up and let you talk. 1:21 p.m. I don't pick up on social cues well and I'm terrible at reading body language. 1:23 p.m. I'm willing to accept the real you for who you are, not the fantasy image I imagined you to be. 1:23 p.m. Please do the same for me. I'm not perfect, I don't pretend to be. I talk too much. I don't even mean to. 1:24 p.m. I'm willing to admit when I'm wrong and I own my mistakes. Edited. Please tell me your name. 1:57 p.m. If you are not Maggie, then who? 1:58 p.m. Maybe Maggie is married. If you are Ashley, or Jenna or Naomi or Caitlin or Amanda or Priscilla or Michaela or Jalissa or someone I have not met that fell in love with me because she read my diaries, I will accept whatever God has for me, His best. That was not my attitude several minutes ago. It was Maggie or nothing, and if it wasn't Maggie I threatened to leave God. Then I submitted and decided to accept God's best, listening to the prophetess rather than rejecting God's word. Edited. 2:07 p.m. Go, D, has not been cruel. He has been allowing me all my life to be in love with Maggie, when he always had someone better in mind, but if it is you Maggie, which I still hope it is, then I am very glad of it, but if you truly love someone you should be able to let her go. So if you are not Maggie, then I will let Maggie go and accept your love. Edited. 2:12 p.m. However, in all honesty, if Maggie is single, I would just say forget it, I'll just keep waiting for her. 2:12 p.m. But after all these years it seems very doubtful that she has not married and moved on already. 2:13 p.m. Who would create a Discord called I Love Brent and use a picture of me as an avatar? 2:14 p.m. It seems only Maggie would, because she was the one yesternight's YouTube stream was directed at. 2:15 p.m. But the Gopherwood prophetess gave a message saying the one would be the one East expect. 2:15 p.m. Oh please God, let it be Maggie. 2:16 p.m. Maybe Maggie is who I'd least expect because of however, one but everyone has constantly tried, D.S. discouraging me from pursuing her. 2:17 p.m. My Uncle Ken told me I'd never see her again in 2009. 2:17 p.m. But then in 2014, there she was at Meyer. 2:17 p.m. But I turned away and ignored her. 2:18 p.m. Maybe by then she was already married. 2:18 p.m. Or maybe she wasn't. 2:19 p.m. Maybe she wanted to start a relationship with me. 2:19 p.m. Maybe since I turned away from her in 2014 she moved on and got married. 2:19 p.m. Or not. 2:20 p.m. Maybe she kept waiting for me. 2:20 p.m. Wanting me to move back to Michigan again from wherever I had gone. 2:20 p.m. But I am here in Mid-Surrey, Missouri, to stay. 2:21 p.m. If you are seeking my love, you will have to come here, no matter who you are. 2:21 p.m. This is where God wants me. 2:24 p.m. I think it's best for me to stop talking now and let you tell me who you are, where you are, and share your thoughts with me. 2:24 p.m. Please read all I have written, without skipping over, or skimming. I promise to treat all your words the same way. Later that day, after thinking about it, I decided it was you, Maggie, and I wrote, well, I've decided it must be you, Maggie. Because of all the negative stigma surrounding us getting together, you are of course the one I or anyone would least expect. 2:45 p.m. However, once you get back online, you must be very busy because you've been offline since early trees this morning and haven't had time to check your messages yet, but that's okay. I have at least 2 questions that only you can answer. 2:46 p.m. When you get back online, read every line I wrote. Then send me a message to let me know you are back online. 2:46 p.m. Lova, love, yeah, lots Brantley. I wish that I lived in the kingdom, Maggie. This world is so messed up with no one thinking for themselves or standing up to oppression, that I would rather live in the future, in the kingdom of God. I honestly don't think it would be wise to raise children in our current society. 11:56 p.m. If so, I would like them to be 100% homeschooled. 11:57 p.m. There is about to be a mighty move of God in my life. 11:58 p.m. Well, I'll play Eternal Fury and binge my Clone Soldiers and the Knights of Light show. September 11th, 2021. Then the next day, I wrote, I'll probably be online until 4 a.m. tonight.
I did.
God bless you, girl. 12:08 a.m. I hope you'll be online soon to talk. 12:09 a.m. Life has a practical side. 12:10 a.m. Some people who like to live like monks call anything practical or ordinary worldly. These people are too heavenly minded to be any earthly good. 12:10 a.m. The Bible ain't gonna tell you how to fix a car.
I thought you didn't want me on
12:13
camera.
a.m. As much as I love the Lord and love to read and meditate upon His Word, I'm not a man who is not as able to talk about the ordinary and the mundane as the high and the holy, and that can't readily transition from one to the other. Brand Study 36 Final Warning Coy B September 11th, 2021. Nix that plan. I'm going straight to bed after flossing. I need to get plenty of sleep for work tomorrow. Then my sweet girl, my pearl, my Maggie May, wrote, Hi Brand, I am the one that you would least expect, according to the words of the satanic prophet witches, but the first time she heard that phrase was from me, above, some known as Gopherwood, all copycats with no originality to them at all. And yay. The next day, on September 12th, 2021, overjoyed and elated, I wrote back to Maggie and said, Gopherwood Prophet Essie's got it right, though I misunderstood the message. No, I did not misunderstand their message. Satan was using them to confuse me and make me rage against God the Son, which I did. Thought God had promised me one woman my whole life, then pulled a bait and switched tactic on me, which is what Satan used his prophets intentionally to get me to think 12/13/2021 CE/AD, but he's not that kind of God. The whole world has told me you'll never see her again, deny your feelings for her, etc. They are only thinking about
Crash at turn 1. Contact. Massive contact.
Is this the game?
It's just
It says Riptide Gaming, 6.25K subscribers.
hold on, let me see here.
Late on the brakes.
We have one subscriber.
He'll be enjoying this feeling. He fights it, getting the
You
power
only have
on
one-
as he
one
gets past,
subscriber?
and he moves up to 6th position.
Never mind, yeah, look at that. That's
What's yours called? Riptide Gaming.
I don't make videos. I didn't even make that.
But is Riptide Gaming his?
Well, no, buddy, I don't talk to him anymore, so I don't like watching it. Just we made it, and it was like, they were like, well, nobody's gonna watch it except for people that are stupid like us, and we're being stupid. And
Well, it's 8 people liked it, and you got 6.25K subscribers, 6,000 subscribers, 6.25,000 subscribers. 8 people like this video. On the front page, and it says Riptide Gaming. I don't know if that's yours or not. It looks like
don't worry about it.
okay. I like it though.
Sign off in style. And the top 2 teams in the World Championship, it's like times of old.
41. It's over. This was a short video. I pranked a weatherman on live TV. That's
You
hilarious.
what?
Someone said, I pranked a weatherman on live TV by Hunter Williams. Mark Hamill responds to Luke Skywalker AI videos.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code.
Skip the ad. Put in a closed captioning. Anger. Doing something for the Mark Hamill. This is Skywalker. I kind of stopped doing those daily and countless different Luke Skywalker videos.
Hey, you know who Chris Farley is, don't you?
Yeah, he died.
Oh, I know he died, but he's still, his memory lives on. He was so funny.
Yeah, he was.
He was hilarious. He has so much energy.
Okay.
And he was so funny. But no, I want to thank you for being my friend and my best friend, bud. I never had somebody care for me like you care for, or like to have anybody care for me like you do as a brother, you know?
Right. What were you saying? What about Chris Farley? What were you saying about Chris Farley?
Oh, I was just saying, I was watching, he's doing his Soda Life stuff.
Right.
It's just goofy, funny stuff. It's just, I watch older stuff. I'm old school, like.
I thought you didn't like old stuff. When I was trying to watch old stuff, you said, "This is so stupid. I don't want to watch this. I don't want to watch old stuff. I like new stuff." Now you're saying, "I like old stuff."
Movies. I mean, old music, not old movies. The movies.
Oh.
Well, some of the older movies are better than the AI movies or the green screen movies. I mean, I like the live action movies with it doesn't show too much, but it's just I like watching movies a lot when I got time, but it just seems like my schedule of doing my meds and her coming over and doing her thing, it's so draining.
Right.
So it's just like I
And how come you'll watch cartoon video games when you won't watch cartoon shows?
Well, like when it comes to Star Wars, I kind of like the real stuff. Like you showed me the guys with the custom lightsabers dueling and actually dueling in real life. That was cool.
Yeah.
Like the one guy had Darth Maul's, and then another Jedi had green or whatever. And
Yeah.
Kenobi, and that was.
Well, I mean, the anime itself tells the same story. Parts of the same story you'll miss if you don't watch the anime parts. If you don't watch the anime parts, and the live action parts won't make any sense.
Like I like Book of Boba Fett. I like The Mandalorian. The best. Those are my two favorites.
Right.
And I mean, Boba Fett and Jango Fett are my favorite. That's why I gave those to you for being nice to me. And,
Right. Look about that. You're just doing look about that. I saw him go look about that.
No, you enjoy that stuff I gave you, and keep hold on to it. Don't ever get rid of it.
I won't. Don't worry.
I mean, I don't know, man. I'm just ecstatically happy with what all I got for Christmas.
Yeah, that's good.
And the New Year was good too.
Yeah, I ain't do anything for the New Year. I just kind of veg and just kind of slide in bed most of the New Year.
Yeah.
I mean, earlier today I made a stream, and right now I'm making a stream. So I'm trying to get Diaries 11 and 12 done, and after I get Diaries 11 and 12 done, I'm gonna play Super Mario Bros. 3 on stream. So if you want to watch that, you can if you want.
Yeah, I'm gonna. I mean, like, I'm not like. Don't get the misconception. Like when I say things, like I get things twisted a lot, and I don't mean to. But
Right.
like, I'll be honest with you. Like, I like football a lot, baseball, basketball, soccer,
Right.
all the sports. I
Uh,
love sports. Period. And then, like, I don't bet on sports, so I don't gamble. But
Right.
I usually almost 99% of the time pick the winning team.
right.
My mom and dad were watching college football today, and it was like Ohio versus Miami, and everybody wanted Ohio to win. I wanted Ohio to win, but the other team beat them, so like they wrote it down. So
Right.
my mom said that Miami is a mean team. They're a mean state for
Right. 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 So what? You can machine corn insurance you want. It's okay.
My vain efforts to communicate with you in school that I bungled badly. However, because you are the
Anyway.
one they are sure it can't be, I would not expect you to be it, when it could be a woman that I would see, that was God's best for me when it was always you all along.
Yeah.
When an angel told me I was marrying you, I disregarded the experience, thinking it was a demon, and forgot about it.
get that out loud.
Then later I remembered you again,
Oh,
but
remember,
only
I'm
because an
making this
evil
stream
man
right
used the
now.
fake
I'm
online
trying to-
persona that resembled
Yeah.
you, Maggie South aka Scott Thomas Bilbrey, whom the fake persona Maggie South claimed was an uncle she was staying with in Odessa, Texas, though Bilbrey lived in another state, and the profile of Maggie South just said
Actually,
Pampa as
easy
her
if you
locale
tuned in
BLSK, and when he found out I knew someone who looked like that, he decided to play pretend and make me think I was talking to you. I know who you are. Don't think I don't. I already said it. 2:12 a.m.
Right.
I was a real jerk in school. 2:12 a.m. Plus I was not even a believer, not a true believer, until 2019 AD. 2:14 a.m.
Not compatible with
The
anybody.
things Mike Thomas taught were
Right.
liberal, but back then I didn't know the difference from liberal and conservative teaching when the liberalness
Right.
was subtle and wrapped in a cloak of conservatism. I didn't have much discernment back then, if any. Brand Study 36 Final Warning Coy B September 12, 2021. When your friend scribbled out your number, a boy wrote in my yearbook and I erased the scribble and called you from suffering a bout of
We can do
pneumonia
that.
from the hospital.
Yeah, sure.
I should have had your permission first.
But hold on a second. Let's finish off one.
1816933.
Anyway, yeah, I mean, we could once you get on, you can get on my account and not my account, but your account on my computer. And after you get out, after your cleaning lady leaves, we can
I
get.
can't connect. My computer won't connect to the
I said you get on my computer, get on your account. I said,
Oh, okay.
yeah,
Because that means if I'm, you said I wanted admins, right? Is that like administrator?
yeah.
So we really do got to work on.
Hey.
I was watching Spaceballs earlier today.
Oh, you got a movie.
That was hilarious. He's like, "What about happened to then? What about now? We're in right now, sir. Well, what happened to then? We're not then. We're now. But where did we go before? We're already there."
Yeah.
And Dark Cody, he drinks like coffee. He's like, hot.
The mask fell down, he spat it out. It was inside himself.
Man, the power of the shorts. And that guy, he's like, "What have you ordered special?" He's like, "Oh my god, that's what I ordered."
Oh yeah, we should listen to the Attack of the Clones humor version.
The what?
The Attack of the Clones humor version.
What humorous version?
The Attack of the Clones humor version.
Okay.
You might like it. It's funny. Oh, we already listened to it before. I remember.
Yeah.
We did. That was a long time ago we listened to that. We gotta listen to Revenge of the Sith humor version, man. We haven't listened to Revenge of the Sith humor version, have we?
Okay, if you tomorrow,
Excuse
me, tomorrow, it's gonna be. I think the high is only like 35.
Oh, it doesn't matter what's doing outside. As long as we're inside, it's all that matters. Because I got heat.
I know I got heat too. I'm just saying. I mean,
Why it shouldn't be bothering you too much to go outside for a few seconds to go to someone's house. You know.
I'm wearing warm clothes. I got my fuzzy sweatpants on.
Right.
Long john and top and all that.
Yeah.
It's still pretty cold.
Yeah, but going outside for a few seconds isn't really enough to bother anyone, really. I mean, people live in Alaska and they go in much colder weather than they ever get here, and they have to live out there sometimes, you know.
Could you imagine living in like Russia where it's ice cold and it's like 30 below? Like you
Not everywhere in Russia. Russia's not everywhere is like that. It's not like that everywhere in Russia. In some places in Russia it is, but Russia's a big place. Russia's big. It's a lot of. It's so big. It's like 7 different time zones.
Well.
Anyway.
I don't know. I don't get into politics too much.
If you want to watch my stream, remember it's on Brett Kofall. Well, I gotta go, so I need to continue making my stream. Okay. talk to you later.
All right, love you. Bye.
Bye. Love you. Bye. You threw up.
$7555. My phone is a little weird acting right now. Blank screen and I can only talk on it on my laptop. I got an awesome HP laptop. It's silver. I think if you can't reach me, well, I'm on Skype as Brent Salden Koivu Paulo V, and you can email me at blsolden@mail.com. Shoot, I trust you so much that I will also give you my home address, 2200 Southwest 10th Street, Apartment 4, Oak Grove, Missouri 64075. I love you so much that, well, puppy love don't last. Number 23 years, and neither does obsession. Actually, I completely forgot about you for many years, mainly. Yes, I remember the number well. I'd probably get a message saying this number is no longer in service. Well, I know you must have a smartphone by now. Anyway, my website is maraandlukeforever.boards.net. There is so much more than Star Wars stuff on it. You can talk about any subject and write nonfiction and fiction books and stories. Plus, I'd like you to see my chronicles, or my diaries, and I also have the scriptures, some of them, posted. Please sign up and post things to my website, and help me get it off the ground and make it successful. I have 2 questions I want you to answer. It doesn't matter if the answer is yes or no to both questions, because no matter what the answers, it changes nothing. But since you are the only one who knows, I will ask you. Seems like I can never catch you when you are online to chat. September 13th, 2021. I continue to write to you. You're already the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. You don't need any enhancement at all. 12:51 a.m. Give me a rough estimate of when you get on Discord. I would love to chat with you. Paul Talk is a free app. There I am, Brent 888, and my chat room is Home 888. Really, being on my Propboard site and Discord is enough, but I want to give you options. Do you have a YouTube channel? A blog? Do you tweet? 12:53 a.m. On Twitter, my Twitterverse can be found on @blowsolden. 12:55 a.m. You know, we'd have never got out of Ludington alive if they had not trained us to be able to escape.
Delusion!
Actually, I was the only one that was recaptured, but Grandma Marge smuggled me out.
Delusion!
She died in 2011. 12:56 a.m. If you don't know what I'm talking about, then I suffer from false belief syndrome. Edited. 12:58 a.m. Your love would be better to me than if the entire past I think we shared never happened. If it didn't, it's okay because I have your love. Edited. Brand Study 36. Final warning. Koivu v. September 13th, 2021. Only you know whether or not we became a unit in 2002 or not. I keep thinking it happened, and my background check I did on myself claims that I am a man that became a unit with someone, but they could have made an error in the record. Is that possible? Where does my belief that something happened between us to make us a unit in 2002 even come from? If it is one of Satan's lies, then it doesn't matter at all, because we'll take care of that detail and make us official later. But if we are not that related yet, then of course we'll have to live in separate places until the day when we become that related, become a unit. How many more euphemisms for marriage can you cram into a paragraph? Edited. 1:10 a.m. An angel came to me in 2019 AD and said, "You're not marrying Heather, a girl I was enamored with and was sure I'd marry at the time. You're remarrying Maggie." Or was he just trying to tell me in his way that it would be impossible to marry someone when I was already someone's lawful spouse?
No!
Either way, it don't matter because we'll get hitched if we're not. Anyways, when the angel told me that, I disregarded the experience, for I didn't believe it. After all, everyone was telling me, no, anyone but Maggie. Edited. 1:13 a.m. Then a few weeks ago, every prophetess on YouTube was suddenly telling me I would be married soon. This was not true, because these were satanic kingdom marriage prophecies that confused people, and God would lead her to me. Had I continued to listen to these people, I'd be much further away from having Maggie back in my life than I am now. Called it a kingdom marriage, kingdom spouse, said she'd be pure. Yes, a broken clock is right sometimes. She is a pure woman, and the prophetesses were suddenly confirming everything God had been telling me about you, Maggie. Edited. This was subjective on my part. 1:15 a.m. So by faith I made a YouTube stream in which I proclaimed my love for you. I had done this before but had taken them down because of my doubt and unbelief in God's promises to me. 1:18 a.m. And the very next day, you make an entire Discord account devoted to me and your love for me, and to make sure it's you I suggest a screen name only Maggie would be qualified to use on my PropOrds site. Then today, who but the very screen name I suggested to you signs up for my website and sends me a very special private message. I knew it really was the Maggie Savoy the moment I saw your screen name had registered. I was overjoyed. Edited. 1:18 a.m. I thanked God over and over. 1:20 a.m. Now, Maggie, in a roundabout sort of way I have asked both of my questions. Both questions may or may not be based on false beliefs Satan gave me, or on the revelations of God, or faint and vague memories of this and that refuse to die, or both of the latter too, but only you know both answers because you never forgot a thing. Edited. 1:23 a.m. There was so much you couldn't say in school. But you dropped many hints that I didn't pick up on because by then I had just forgotten nearly everything. Including who you were, but I did know one thing, I was totally in love with this jet black-haired olive-skinned girl and I just didn't know why. Edited. 1:25 a.m. Now, even if the first time we ever met was in Mr. Stein's 8th grade English class, I would be 100% content. Edited. 1:25 a.m. But only you know. Edited. 1:27 a.m. Or maybe I know too, but I need to hear it from you because if I hear it from God I can't be 100% sure it's not just me talking to myself in my head or the devil's deception. 1:28 a.m. And if the answer is no to both questions, then please forgive me for believing those things. 1:29 a.m. If you tell me both are not true, I will never believe them again, because you settled the matter for me for good. 1:35 a.m. Autistic people like me tend to build up unhealthy worlds of fantasy around themselves and the ones they love. The narrative makes for a good fiction story that makes perfect sense even if it never happened to us. 1:36 a.m. I don't need any of my delusions to go along with your love, Maggie. 1:39 a.m. Well, I'll play more Eternal Fury and type more Diary 6 now. Please tell me what's on your mind and heart that you are allowed to share, even if it's just that I'm crazy but you love me. I'll accept that. Edited. 1:40 a.m. Love always, Brent. 1:41 a.m. Hey, if they are true. Not only am I then not crazy, but I am completely vindicated. 1:42 a.m. But it is pretty far out stuff, even if it is all 100% plausible.
No,
Edited.
it's not.
1:42 a.m. Sayu. Love Brantley. Brand Study 36 Final Warning Coib v September 13, 2021. If I said the wrong thing, either here or on my PropOrds site, to make you feel uncomfortable, I am sorry. We can take our time over many months getting to know each other. Some of my words were based on the assumption that we knew each other already better than we do. I'm sure that we only know each other a little, only from our relatively few interactions in junior high and high school, and for me to suddenly put so much upon you and ask you such dumb questions that were not based on reality is my fault and I apologize. I hope you can still love me. I trip over my own dumb words and I proposed way too soon assuming we knew each other way better than we actually did. I can be far too impatient. Will you forgive me? My rash words to you may make me seem like the dumbest dumb person in the world. When I first started thinking of you again, I actually tried resisting the idea of trying to start a romance with you, internet or otherwise, tooth and nail because of our past. Although I can never truly stop loving you, or any more deny my feelings for you, I ought to give you way more space and stop being so blamed pushy. It is an evil tendency of mine I thought I had rid myself of. Let's start back on the right foot. God bless. Edited. 8:24 a.m. Let's take things super slow. 8:24 a.m. Let's not rush things, that was me being an idiot. 8:25 a.m. I know you do love me, your Discord screen name and willingness to use the PropOrds screen name I suggested shows it, so let's try getting to know each other. Edited. 8:28 a.m. I will also send these exact words in a PropOrds private message in case you check your messages there first. Edited. September 16th, 2021. Maggie, God blesses me every day, but if he were to give me every blessing imaginable but you were lacking, I would not be able to delight in any of it. 12:38 a.m. I don't want my delusions to be true. 12:38 a.m. I only want you. 12:39 a.m. You are the only woman that God could give me that I could ever be satisfied with. 12:39 a.m. I love Maggie. 12:39 a.m. I love you. 12:40 a.m. I want to get to know you for who you really are. 12:41 a.m. I want to get to know the real you. Brand Study 36 Final Warning Coy v September 16, 2021. So, please, tell me about yourself. Tell me about Maggie. Edited. 1:14 a.m. What is your favorite color? 1:14 a.m. What movies and TV shows do you like? 1:14 a.m. Tell me your life story. 1:15 a.m. And I will tell you mine, the NO and delusional one. Dearest Maggie, it is difficult for me to ascertain what side of the fence I should land on, whether to believe in the things I feel I have evidence and proof for, or to deny them but never again deny my eternal and endless love for you or your love for me. I feel if I should land on either side, you may be driven away from me in utter disgust no matter which side of the fence is the true and pure one, if I choose the wrong side. I hope you understand this. I asked God for a sign. His sign was that I need to taste and see that the Lord is good and that with God all things are possible and that I should jump into the water and walk on it. However, this could be interpreted to mean, and only to mean that you, Maggie, are indeed back in my life, and may not even mean that those two questions I asked you even have a possible yes answer. I cannot rely on God's voice because the things I tell myself, the things God tells me and the lies of the adversary all can seem very reasonable to me because I don't have enough discernment yet to tell the difference, Maggie, though I have prayed for discernment for years and have sought diligently and even read an entire book and something from a book and seen things on TV to try to help me to distinguish these three true and false revelation-giving voices from each other. Also, reading the word does not help either, because of my tendency to misinterpret what I read, so I hope you can see, dear one, where I am. Just say the word, and my delusions or true beliefs will be either completely gone and all my diaries. 6:16 p.m. Corrected, or completely confirmed in every particular.
No.
Please do not take me for an ignorant fool. If Satan, whose guts I hate, can deceive an entire generation into thinking they need a medicine that will destroy and damn their souls, or if Satan, that monster, can deceive an entire church, and God's true church at that, into thinking that suddenly God's word is wrong and it's now okay to practice open communion and allow women and hemostimulatings and atheists into God's holy priesthood, or if Satan, that ugly, corrupt beast, can deceive the purest church on earth into thinking their prophet is infallible and that the word of God brought forth in this generation contains words of Mauricio and is corrupt when he did not even know English and could not possibly added anything of his own making to the sealed book, see Diary 22. Toward the end, the Revelation section, and if Satan could deceive the entire evangelical world into believing in a pre-tribulation rapture and the imminence of Christ's return, when the only imminent event is Obama the Antichrist pretending to be Jesus, looking just like him and even possibly speaking like our Savior in a fake rapture event made possible by Project Bluebeam that will 6:16 p.m. deceive the very elect of God, then it would not be difficult to deceive one as simple-minded, though I am very wise, knowledgeable, understanding, spiritual, prophetically minded and progressively thinking in a good way, and undiscerning as myself. To prove I am serious about giving up porn and self-abuse, after I upload all my best or good IR both files to my PropBoard site for others to read and learn from and be entertained, enlightened, and uplifted by, I will give my laptop away as a 100% free gift to my neighbors Matthew and Nicole Shaver, asking him to please read all the files on it and to follow all the bookmarks on my browser, so he and his household may be saved. I am finally getting that infernal lizard off of my back once and for all that whispers in my ear telling me I need it. I, however, will not be unable to contact you. I can access the internet at the local library. You may write me a personal letter by snail mail, a wonderful thing that seems to have fallen out of vogue these days, or send me an email, Discord message, or reply to me here. Do not attempt a phone call or text because I am currently without a phone. Also, do not try Skype because really you can't do that at the Libtrary. You may try sending me a MeWe contact request on www.mewe.com, an awesome, versatile, and fun and free speech zone social media platform.
MeWe.com isn't up anymore, unfortunately. And I'm no longer on Pal Talk, Maggie.
That has by now grown almost as popular as Facebook.
I mean, I don't use Pal Talk anymore.
Do not write me on Facebook, for it is now pure evil because it is too easy soon to send and receive soul-damning quantum tattoos on it purely by accident. I saw this actually taking place on television. A female Facebook executive had a prototype of a quantum tattoo. 6:16 p.m. You may talk to me on Twitter also, at Blosolden. You may also leave me comments on YouTube, the Brent Lee Salden Koiviaplilovi YouTube channel. Start every comment with "This is your Pearl" and I will know who you are. On MeWe, call yourself Perloff Great Value 86 or I Love Brent and I will know immediately that it is you. Until the day comes that God can trust me with another laptop, I will be without one, period. With all my love, your Brentley. Sayu. Then Junk_Bow sent me the message in Maggie's name at the top of this 11th diary in the entry for Sunday, November 7th, 2021, to which I replied, thinking it was Mags on September 17th, 2021. You know, you don't how happy I am to finally hear back from you, Maggie. 9:06 a.m. I got a copyright claim T=4 trying to make a movie commentary, but as soon as I can steer 'em again, I will more videos just for you. Just tell me what games I stream that you like to see Brent play the most. And I know all my delusions and so-called proof of them can fall apart with a single pinprick. Own, please tell me more about yourself so I can GRT to know yun for who you really are, because I was only really baffrely acquainted with you in school. I really look forward to laking with the REALU more and much more often, my dear's Pearl. Claiming falsy THAAT, I'm already married to you because some jerk decided to falsify my background check. Was we wrong? Forgive me. But I know you are not mad at me. 9:06 a.m. Love, always, your Brentley. Brand Study 36 Final Warning Coib v September 17th, 2021. Let me tell you the story of Brent and Maggie. Brand Study 36 Final Warning Coib v September 17th, 2021. One day, the nice Mr. Sun was shining on the ground below, but Brent was in junior high. In 8th grade he laid eyes on the most beautiful woman he had ever seen and was completely smitten. But the love was unrequited and she only wanted friendship. But he decided he would be dumb and spend his whole grade school career trying to push himself on her. Well, later in life, he regretted his unkind actions toward her and but realized he just couldn't forget her. Meanwhile, for some odd reason she remained single and unmarried for 23 minutes whole years, and so did he. In 2021 AD, when he was absolutely praying to God that they would bring this sweet woman back into his life, she contacted him on Discord and created an account that said "I love Brent," and he found out that it was, at long last, Maggie, the girl he couldn't have imagined would actually come back into his life but did. I am weeping tears of joy as I write this to you, my dearest Pearl. 9:44 a.m. Your Brentley. Brand Study 36 Final Warning Koi v September 17, 2021. Today, as I was changing an outside trash can at work, a swarm of yellow jackets were buzzing all around it. It was very scary work as I changed the trash, trying not to get stuck as they swarmed around me and the trash can. 12:39 p.m. So how was your day? Do you work? Do you still live in Michigan? Brand Study 36 Final Warning Koi v September 17, 2021. Last night Satan tempted me to add something very evil to my diary, which I have just now deleted. If you already saw it, I apologize for putting it in there, for it was pure wickedness and evilness that led me to write the trash that I added to diary 65. 3:40 p.m.
65.
I'm
I went
actually
from
not sure if you have read any
11:65.
of my
Wow.
diaries. 3:41 p.m. I am about to make a bunch of YouTube videos for you, all dedicated to you, plus I will make videos about our situation like you asked me to do. 3:42 p.m. Do you like the game Eternal Fury? Edited. 3:44 p.m. That's the one I was streaming on the video in which I apologized to you and said many things to you. Brand Study 36 Final Warning Koi v September 17, 2021. Maggie. Brand Study 36 Final Warning Koi v September 17, 2021.
Not again.
According to the Gopherwood prophetess, I need to walk out my faith seed or I could lose out on
Not
everything.
again. Why am I listening to them
Really,
again?
it does not even take but a tiny leap of faith to believe the things I ought to know are true,
No.
because of all the proof and evidence I have for it, which I delineated to you in my letter to you and in my diaries.
No.
There is more evidence and proof to back up my assertions than there is evidence now extant for the existence of Julius Caesar.
No.
BLSKJVN 6. I have waffled, been double-minded, on every major theological subject which I now know to be true from my youth up. I waffled on whether or not to believe in the God of the
True.
Bible, and in the Bible. I waffled on whether or not to believe in the Book of Mormon and the Restoration. I've waffled on plurality of gods, lectures on faith, eternal progression, the existence of purgatory, the scripturality of the Song of Solomon, the
White noise.
inspiration of Sarah Young's Jesus Calling, and also the two listeners' God Calling, which Sarah Young has said she does not believe in at all, though she herself is a listener who has had similar experiences to the listeners of God Calling. I have waffled on the Gospel of Thomas, books of Maccabees, the legitimacy of heaven is for real, whether or not there be any truth to the false Filipino record the Aclayton, and whether or not the Brazil work were true, or whether George W. Bush was good or evil, and whether or not RLDSDC 156 was a false revelation. Finally, I debated within myself many years whether or not I should just, edited. 5:30 p.m. Forget you and let you go, or hold out for you and hope against hope that you had remained unmarried as I. With the issue of whether or not the things God has revealed to me by various means have actually been the things that actually do fill in my 3-year memory gap from ages 4 to 6 accurately,
I know not,
fantastical
I know it
as
is
they
now.
seem to me,
Not that.
I found today that I need to rely on the Word of God for vindication instead of relying on a woman for it, no matter how much I love and know her. I should not have assumed it all to be untrue just because you did not acknowledge it
was
to me in
untrue.
so many words. Love, always. Your Brentley.
No, it's
P.S.
not.
It's true.
No, it's not. No, it's
All of it.
not. No, it's not.
Luddington.
No, it's not. No,
Time
it's
travel.
Not. No, it's
Us
not.
being
No,
lovers
it's not.
without the
No, it's
sex.
not. No,
Everything.
It's not. No, it's not.
I cannot deny it anymore.
Oh,
To do
yes,
so
I
would be to
can.
displease
Yeah, I'm
God.
not displeasing God.
Sayu, Edited. Brand Study 36 Final Warning Coib v September 17, 2021. I never hear of a man damned for believing too much, but they are damned for their unbelief. Joseph Smith, J.R., Prophet of the Restoration, 1831 to 1844 AD. I love Brand September 17, 2021, Junk_Bell, my clone, Brand 2.
Junk Bull is not my clone. He's a shapeshifter.
I'm watching your stream, my Brentley, but I can't see you. Brand Study 36
And
Final
it's
Warning
not Junk Bull, it's Ella Brent.
Coib v September 17, 2021. The cam froze. When I see you, maybe you can get it working. I know you're very good with computers. Now this is the day in which Satan started playing tricks on my mind, dear Maggie, and I started hearing things BLSKJV and 6. I heard you singing Token Hallelujah. Wow, every note perfectly on key, perfect pitch. See you soon. Whatever you are doing, it is important. When does Maggie ever do anything that is not important? Edited. On September 18, 2021, I wrote to him, to you. Maggie, my Nephilim haunter was giving me a very seemingly real experience all last night and all day today. While I was in bed, I thought he was you being my wife. When he materialized beside me in bed, I felt a hip exuding seemingly womanly body heat against my leg, heard and felt breathing beside me, and a feminine feeling hand on my privates. The Nephilim, or succubus, a daemon, or devil that has haunted me since I was 16 years of age, Second Life, sang to me and with me all last night and all day, then led me on a long walk, and the police harassed me insisting I was on drugs because my pupils were dilated because of demonic possession. After I told them nothing but the truth, where I had come from, where I lived, what day and date it was, what city I was in, where I was and where I was going, ran my ID and frisked me for weapons, then I insisted to him as his husband, commanding him as her stripe, that now we were going home, and no more trapsing about everywhere. I walked home, taking a nap, and the Nephilim, or succubus, grabbed my privates and would not let go no matter how many times I commanded it to leave and go in the name of Jesus. So told Maggie, who was serenading me in a voice 10-000x better than yours, probably singing songs familiar to us in our experience. I insisted to her she come upstairs and fulfill our vows, so that since Nephilim only came to virgins, she who I thought was you, come up. 4:51 p.m. Immediately to replace him. After thinking I was telling you I needed you desperate now, and you were torturing me by just singing and staying away from me for hours while continuing to stand there and sing and never come to me, no matter how desperately long, and pleading with it that I desperately needed it now to save me from what he himself was doing to me. Now a prophetess, Satan's witch prophet, had warned me today on YouTube to pay attention, that something was off. Something Satan had caused was off. It was just more confusion to an already confused mind. Suddenly I realized that the whole experience had been caused by the Nephilim from start to finish. On September 19, 2021, I dreamed a dream. I had a dream as I was napping where I ran into a woman I thought was you, who looked just like you, who claimed to be you. As we talked, she revealed that at 17 she had had a beer that resulted in the loss of her virginity, and told me girls ought to lose their virginity at 16. I rejected her and ran away from her, then realized how much I loved you and went back to her. We were just about to be married, and at the wedding the real you showed up and said, I object to this marriage. Then the real you came back into my life for real. Edited. The Nephilim almost tricked me into letting him ravish me again. He was counting on the fact that I was expecting you today. 5:03 p.m. I heard him pray, not thinking I could hear him, thanking God for finally letting him seduce me. Then I rejected him completely before he could make the final move. 5:04 p.m. Then he revealed that he was the Nephilim, not you, showing his true colors, and left me alone. On 9/20, I wrote, I would like to make you one of my moderators on my prop board site. Will you accept? Brand Study 36 Final Warning Coib v September 20, 2021. Maggie, last night on the stream I was not mad at you. I was frustrated that every time the prophets said it was on the verge of happening I kept getting met with just more disappointment with no end in sight. Then the Nephilim tried seducing me again and I won again. Then I heard a voice that said, now go get your Maggie, she's outside standing by the mailbox. I went out there barefoot without my house keys. She, invisibly gave me a set of instructions to follow, making me think her vehicles were parked invisibly and immaterially in the parking lot, and to the world I must remain a single man, but in our apartment we can be a married couple. She had me go upstairs, and lie down on my bed. Later, after I experienced pleasure with its hands, it made me promises, then asked me more than once if she was my Nephilim or my Maggie, and said if I guessed right, I would get Maggie, and if I guessed wrong, ravishment and damnation. Remembering that God told me over and over again, Maggie does not have the gift of invisibility, I guessed that it was my Nephilim again. When I guessed this, he said, I guessed correctly and now I will get the F out of your life for good. He did get out of my life, for the most part. I'm hardly bothered by the Damon Devil at all anymore, who used to be one of the pillars. 4:14 p.m. CDT 11/23/2021 BLSKJVN 6, but I still hear him.
No.
He's still hanging around. I really do love you, Brantley. On September 22, 2021 I was starting to doubt Junk_Bow was my Maggie, and I said, I was probably assuming I knew who you were. I might not even know what your name means, or its origin. I assumed that you were a certain person, named above 2XS, whom I was delusional about and obsessed with, and believed false things about, thinking I had evidence, which was false, on the surface only seeming true. I assumed you were her because you sent a love always symbol that she used to use, which was only an imitation of the one I sent. I also assumed that you were a woman whose name meant Pearl because I named you that and you accepted the name. Now that I am no longer assuming that I know who you are, I will just simply ask you. Who are you? September 23, 2021. I love Brand. September 23, 2021. My Brantley, you know me. I'm Maggie Savoy. 2:15 p.m. Why would I do everything you've asked of me if I wasn't myself? Which was a bald-faced lie, because at this point the real Maggie hadn't.
She did do everything I asked her to do. The non-delusional things, at least.
Done half the delusional nonsense that I had at this point. Asked I love Brent, Junk_Bow, to do BLSKJVN 6.
No, I love Brent is not Dumbo.
September 23, 2021, during the night, I took a trip to the realm of the dead, as described in the letter I have yet to publish to you, Maggie, just after Moroni 838 second RuneScape experiences, above in an above diary entry in this diary that I will soon add to, if not today, then another day. I have a lot of streaming to do on Discord today, honey BLSKJVN 6. The next day, September 24, 2021, I wrote to Junk_Bow, which you are now seeing, Mags, for the first time, assuming you had come down there to rescue.
No, it wasn't the first time.
Me, Mags. Brand Study 36 Final Warning Coib V September 24, 2021. My Pearl, 8,000 no, a million thanks, no a trillion thanks to you for coming to my rescue last night and getting me out of that evil Todash dimension. It was no dream, it was our reality. My wife, I hope you can see that there is so much more to reality than just what is on the surface. May we never have to go to that awful place again. It was way scarier than any hell I've been to. Do you still live in Michigan? Brand Study 36 Final Warning Coib V September 25, 2021. What is your current religious belief system? Brand Study 36 Final Warning Coib V September 25, 2021. My Pearl, please read today's diary entry in Diary 66. You will find it most interesting. Your Brantley. 7:57 p.m. Entry for September 25, 2021. Brand Study 36 Final Warning Coib v September 25, 2021. I started Diary 67. 10:52 p.m. You will really like it? Brand. September 26, 2021. Brand Study 36 Final Warning Coib v September 26, 2021. How do I know you are the Maggie? 2:55 a.m. Prove it. Brand Study 36 Final Warning Coib v September 26, 2021. Sorry for doubting. I was going through a tough time and I was desperate to know. Brand Study 36 Final Warning Coib v September 26, 2021. I'm streaming, Pearl. Brand Study
Well, what's
36.
happening was God was making moves to bringing the real Maggie human to life, and Satan was making counter moves. That's what was really going on.
Final Warning Coib v September 26, 2021. I am so glad to have gotten rest most of the night. I had oatmeal for breakfast. 8:20 a.m. I hope you are soon to talk to me. I'd like to hear from you. Brand Study 36 Final Warning Coib v September 26, 2021. I'm sorry for making any false assumptions based on Satan's lies. 9:48 a.m. You can help me sort it all out. Brand Study 36 Final Warning Coib v September 26, 2021. Dear Maggie, please read today's diary entry. I finally went back to church. Brand Study 36 Final Warning Coib v September 26, 2021. I sent you a PM or private message on my
6
Propboard
hours.
site. It is very important, as it gives you somewhat of an idea of my current struggles. Please check it out, Brandley. That
7
message no
hours.
longer exists.
1, 2,
BLSKJVN
8
6.
hours.
Brand Study 36 Final Warning Coib v September 26, 2021. I'm streaming, hope you like it, Pearly. Brand Study 36 Final Warning Coib v September 26, 2021. You have ton help clear up some confusion, Mags. There are some entities around here, one cursing God in your voice, another unprovoked promising to kill me. 5:37 p.m. She may be talking about someone else and sounds like you. 5:38 p.m. You don't even live in Oak Grove. Satan is deceptive. 5:38 p.m. If you were mad at me, you'd have indicated such to me already on Discord. 5:39 p.m. I went up to that house Satan led me to believe you lived at, and they said no, Maggie Savoy lived there. Not the one in Bate City, but across the street from me. BLSKJVN 6. 5:39 p.m. Please verify all this. 5:40 p.m. You're Brantley. 5:41 p.m. If you are upset by anything I post/stream, please let me know what it is and I'll correct it and ask God to change that about me. 5:42 p.m. I hear these voices calling me retard and moron and demanding I take my clothes off and not drink the water and not put away the peanuts. I'm sure these voices will go away after I take some more doses of my medication, Mags. 5:43 p.m. I'm never going off my meds again as long as I live. 5:43 p.m. I love you, Maggie May. You're Brantley. Brand Study 36 Final Warning Coib v September 26, 2021. Hang in there, love. September 27, 2021. I may be the king of false assumptions. 3:46 a.m. I am confident you've always been closer than I think. 3:49 a.m. The things I am experiencing are the result of a chemical imbalance, like a man on an LSD trip. Dad showed me a movie and I saw a show or part of one illustrating what drug trips are like, but I do not take drugs, not illegal ones, and never have. Edited. 3:51 a.m. I am back on my meds now, so I am confident that very soon I will be able to get lots of rest and always be in my right mind. Love, Your Brantley. Excerpt from Diary 68 to 69. 4:35 p.m. My meds have kicked in more and I did a little experiment to ensure that I was wrong about Mags living closer than I think. Tomorrow morning, or later this morning, since I have gotten enough sleep, I will have a serious talk with my employer at work. I will tell her that I am now back on my meds after having been off them for a while and that people are already starting to notice a difference, and I bent the truth because I had had very frightening experiences at hospitals and was deathly afraid of going back to them, and apologize. By tomorrow these phantasms should be all but gone, and by tomorrow's dose of medication, I am confident will be a thing of the past. I was wrong to assume that somehow Maggie had the solution to my problem. Satan wanted me to think that. I have made arrangements for an RLDS church friend to take me Thursday to get my lab work done at Quest Diagnostics, and to go shopping, which I may not even have to wait for, the shopping, for Joy told me she'll load up a gift card with money. I can buy Dynatop for my cold and cough, Neosporin, or triple antibiotic ointment for my sores, and all kinds of good groceries and a wonderful big book for Diary 70. Hopefully, the RLDS church friend can take me to T-Mobile to get a new 5G phone to replace my broke one. Also I need to get my eyes checked, not the eye check euphemism for thing unmentioned, never. So I can get new glasses. Well, I'll try to get some more shut-eye and set my alarm clock for 7 a.m. Night. Brand Study 36 Final Warning Coy v September 27, 2021. I think you would really enjoy today's diary entry, Maggie. I am back in my right mind even more than ever. 4:31 p.m. Nothing in today's entry written today seems a tad bit delusional. 4:31 p.m. And isn't. 4:32 p.m. God has blessed me with an abundance of food and other necessary things. Brand Study 36 Final Warning Coy v September 27, 2021. I'm Not Who I Was, by Brantley. The old me could never once avoid being arrested by or getting in trouble with the police. The new Brand cooperates with the police, never lies to them, never get arrested or really gets in trouble with them. 8:12 p.m. The old Brand couldn't go through a crisis without going to hell and back. The new Brand trusts God enough to deliver him from his troubles. 8:13 p.m. The old Brand was obsessed with you. The new Brand forgot about you for years but later realized he still loves you real, mature love. 8:14 p.m. The old Brand didn't know how to treat a lady, and couldn't relate to them. 8:15 p.m. The new Brand can be friends just as well as knows how to be more. 8:15 p.m. The old. 8:16 p.m. Brand was rude, inconsiderate, mean, unkind and didn't really know God. 8:16 p.m. The new Brand is the opposite of these things. 8:17 p.m. The old Brand had delusions and could never defeat them. 8:18 p.m. The new Brand, although he had delusions, wants to doubt them and doesn't believe Satan's lies. 8:19 p.m. Satan told me many untrue things that I have thrown out because they are untrue. 8:19 p.m. I only want to believe what is true. I hate lies. 8:20 p.m. I hope you will write back soon. Edited. 8:20 p.m. Love, your Brantley. October 6, 2021, to Brand 2, thinking he was Maggie's clone, thinking junk_bow.
Yo, that was Rouse. All of Brent who was Maggie I was referring to.
Was a name for your twinner, Maggie. Are you junk_bow? 10:12 p.m. Do you like the song God's Not Dead? November 2nd, 2021, let's bring this whole song and dance up to date. Thank God, I've been praying and praying that you would give me a third chance. 10:15 p.m. I got some of my laundry done tonight, made myself a 4-egg omelette with diced tomatoes and spices in it turned out more like scrambled eggs, and had it with peanuts. I also tidied up my apartment a great deal, and my case manager is coming over next Friday morning, and I will be set up with an appointment with Tracy to dispense my meds, and I did a lot of dishes today. So how are you? Please tell me you are not the Maggie May Savoy who owns a farm with her hubby Ben and lives in Colorado, because I don't roll like that. She has the wrong face anyway. I know your face so well I can draw it almost by accident. Edited. 10:19 p.m. Also, I apologize for blocking, muting and deleting your account. Satan deceived and manipulated me into thinking you were either your twin or junk_bow or a dead Maggie, one of thousands that have been haunting me. 10:21 p.m. I don't want to assume anything, and if I believe anything that is untrue, please straighten me out. 10:23 p.m. I love you, Maggie, so much that my love for you is like a fine note that is so sublime no instrument dare play it, but which only you, my darling, can hear. 10:25 p.m. Oh, please sign up for my website again, www.maraandlukeforever.boards.net, under a slightly different name such as Childoflight 88 or something. Or Pearl 88 or anything you wish. Love, your Brantley. Do you by any chance have anything that belongs to me, like say a record or a drawing or diary? And do you still have the notes I wrote you in school? And what was that note you wrote me that ended with "saw you in high school" about? 10:56 p.m. I lost all the notes you wrote me, sorry, but I have what you wrote me on Discord up above scrolling up still. Tell me when something is off the record and you don't want it in my diary. By the way, and it won't be included. 11/03. Okay, now you're unmuted. Sorry I hadn't yet. Edited. Brand Study 36 Final Warning Coib V November 3rd, 2021. I cast all the haunting monsters out of my apartment. This time I feel for good. 5:03 a.m. They all went out my window. Brand Study 36 Final Warning Coib V November 3rd, 2021. How are you tonight, Maggie? 9:34 p.m. You came just in time, Mags. Girls are seeming to throw themselves at me left and right now, and I turned them all down because they were not you. Edited. November 5th, 2021. 11/05. Brand Study 36 Final Warning Coib V November 5th, 2021. Hey, what's up? I know I didn't like to use that phrase, but the phrase has grown on me. Brand Study 36 Final Warning Coib V November 5th, 2021. You can use the username Perloff Great Value 867, because it is available. You being on the same IP address won't affect anything. I asked the Prop Boards admins if I could undelete 2 deleted members, which they said was impossible. I also deleted Monkeyman under the same delusion as I was when I deleted you, but they said that deletion wasn't as good as banning because a deleted spammer could come back again and again under different usernames, as long as they were available names and different. So as long as you just add one more digit to your username, you can come back, and I promise I'll never ban or delete you again, Maggie. I'll tell the same thing to the other person I deleted when I was delusionally deleting people. 2:58 p.m. In case you lost the website URL, it's www.maraandlukeforever.boards.net, and once you are on, I wish to make you a moderator because you're a fantastically smart, bright girl. Love, your Brantley. 2:59 p.m. Sorry, that's not a clickable link on Discord. maraandlukeforever.boards.net. Hey, Maggie, let's really catch us up. 11/06. Maggie, I believe that Mike Thomas leaned theologically liberal, but I want to know how you came to that conclusion. I was rather a dunce when it came to theology in high school and didn't really know God then, so I did not detect it like you did. Also, what did you do in the 23 or so years since you went to the King's College and Seminary in California? Do you still work at the Hill Road Mire? Edited. Brand Study 36 Final Warning Coib V November 6th, 2021. I know you don't think my chosen religion Mormonism is that great, but it's better than delusions. Can we talk, like, chat here? 11:27 p.m. If not here, where on the internet can we talk, like have a one-on-one chat? Edited. November 7th, 2021. Brand Study 36 Final Warning COIV November 7th, 2021. Dear Maggie, I'd like to get to know you, but relationships require communication, and I know you know that, but I would really like to be able to talk. Can you give me your phone number? 8:10 a.m. Brantley. 8:14 a.m. I'd like to formally apologize to you for all wrongs that I did to you, for turning my back on you at Meyer, not responding to you at the police station, stalking you in grade school, and the time I took it upon myself to tell on you that time I mistakenly thought you were cheating on a test, and for the where do you get offline and for the delusions. 8:15 a.m. Are we square now? 8:17 a.m. You are certainly a pearl of great value to me. Brand Study 36 Final Warning COIV November 7th, 2021. I fell asleep listening to a classic Sherlock Holmes audiobook. 9 a.m. I'm going to go back and rewind it a couple hours. 9:06 a.m. If you do live in Bate City, then I will be at this church this morning. Maybe you can come with 102 Southwest 9th Street, Oak Grove, Missouri 64075. From I-70, turn right onto Broadway or Main, then take a right onto 9th. It's not a RLDS or Mormon church. It's non-denominational. They don't believe in the Book of Mormon there. 9:07 a.m. I'm going there now, at 9:07 a.m. 9:11 a.m. My apartment is 1 block away from it, and we can sit on the front porch and talk, or we can be in my apartment. I think we can trust ourselves enough to behave ourselves. If you or I get a certain feeling, apart and not together, you and I can go outside and walk it off around the neighborhood, then come back, and we have to have boundaries also. 9:12 a.m. We need to make and set boundaries. 9:12 a.m. And never cross them. 9:14 a.m. See you at church, if you're coming. There are directions to my apartment and my phone number in my diary on my Star Wars site Mirand Look Forever. I was desperate and delusional at the time I put them out there, but now I'm not, and I would love to see you again, Brantley. Brand Study 36 Final Warning COIV November 7th, 2021. My number and address is in Diary X in the entry for October 10th, 2021, at 11:16 a.m. Brand Study 36 Final Warning COIV November 7th, 2021. In case you don't want to read it, it's 1-816-933-7555 or 1-816-933-7555 and 200 Southwest 10th Street, Apartment 4, Oak Grove, Missouri 64075. Brand Study 36 Final Warning COIV November 7th, 2021. Now Diary 10 is fixed. Brand Study 36 Final Warning COIV November 7th, 2021. Now I wrote my first entry in Diary 11 or 11. November 8th, 2021. Brand Study 36 Final Warning COIV November 8th, 2021. My Pearl. How are you today? I am planning on making some more YouTube videos sometime, but no more webcams for a while. I'm at the local library, and I have checked out a fancy/horror book by Stephen King and Peter Straub called Black House, both the large print and the audio book, so I should get the book done soon enough. I am using one of the computers in this library's computer bank to talk with you. I never gave my laptop away because I really do need it. I just need to drop my addiction. I went for an entire month without it, then I was tempted and fell again several times, and every time look at that stuff I feel awful. Sunday, yesterday, rededicated my life and heart to God at church. Speaking of church, what church do you go to? I hope I can persuade you to join me at my local RLDS branch sometime. It's to the left coming off of I-70, past the yellow and green flags, on the right. It's called the Oak Grove Restoration Branch of Jesus Christ. I'll let you know at 6 a.m. or so on Discord the mornings I go, or if I'm planning to attend the evening services. I'm totally sane now as I've been back on my meds for a long time now and I don't have delusional thought processes anymore. As you can see by Journal 11, my current one, I have dropped all illusions, delusions, craziness and insanity altogether, which were the result of being off my meds for so long. Now that I know where that can take you, as I said when I first went back on them, and I've been back on them ever since, I'll never go off them again. But tell me about you. I want to know about you, and what your interests, hobbies, tastes, likes and dislikes are. Like I said before, I never really got to know you in grade school. You're Brentley. 11/10. The fact is, Mags, I just don't remember much pre-JR High.
Not my
Those memories
delusions
were taken from me.
again.
4:51 a.m. But from junior high on I have known you to be sweet, godly, have a quick wit, a good sense of humor, be a good voice imitator, an excellent singer, wise, intelligent and beautiful,
Yes.
and cute.
Yes.
Brand Study 36 Final Warning Coy B November 10,
First
2020
dates?
Brand Study
Sorry.
36 Final Brand Study 36 Final Warning Coy B November
First dates? No. Okay, it's kind of like first dates? No. Well, if it's a hey, by the way, yes. Only I need to be reminded of past ones? No. I believe that eventually I'll get all my memories back? No. But eventually, never should have forgot you, never will. You set out to be like a phoenix on the fox turkeys and a giant glass, true. The comic notebook, yes. The animated Anastasia, no. For the series, no. For a scope, yes. John Rambo, no. Which is all the movies. Okay.
Brand Study 36 Final Warning Coy B November 10, 2021. Dearest Maggie, my pearl, sorry for that she's making a fashion statement line and for insisting you had a crush on Leo DiCaprio when you saw Titanic. Also, sorry for using Allison as a go-between between you and me when I should have had the guts to talk to you myself. And I was not trying to grab your arm in the library. I was trying to show you that you and I got the exact same copy of The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn in American literature without talking to you, which I was forbidden to do. Since you just stood there, I tapped you on the shoulder and tried starting a conversation with you. The result of that was the most traumatic time of my life in high school, where I had to bend over backwards so the back of my head was touching my heels not to violate the restraining order. I was told never to even make eye contact with you. Officer Rye was the enforcer. One day my possessed Aunt Linda was having a demonic psych bout and the police were called to Grandma's house when I was living with Grandma Marjorie May Salden at her house with Linda as her ward. I saw that the officer sent was the enforcer. It was a year after the order ended in 2004, in 2005 I believe, but I had a picture, blown up to portrait size, of you I had Xeroxed from the yearbook next to a similarly done pic of me. When I saw that it was Officer Rye, I immediately tore the pic off my wall and crumpled it up and put it in the trash lest I earn his ire. He gave me a look when he saw me sitting at my computer desk, and the torn off corner of the pic, the tape on the wall, and the crumpled ball of computer paper in my trash. He was no fool. That look he gave me made me very nervous. For years I tried to forget you and tried several platonic relationships or potential relationships with women who were godly and exhibited qualities I liked in women, and I threw away everything that 2:58 p.m. reminded me of you more than once, but over the many years, Pearly Pearl, I could just never really forget you. I already told you about the 2019 Scott Thomas Bilbrey / Maggie South incident and about the angel Gabriel who had told me earlier that year that I was not marrying a girl I liked named Heather, but I was marrying you. And in 9th grade algebra George Wong, who I last had seen at Ludington, told me I'll marry you someday.
Nope, the thing about the last scene in Ludington is a lie.
He told me that with a smile and with confidence. I don't think the time is right for me
That's
to
true. He did say that. They'll marry you someday, Maggie. He did say that.
make a formal proposal until we have been actually seeing each other instead of this hit and miss internet chatting, though more than once on the internet, both on my website and on streams, I have asked for your hand, and there was that time with the pizza halves in France.
That was the dream Satan gave me. That was pizza. That was the dream Satan gave me.
I love you and I hope you write me a personal letter sent to my mailing address. I know that's not really in vogue much anymore, but I think people overly rely on email and texting and chat and social media these days
And
anymore.
then Jesus Christ commanded your voice to go away. Jesus Christ went out. You're not. That's not Maggie's voice. Maggie wouldn't be whispering and like a demon. She would be talking to me in a clear voice, not whispering me in a demon's voice.
And last I checked, snail mail is much more private, so please do drop me a line or give me your address so I can be the first to write you, or you can send me one of my old records or something else of mine you might be keeping safe for me. Sayu. Your Brantley. Love, always 3, edited. Brand Study 36 Final Warning Koi V November 11th, 2021. What's up? LOL, will you sign a petition to eradicate the terms hello and goodbye? Instead we can say marshmallow for hello and mushu for goodbye, just because we can. Hey, if we get enough signatures we can get rid of hello and goodbye, which are really useless and pointless phrases because they are so common. J/KLOLOL, I was such a silly brain back then. Edited. 3:29 p.m. Sigh. I was banned from the Force.net again for a supposed or imagined or minor but overblown rules violation. I seem to be a pariah everywhere I go. They make me a Jedi Grand Master and treat me like a Jedi Pupuad. Brand Study 36 Final Warning Koi B November 11th, 2021. Details in my diary, Dear Pearl. Today's entry. I need to choose to have the correct, right and righteous and positive attitude when a mod contacts me telling me if or when I will be unbanned and the nature of my offense. I think it's just persecution for having such lofty aspirations, dreams and goals for the Star Wars material I write and help write and compile and edit mags. BTW, this communication, while not private cause it's being streamed live, will not go into my diary. If someone didn't read it on the stream I am making today, it will not be seen. But your letters to me you send in the snail mailbox I will neither read aloud in a video or type in a diary. However, what I can share of any records of mine you can send my way, I will share, for it is my record to share, and I already told in public what I did at Ludington, and my bosses AGT work probably by now know every detail.
Ludington facility, that's all a delusion.
It is their business to know, but I told them I am now a peacemaker and wouldn't harm a flea. When I doubted, I told the detail about our war with the DRs of Ludington as a joke, like a tall tale, and saying, can you believe I actually believed that? LOL, but I knew in my heart that I couldn't.
Yeah, it's amazing. I actually believe that junk.
Doubt. Had no room left to doubt ever since the day I read the letter by poor Donald Marshall from a different dumb concerning his plight.
Donald Marshall is a different story. And not even anywhere similar to anything that's ever happened in my life. I never even was in a facility like his at all, ever.
He paid dearly in pain for sending his SOS to Donald Trump, who he can free, and also poor Leonard Peltier at Leavenworth in KC, with his Marines and a well-played coup to take back his rightful seat. Repeat, what you say in a paper and ink or pencil, marker, or even coded letter, you need to also send the letters key, or else I am now no longer able, mags, typo, unable to crack codes like I used to be able to easily, stays private, and will only be public maybe years and years from now when it don't matter no more because we're in the kingdom of Christ. 3:45 p.m. Your Brantley-3 always. Brand Study 36 Final Warning Koi V November 13th, 2021. Hello, Mags, what's on your mind? Brand Study 36 Final Warning Coib v November 13th, 2021. Dearest Pearl, can we at least chat? Edited. 1:22 p.m.
All this about clones. So stupid.
Do you even live on Bait City MO, or was that your clone I saw, or one of them? The other lives in Colorado. 1:23 p.m. What do I have to do or say or give up in order for you to talk to me one-on-one? Dropping each other notes is what kids do on high school. We're adults now. Adults talk one-on-one. 1:24 p.m. I know you are Maggie. I thought that my clone was definitely you at this point, Mags. I have no more doubt at all about that. 1:26 p.m. Was there a Luddington ANS time travel?
No, Oliver is not a clone. Oliver is Maggie.
A re-education center at CAHS in the future, an engagement in France. Was I a project paperclip child whose mind was erased in a red room, or all these just dreams and fantasies I made up, and is Satan deceiving me? Only you can tell me, Maggie. Whatever you say, I believeth. It has to come from your mouth, and you have to have done your own research, not fearing what the results may be. 1:27 p.m. I'm putting this fragdy in my diary. I will only put your response in my diary if you wish it. Love, your Brantley.
Is this repeating?
1:28 p.m. Always. 1:30 p.m.
Love
PS.
always.
What are your honest opinions of the thing as mentioned in my diaries? Have you read them? 1:30 p.m. 3 Brent. Now, Maggie, let's us get down to the real question, the elephant in the room. I need you, period. And I want you. 10:18 p.m. And I truly love you. 10:19 p.m. I watched A Free Man today. 10:19 p.m. They really distort reality in the movies, don't they, honey? 10:19 p.m. God bless you. 10:22 p.m. I love you so much I'll wait till we're married before I show you my want and need. Until then I desire and love you, and I will always show you my love. I am not streaming, nor will that line go into my diary. But it did because you need to see it, and Junk_Bow will not be the one to show it to you, dear. It is between us. Oh, Maggie, I have waited 23 years for you, but I will wait a little longer. 10:23 p.m. Now I am about to stream for many hours on Twitch. Brent Koivopolo 888. 10:23 p.m. See you there, Maggie, my love.
It did go in our diary. I did stream it. Huh.
10:24 p.m. Always your Brantley. 10:25 p.m. If I believe anything.
Sorry, Maggie, for showing you one thing and doing another. I'm sorry. I must have did it on accident. I must have put it on there, put it in there while thinking about it, and put it in. So I'm sorry.
False. I want to be corrected. Only you can correct me, Mags.
No, God corrects me. Woman can't correct me. God can, though.
On
God
Twitch.
did.
November 14th, 2021. Brand Study 36 Final Warning Coib v November 14th, 2021. Because of about 13 quarantine pup viruses on my laptop, I can't go online on my laptop anymore. I have no one to blame for that but myself. I first found out the internet was offline around 2 a.m. last night. Comcast couldn't do anything about the problem. 12:34 p.m. I got them because of my porn addiction, Maggie. I hate my addiction with a passion. 12:35 p.m. I feel so awful and ashamed every time I do it. 12:36 p.m. You're good with computers. You can get rid of the viruses and fix my computer. 12:39 p.m. Porn degrades women and is disgusting and supports the human trafficking industry. 12:40 p.m. Why am I so stupid? 12:41 p.m. I'm a real jerk for looking at that stuff. Edited. 12:42 p.m. Sorry jerk auto-corrected to hero. 12:45 p.m. Do you forgive me? 12:46 p.m. You haven't said a word to me since you sent me the third friend request. 12:46 p.m. You must be extremely busy. I'll just shut up and let you talk now. At this point I called me and made a personal stream I thought you were watching, on Discord with my phone. It lasted 6 hours and Clyde the hang-up bot did not hang up on me and me too the whole time. Brand Study 36 Final Warning COIB v November 15, 2021. None of my organization's companies, buildings or churches will be 501(c)(3). We'll just pays ours taxes. 2:45 a.m. That way we can say and preach whatever God tells us to. 2:46 a.m. You see my screen? Could you hear Paul talk? Can you hear YouTube? 2:47 a.m. Can you see me? 2:52 a.m. That gave me chills. 2:54 a.m. There must be a good reason, a very good reason, that the centerpiece of Zion is the greater Independence area and not Cleveland, Tennessee. 2:57 a.m. Now there is a major move of God with its center at Cleveland, Tennessee, but also at Baton Rouge and in a place in California. 2:57 a.m. And in Africa and in Japan and in Israel /Israeli flag/pic. Sleeping with autoplay on streaming exclusively to and for my Pearl. Next SW something then some good movie. 3:12 a.m. 10 cities decathlon if you know that you're seminary trained. 3:12 a.m. Decapolis. 3:13 a.m. Auto-corrected to decathlon. 3:14 a.m. Amen. Stop depending on everyone else's word from God. 3:15 a.m. If you haven't read Behind Lester Sumrall, Andrew Murray or Catherine Ruonala, you need to. You can fix almost anything with duct tape, they say. 3:54 a.m. That break dancing is pure evil and demonic. 3:54 a.m. Secret Society signs. Good night. 4:39 a.m. Love you. 11/16. Enjoying my stream, love. 2:15 p.m. I'm going to Walmart later to get spaghetti sauce and more chocolate milk. I'll go on my bike. I should be able to fit both in my backpack, no problem. 11/17. Wednesday. 1:06 a.m. CDT. I got my third copyright strike on YouTube and my account was terminated and all the videos on my Brantley Salden Koivu Paulo Jones V account taken down, leaving me with only 3 videos on my Brand Salden channel left. I appealed the termination and the third strike. Currently I am streaming the rest of Outline of History and Fahrenheit 9/11 on Twitch, and pleaded with the Twitch people to leave my videos up forever from now on rather than taking them down as soon as they are finished being made and to allow people to play them back. At the exact same time almost, Fahrenheit 9/11 ended and H.G. Wells' Outline of History Volume 1 switched to Volume 2. Now we are on the prehistory and early history and civilization of China. They sure do get along, lot, wrong. I'm about to play Albion. The first thing I will do, Maggie, is found a guild Jedi Warriors, for 9 hours flies fast and it is even longer away from last time I played than that. Come join me in Home 888 in the free Paul Talk app, Mags. Call yourself Perloff Great Value 86887, and I will know it's you. You don't have to turn your cam on. We can chat. Love, your Brantley. I will also post this on Discord because I doubt you are aware that I'm on Twitch streaming right now. 1:24 a.m. I tried to be careful not to get copyright slammed on YouTube but to no avail. My account was terminated. 1:28 a.m. So how are you, Maggie? 1:28 a.m. Still, there's Twitch. 1:25 a.m. But my account isn't high enough tiered up for them to keep any of my streams around. 1:26 a.m. So my only internet footprint now is on MeWe, Twitter, Propboards, Discord and a few other places including if I'm careful theforce.net. 1:27 a.m. My YouTube account was terminated. 1:27 a.m. I got copyright slammed. 1:27 a.m. I appealed it. 1:29 a.m. I posted that to OTHERS. 1:29 a.m. Others. 11/17. Do you play RuneScape? I called him, M's Hellspawn Imitator, Luskernuvis, or J_B on her I Love Brand account, again,
No,
Clyde-
no. I love Brent was Maggie.
hung up on he, R, and me after 5 minutes. Stupid Clyde, she was watching my stream. 4:44 p.m. Twitch doesn't let me stream video games even anymore, Clyde. 4:44 p.m. Clyde said it appears you've been by yourself in this call for more than 5 minutes. The bandwidth
Maggie
patrol
was probably away doing something when I called her.
has asked me to disconnect you to save bandwidth. That stuff doesn't grow on trees. 4:44 p.m. He is a mindless bot. 4:45 p.m. Do you know of some uninhibited streaming service, Maggie? 4:45 p.m. Send me a link. 4:46 p.m. Praise God, Clyde didn't interrupt us the night I was at Rick's streaming to you, honey. Actually, it was a 6-hour stream that Luskernuvis saw. Maggie, will you forgive me for
No,
deleting
Maggie saw the star stream.
you, not M, but her imitator who tries to fully seduce me and kill me, and be my mod. I was coerced, really, actually, God directed me to delete her accounts from Mara /
No, God and not.
Luke forever. 5:52 p.m. I thought you were a fake account, a sock of junk_bal. The Mara / Luke and Discord accounts actually were BLSKJV November 27, 2020.
Not true. They were not.
180/CE. 5:53 p.m. I need you, the actual M, as admin of my Star Wars site. Maybe you can give it a jump start it needs. 5:54 p.m. You don't need a new IP address. Just add a character to your screen name and an alternate email address. 5:54 p.m. That's simple. Brand Study 36 Final Warning Coib V November 18, 2021. Do you want me to make you a mod of my Discord groups when your 1,000-mile journey is over? Satan had convinced me you were on 1-11/27-021 CE/ADBLSKJV. 9:27 p.m. For Satan taught me at this point that you were currently walking 1,000 miles almost entirely on foot to my house and would be here soon. Nothing with a motor, he had said, when you already had, as I had, made that journey in a white pickup. I know you can't do it much and can barely check your messages, talk, or hardly have much time to watch my streams. Andy, talk back to me on the Discord telephone, cause you're on the move constantly, honey. When you get to Oak Grove you will run into a clone of you and an exact replica of me. Junk_bal, my clone, you can detect if he imitates me. Ask him to show you his right elbow. If there isn't a big scar on it, it's not me, it's Junk_bal, my clone. Actually Luskernuvis, an M imitator and grand seductress, queen of the seducing deads, as I have come to refer to them, who can be any object in my house or cause them to take your shape, inhabit movies and video games, or appear as spirits, who come from the region of the realm of the dead, and are responsible for the eye tests, Antichrist government, and corruption and so much evil in this world, as she freely admitted to me when she was trying to play me and get me to not leave you alone to make your own decision. And when I thought or was about to think for the first time that the real M was or had been J_B all along, even when I had known her as a 14-year-old teenager. Which false belief she later used to try to seduce me again the other night. BLSKV 5:09 p.m. November 27, 21. I got my scar when I
Bell tried to seduce me with that false belief. That is true.
was Wiped off my bike during my second life at age 11, which you know darn well was really my 14th year. Edited. At the time, according to my delusions, I believed that before
No, I was 11 when I got this scar, not 14.
I turned 6 years old in 1989, I had lived an entire adult life with M and had been
Not true. I got this 11.
age regressed to age 8, making me 8, not 6, in 1989, and I believed that M had been born in 1978
That's a lie.
and had lived 2 adult lives prior to meeting me at a fictional DRS dump at Ludington, Michigan, and that after our Wolfenstein 3D-like war
That's a lie.
with the DRS with our childhood friends,
That's
I
a
had
lie.
helped M and 11 other children escape, promised
That's a
M
lie
I'd
Satan taught me.
meet up with her in the woods, been recaptured, and been
A lie. Another lie.
rescued by Grandma Marjorie May Lehman,
Another
Salden,
lie.
who, as a child psychologist, had infiltrated Ludington, smuggled me out under a patchwork quilt, and had taken me to McDonald's, where I had
That's all a lie.
made and obtained promises to and from God about working at McDonald's one day.
I think that's true. I'm not sure.
Now the truth may be that around age 6 Grandma Wilma on my mom Edith's side may have forced Beam to convert or face the consequences, but if memory serves me that is more of an age 7 event that took place after the world had gotten to me and I had lost the light I had in 1989. I seemed
That's all a lie, except for Grandma Woman to try to force me to convert. It is true.
to have these experiences vindicated recently when I read a letter, now taken down, of one Donald Marshall who suffers in an actual dump and whom
He
Satan
said
got.
Don Marshall said nothing about me, and I know that was all a lie. Don Marshall, that is true, but my life had nothing to do with his.
Me to believe had experiences that matched the one Satan conned me into believing. I and the 11 others shared BLSKV 5:52 p.m. CDT November 27, 2021 AD.
Corvin Paul and the 5th, who named Satan gave me, not God. God gave me the name Benak, which means son friend.
9:27 p.m. Not factoring in the time traveling years with you, my dear one. 9:29 p.m. According to my first big record you carry with you
There were no time traveling years with Maggie. That didn't happen.
and have read at least one time for each mile of your long journey to your husband Brantley, I was 8 when the whole world believed I was 6.
I'm not married to Maggie yet.
I was under the delusion that she had a big black record, diary that she was keeping safe for me. 9:29 p.m. Oh, I love you. 9:29 p.m. Oh, how I love you. 9:35 p.m. Please do me a favor, Pearly Pearl. Join my Everything Star Wars Discord server. Here is the perma invite, discord.gg/7tuft5jqhe. Watch my daily stream on the Star Wars live streams voice channel on that server. You don't have to participate in the chat. You have so many secrets. Oh, if only I had my memories back. Memories of us. That's way more important to me to get back than all my self-important memories of me and any of my exploits, fantastic and heroic though they were and still are. All that is done. It's the memories of us that we shared together between us that I wish that I had back the most. Farewell, darling. See you in streaming land.
First of all, we have no memories except for what we were doing in high school. So
3 always. 9:35 p.m.
love always.
You're Brantley. You are on your 3rd life. The year was 2002 and the Hurley Psych Ward chaplain married us.
That's
We were
not
both-
true.
19 I think, at least that was our age to the world. Been so long ago, forgot his name but he was a believing black man with a heart of gold. Love ya, Maggie Marie Mesa voice Alden Koivo Paulo Jones VINV, edited.
All
Satan-
those names are not names that God tried giving her. Here's her name, Maggie May Savoy. She's not Solden yet. 'Cause she's not married to me yet.
Also taught me that we were married in 2002. 9:41 p.m. Now I am Brent Lee Salden Koivu Paulo Jones VNVI.
My name is Brent Lee Solden. That's my name.
9:41 p.m. God bless you. 11/19. Brand Study 36 Final Warning Koi V November 19th, 2021. When you get here, ring the doorbell.
Maggie,
can-
if you ever decide to come to my house, knock really, 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 really loud and shout, "It's me, Maggie!" Really loud. I mean, so loud I can totally distinguish it. It's actually you, and it has to sound and it has to sound and it has to be a real voice, and actually be you. You have to actually be there when I answer the door. You know. Otherwise, I know it's not you.
Hear it from my apartment just fine. 4:57 p.m.
Because my doorbell doesn't
Don't-
work right now. I don't know how I'm trying to charge it. My laptop falls down, so it's just trying to charge it with.
Knock. Brand Study 36 Final Warning Koi B
Oh.
November 20th, 20.
My laptop fell down. My laptop fell down at least once while I was trying to charge my laptop, my charger, doorbell. My laptop. Ah! I can't talk. My laptop fell down once when I was trying to charge my doorbell, and I couldn't charge my doorbell because my laptop fell down when I was trying to charge it. I'm not yelling at anyone. I'm mad at myself because I can't talk. My voice is shot. Ugh. And I'm so angry because all the delusions I believed. My bottom line is my doorbell does not work right now. And the only way I can know that anyone's here is if they knock really loud. And it has to be someone there, because every time I go unlock the door and open it, no one's there. No one is ever there. It makes me so mad. Okay, I'm back to normal.
21. Maggie, tell me the truth. Are we married or aren't we? Is my
Why do I
background
even ask you that? It's a lie from the pit of hell. Ugh.
check falsified? Why does it say I am married? Why did I write in my purple diary when I first began to be a bachelor, or to live as one?
I answered that question later.
Why did I get the idea when I was in Michigan that I was a married man all of a sudden? Is Satan deceiving me, or are you really my dear
That
wife?
was Satan deceiving me. It's so obvious.
Then I called my clone again, but Clyde the bot, to save bandwidth,
It
hung
was
up on the
not
tube.
my clone. It was Maggie. And she was busy doing stuff. That's why she couldn't answer.
Brants again. Clyde hung up on us again. 2:08 p.m. You can continue watching me play this game and my video feed right now, honey, in the Everything Star Wars Discord server in Star Wars live streams. Here is the invite, honey. Invite permalink above this entry. 11/20. Dear Pearl,
Okay.
here is a conversation between my clone Junk_Bow and me. Now he is pretending to be you. Brand Study 36 Final Warning Coid B October 31st, 2021. Junk_Bow, is that the same family of squatters next door that was caught in Lafayette County moving in today on October 31st, 2021? 12:26 p.m. And was that your boyfriend who came up to me and my neighbor's front porch and tore off his doorbell camera? And this brings us up to speed, to the present day. I've spent an awful lot of this whole time both convalescing and coalescing, Maggie. Was I always like this? You're Brentley. Last edit, September 29th, 2025 at 4:19 a.m. by Study 3600. Love is sacrifice. Study 3600. Administrator. Grand Inquisitive. Just got a second, female cat, I name tomorrow. She's a calico. Posts, 5194. July 6, 2024 at 11:14 p.m. Post by Study 3600 on July 6, 2024 at 11:14 p.m. On November 8, 2021 I write to Maggie.
No.
I'm totally sane now as I've been back on my meds for a long time now and I don't have delusional thought processes anymore. As you can see by Journal 11, my current one, I have dropped all illusions, delusions, craziness and insanity altogether, which were the result of being off my meds for so long. Now that I know where that can take you, as I said when I first went back on them, and I've been back on them ever since, I'll never go off them again. 2 days later on November 10, 2021 I slip back into delusion land, and I write this to Maggie. Underlined delusional thinking / writing. Brand study the result of that was the most traumatic time of my life. Brand study 36 final warning Koi B today at 2:57 p. When I saw, I already I love you and to prove I was still thinking rationally and straight. The next day I had the following conversation with Star Wars Santa on November 11, 2021 AD. Brand, YT Overlord DVD rumor mill video. It seems to me that Victor Von Doomcock is starting to be. Brand study 36 final warning Koi, people do and can change. Star Wars Santa today at 6:01 p.m. I don't have. Brand study 36 Star Wars Santa today at 6. Brand study 1 like by Santa. Star Wars Santa today at 6. Brand study 36. Brand 6:16 p.m. Star Wars Santa today at 6:17 p.m. Christ is our true anchor and our rock. We can know that his promises are true and trustworthy. Everything in this world is not trustworthy for our hopes. Everything will work out according to his plans and purposes. One Heart by Study 3600. Brand study 36 final warning Koi B today at 6:19 p.m. Amen. On November 13th, 2 days later I ask Maggie to either confirm or deny my delusions. Was there a Luddington ANS time travel? I looked at porn last night. Maggie is not the problem. Porn is the problem. I need to find something to replace porn. 2:31 a.m. tomorrow. I found it and it is 2 things. Always live streaming in an organized, not disorganized. I refute that whole statement, mostly. It is true, Maggie was not the problem, porn was. But streaming was not the Soltian at all, but often led to my porn use, and as of Saturday Sabbath July 6, 2024, 4:06 and 42 seconds p.m. CDST I am not yet married to Miss Savoy. But the most important refutation of most of the above statement is that what replaces my porn use is not those 2 things, but only the Holy Spirit in my life can replace porn according to Apostle Jeff. Later that day, I wrote a whole laundry list of things I did / experienced mixed with things I only fancied or boasted of doing that I did not do and false dreams and fake memories. Bold truth. Get lost in thought to the point I cease. 1 day later, on November 19, 2024, I was apologizing to Maggie for telling people she was my wife. And now, after all the lies, the truth, the gracious truth, 1 day later, on November 20, 2021. The demons drove me to a place in the town of Bate City where they, letter to Maggie, conted from yesterday's entry. 11/21 Sunday. Dear Maggie. The years of obsession and fixation I had for you were followed by years I tried to forget. Years and years. And years. The demons drove. I had not packed. He and others called but I was relieved to see it was a cop, and knew I had a ride home now. God is a total deliverer and but I was relieved to see it was a cop, and knew I had a ride home now, so I told him, thank God you're here. Last edit, November, for it happened, that I asked. Last edit, November 23, 2021 at 8:53 p.m. by Brent Koivu Apollo 888. Love is sacrifice. But just 1 day later, On November 22, 2024, Satan was up to his old tricks. For it happened, that I asked God for delusional things and Satan sideways answered my prayer, and thus I started to believe all my delusions again, because now I thought I had a concrete source for them. And that is all I will say about that. Last edit, September 29, 2025 at 4:37 a.m. by study.
Okay.
I'm afraid, Watson, that I shall have to go, said Holmes, as we sat down together to our breakfast one morning. Go? Where to? To Dartmoor, to King's Pyland. I was not surprised. Indeed, my only wonder was that he had not already been mixed up in this extraordinary case, which was the one topic of conversation through the length and breadth of England. For a whole day my companion had rambled about the room with his chin upon his chest and his brows knitted, charging and recharging his pipe with the strongest black tobacco, and absolutely deaf to any of my questions or remarks. Therefore, he suddenly announced his intention of setting out for the scene of the drama. It was only what I had been expecting and hoped for. I should be most happy to go down with you if I should not be in the way, said I. My dear Watson, you would confer a great favour upon me by coming, and I think that your time will not be misspent, for there are points about the case which promise to make it an absolutely unique one.
No.
We have, I think,
yeah.
just time to catch
All
our
right.
train at Paddington, and I will go.
You- Why is this to me every time I try to look for my current stream? It's not doesn't show it to me. Why? Uh, is he was showing? Wait. Front. You know what? Gonna have to click on here. You shouldn't, but I have to. There we go. No delay. Great. Let me check it. Here. What? Uh, don't start it. Why can I not find it on my phone? I can find it on the laptop. That's no sense. That makes no sense. Why? And I can't tell if if you can hear it out here if you can't. How do I experiment? How how in the world? How in the world is this just I know. I got it. My TV. Oh, school diary. If I can't get it on my phone, let's throw it over TV. Why is it going? There we go. Nope, 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 nope. No. I gotta shoot animals this thing. There is no comma. I can't do comma. There is no comma. No comma. No comma. No comma. Commas on you. Space 1. 13. Space 1. 13. 3. T. O. A. Y. Y. Space B. E. N. T. Space K. 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 O. I. P. P. O. Uh, oh, search. There's that. There's how.
Hey everyone.
What's the longest you've ever kept a diary? Day, week, maybe a year. Now, imagine a diary that records your entire life, every 5 minutes of it. Sounds impossible, right? Well, one man managed it. I'm about to tell you the incredible story of the longest diary ever written. He recorded every time he went to the toilet. 5,000 words a day, 37.5 million words total. And what the last thing
Okay. Oh, shit. Let's start with one. Start with one. Ah, wow. Start with one. Where's the one I just searched for? Where's the one that's on right now? For live space. I V E search. Here it is. Can you clear for the direct search? Okay. So no go on that. Okay. So no go on that. You can't play an audiobook and show your whole screen on this. Screen on this. Someone turned it off. I got an idea. The Memoirs of Sherlock Holmes. Memoirs?
Sherlock Holmes.
This is a LibriVox recording. LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. So for more information, vox.org. Recorded by David Clark, bgdavid.wordpress.com and bgcoffee.com. The Memoirs of Sherlock Holmes. Adventure 1. Silver Lakes. I'm afraid that I shall have to go, said Holmes, as we sat down together to our breakfast one morning. Go. Where to?
This.
To King's Pilot. I was not surprised. Indeed, my only wonder was that he had not already been mixed up in this extraordinary case, which was the one topic of conversation through the length and breadth of England. For a whole day, my companion had rambled about the room, with his chin upon his chest, with his brows charging and recharging his pipe with the strongest black tobacco, and absolutely deaf to
The
return of Sherlock Holmes.
Don't know how that happened.
The Memoirs of Sherlock Holmes by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer,
Okay.
please visit LibriVox.org.
I'll just hit the phone next
Recording by
time.
David Clark.
Okay, here we go.
WordPress.com
Hit the phone
and
next time.
bgcoffee.net.
Hit the.
The Memoirs of Sherlock Holmes. Adventure 1. Silver Blaze.
I'm afraid, Watson, that I shall have to go, said Holmes, as we sat down together to our breakfast one morning. Go? Where to? To Dartmoor, to King's Pyland. I was not surprised. Indeed, my only wonder was that he had not already been mixed up in this extraordinary case, which was the one topic of conversation through the length and breadth of England. For a whole day, my companion had rambled about the room with his chin upon his chest and his brows knitted, charging and recharging his pipe with the strongest black tobacco, and absolutely deaf to any of my questions or remarks. Fresh editions of every paper had been sent up by our newsagent, only to be glanced over and tossed down into a corner. Yet, silent as he was, I knew perfectly well what it was over which he was brooding. There was but one problem before the public which could challenge his powers of analysis, and that was the singular disappearance of the favourite for the Wessex Cup, and the tragic murder of its trainer. When, therefore, he suddenly announced his intention of setting out for the scene of the drama, it was only what I had been expecting and hoped for. I should be most happy to go down with you if I should not be in the way, said I. My dear Watson,
There we go.
you would confer a great favour upon me by coming, and I think that your time will not be misspent, for there are points about the case which promise to make it an absolutely unique one. We have, I think, just time to catch our train at Paddington, and I will go further into the matter upon this journey. You would oblige me by bringing with you your very excellent field glass.
You are allowed to see.
And so it happened that an hour or so later I found myself in the
Yes.
corner of a first-class carriage flying along en route for Exeter, while Sherlock Holmes, with his sharp, eager face framed in his ear-flapping travelling cap, dipped rapidly into the bundle of fresh papers which he had procured at Paddington. We had left Reading far behind us before he thrust the last one of them under the seat and offered me his cigar case. We are going well, said he, looking out the window and glancing at his watch. Our rate at present is 53.5 miles an hour. I have not observed the quarter-mile posts, said I. Nor have I. But the telegraph posts upon this line are 60 yards apart, and the calculation is a simple one. I presume that you have looked into this matter of the murder of John Straker and the disappearance of Silver Blaze. I've seen what the Telegraph and the Chronicle have to say. It is one of those cases where the art of the reasoner should be used rather for the sifting of details than for
Player
the
1 and player
acquiring of
2.
fresh evidence. The tragedy has been so uncommon, so complete, and of such personal importance to so many people, that we are suffering from a plethora of surmise, conjecture, and hypothesis. The difficulty is to detach the framework of fact, of absolute undeniable fact, from the embellishments of theorists and reporters. Then, having established ourselves upon this sound basis, it is our duty to see what inferences may be drawn and what are the special points upon which the whole mystery turns. On Tuesday evening, I received telegrams from both Colonel Ross, the owner of the horse, and from Inspector Gregory, who is looking after the case, inviting my cooperation. Tuesday evening? I exclaimed. This is Thursday morning. Why didn't you go down yesterday? Because I made a blunder, my dear Watson, which is, I am afraid, a more common occurrence than anyone would think who only knew me through your memoirs. The fact is that I could not believe it possible that the most remarkable horse in England could long remain concealed, especially in so sparsely inhabited a place as the north of Dartmoor. From hour to hour yesterday, I expected to hear that he had been found, and that his abductor was the murderer of John Straker. When, however, another morning had come, and I found that beyond the arrest of young Fitzroy Simpson, nothing had been done,
I felt that it was time for me to take action. Yet in some ways, I feel that yesterday has not been wasted. You have formed a theory, then? At least I have got a grip of the essential facts of the case. I shall enumerate them to you, for nothing clears up a case so much as stating it to another person. And I can hardly expect your cooperation if I do not show you the position from which we start. I lay back against the cushions, puffing at my cigar, while Holmes, leaning forward with his long, thin forefinger, checking off the points upon the palm of his left hand, gave me a sketch of the events which had led to our journey.
Okay.
Silver Blaze, said he, is from the Somomi stock, and holds as brilliant a record as his famous ancestor. He is now in his 5th year, and has brought in turn each of the prizes of the turf to Colonel Ross, his fortunate owner. Up to the time of the catastrophe, he was the first favourite for the Wessex Cup, the betting being 3-1 on him. He has always, however, been a prime favourite with the racing public, and has never yet disappointed them, so that even at those odds, enormous sums of money have been laid upon him. It is obvious, therefore, that there were many people who had the strongest interest in preventing Silver Blaze from being there at the fall of the flag next Tuesday. The fact was, of course, appreciated at King's Pyland, where the Colonel's training stable is situated. Every precaution was taken to guard the favourite. The trainer, John Straker, is a retired jockey who rode in Colonel Ross's colours before he became too heavy for the weighing chair. He has served the Colonel for 5 years as jockey and for 7 as trainer, and has always shown himself to be a zealous and honest servant. Under him were 3 lads, for the establishment was a small one, containing only 4 horses in all. One of these lads sat up each night in the stable, while the others slept in the loft. All 3 were excellent characters. John Straker, who is a married man, lived in a small villa about 200 yards from the stables. He has no children, keeps 1 maidservant, and is comfortably off. The country round is very lonely, but about half a mile to the north, there is a small cluster of villas which have been built by a Tavistock contractor for the use of invalids and others who may wish to enjoy the pure Dartmoor air. Tavistock itself lies 2 miles to the west, while across the moor, also about 2 miles distant, is the larger training establishment of Mapleton, which belongs to Lord Backwater and is managed by Silas Brown. In every other direction, the moor is a complete wilderness, inhabited only by a few roaming gypsies. Such was the general situation last Monday night, when the catastrophe occurred. On that evening, the horses had been exercised and watered as usual, and the stables were locked up at 9 o'clock. 2 of the lads walked up to Trainer's house, where they had supper in the kitchen, while the third, Ned Hunter, remained on guard.
Oh, shoot.
At a few minutes after 9, the maid, Edith Baxter, carried down to the stables his supper, which consisted of a dish of curried mutton. She took no liquid, as there was a water tap in the stables, and it was the rule that the lad on duty should drink nothing else. The maid carried a lantern with her, as it was very dark, and the path ran across the open moor. Edith Baxter was within 30 yards of the stables when a man appeared out of the darkness and called to her to stop. As he stepped into the circle of yellow light thrown by the lantern, she saw that he was a person of gentlemanly bearing, dressed in a grey suit of tweeds with a cloth cap. He wore gaiters and carried a heavy stick with a knob to it. She was most impressed, however, by the extreme pallor of his face and by the nervousness of his manner. His age, she thought, would be rather over 30 than under it. "Can you tell me where I am?" he asked. "I'd almost made up my mind to sleep on the moor when I saw the light of your lantern." "You are close to the King's Pyland training stables," said she. "Oh, indeed. What a stroke of luck," he cried. "I understand that a stable boy sleeps there alone every night. Perhaps that is his supper which you're carrying to him. Now, I'm sure that you would not be too proud to earn the price of a new dress, would you?" He took a piece of white paper folded up out of his waistcoat pocket. See that the boy has this tonight, and you shall have the prettiest frock that money can buy. She was frightened by the earnestness of his manner, and ran past him to the window through which she was accustomed to hand the meals. It was already opened, and Hunter was seated at the small table inside.
Oh,
She had begun to tell him of what had happened when the stranger came up again. "Good evening," said he, looking through the window. "I wanted to have a word with you." The girl had sworn that as he spoke, she noticed the corner of the little paper packet protruding from his closed hand. "What business have you here?" asked the lad. "It's business that may put something into your pocket," said the other. "You've 2 horses in for the Wessex Cup, Silver Blaze and Bayard. Let me have the straight tip, and you won't be a loser. Is it a fact that at the weights, Bayard could give the other 100 yards in 5 furlongs, and that the stable have put their money on him?" "So, you're one of those damned touts," cried the lad. "I'll show you how we serve them in King's Pyland." He sprang up and rushed across the stable to unloose the dog. The girl fled away to the house, but as she ran, she looked back and saw that the stranger was leaning through the window. A minute later, however, when Hunter rushed out with the hound, he was gone, and though he ran all round the buildings, he failed to find any trace of him. "One moment," I asked. "Did the stable boy, when he ran out with the dog, leave the door unlocked behind him?" "Excellent, Watson, excellent," murmured my companion. The importance of the point struck me so forcibly that I sent a special wire to Dartmoor yesterday to clear the matter up. The boy locked the door before he left it. The window, I may add, was not large enough for a man to get through. Hunter waited until his fellow grooms had returned, when he sent a message to the trainer and told him what had occurred.
Oh, come on.
Straker was excited at hearing the account, although he does not seem to have quite realized its true significance. It left him, however, vaguely uneasy, and Mrs. Straker, waking at 1 in the morning, found that he was dressing. In reply to her inquiries, he said that he could not sleep on account of his anxiety about the horses, and that he intended to walk down to the stables to see that all was well. She begged him to remain at home, as she could hear the rain pattering against the window. But in spite of her entreaties, he pulled on his large mackintosh and left the house. Mrs. Straker awoke at 7 in the morning to find that her husband had not yet returned. She dressed herself hastily, called the maid, and set off for the stables. The door was open. Inside, huddled together upon a chair, Hunter was sunk in a state of absolute stupor. The favourite stall was empty, and there were no signs of his trainer. The 2 lads who slept in the chaff-cutting loft above the harness room were quickly aroused. They had heard nothing during the night, for they are both sound sleepers. Hunter was obviously under the influence of some powerful drug, and as no sense could be got out of him, he was left to sleep it off while the 2 lads and the 2 women ran out in search of the absentees. They still had hopes that the trainer had for some reason taken out the horse for early exercise, but on ascending the knoll near the house, from which all the neighbouring moors were visible, they not only could see no signs of the missing favourite, but they perceived something which warned them that they were in the presence of a tragedy. About a quarter of a mile from the stables, John Straker's overcoat was flapping from a furze bush. Immediately beyond, there was a bowl-shaped depression in the moor, and at the bottom of this was found the dead body of the unfortunate trainer. His head had been shattered by a savage blow from some heavy weapon, and he was wounded on the thigh, where there was a long, clean cut, inflicted evidently by some very sharp instrument. It was clear, however, that Straker had defended himself vigorously against his assailants, for in his right hand he held a small knife, which was clotted with blood up to the handle, while in his left he clasped a red and black silk cravat, which was recognized by the maid as having been worn on the preceding evening by the stranger who had visited the stables. Hunter, on recovering from his stupor, was also quite positive as to the ownership of the cravat. he was equally certain that the same stranger had, while standing at the window, drugged his curried mutton, and so deprived the stables of their watchman. As to the missing horse, there were abundant proofs in the mud which lay at the bottom of the fatal hollow that he had been there at the time of the struggle. But from that morning he has disappeared, and although a large reward has been offered, and all the gypsies of Dartmoor are on the alert, no news has come of him. Finally, an analysis has shown that the remains of his supper left by the stable lad contained an appreciable quantity of powdered opium, while the people at the house partook of the same dish on the same night without any ill effect. Those are the main facts of the case, stripped of all surmise and stated as baldly as possible. I shall now recapitulate what the police have done in the matter. Inspector Gregory, to whom the case has been committed, is an extremely competent officer. Were he but gifted with imagination, he might rise to great heights in his profession. On his arrival, he promptly found and arrested the man upon whom suspicion naturally rested. There was little difficulty in finding him, for he inhabited one of those villas which I have mentioned. His name, it appears, was Fitzroy Simpson. He was a man of excellent birth and education, who had squandered a fortune upon the turf, and who lived now by doing a little quiet and genteel bookmaking in the sporting clubs of London. An examination of his betting book shows that bets to the amount of £5,000 had been registered by him against the favourite. On being arrested, he volunteered the statement that he had come down to Dartmoor in the hope of getting some information about the King's Pyland horses, and also about Desborough, the second favourite, which was in charge of Silas Brown at the Mapleton stables. He did not attempt to deny that he had acted as described upon the evening before, but declared that he had no sinister designs, and had simply wished to obtain first-hand information. When confronted with his cravat, he turned very pale and was utterly unable to account for its presence in the hand of the murdered man. His wet clothing showed that he had been out in the storm of the night before, and his stick, which was a Penang lawyer weighted with lead, was just such a weapon as might, by repeated blows, have inflicted the terrible injuries to which the trainer had succumbed. On the other hand, there was no wound upon his person, while the state of Straker's knife would show that one at least of his assailants must bear his mark upon him. There you have it all in a nutshell, Watson, and if you can give me any light, I shall be infinitely obliged to you. I had listened with the greatest interest to the statement which Holmes, with characteristic clearness, had laid before me. Though most of the facts were familiar to me, I had not sufficiently appreciated their relative importance, nor their connection to each other. Is it not possible, I suggested, that the incised wound upon Straker may have been caused by his own knife in the convulsive struggles which follow any brain injury? It is more than possible, it is probable, said Holmes. In that case, one of the main points in favour of the accused disappears. And yet, said I, even now I fail to understand what the theory of the police can be. I am afraid that whatever theory we state has very grave objections to it, returned my companion. The police imagine, I take it, that this Fitzroy Simpson, having drugged the lad and having in some way obtained a duplicate key, opened the stable door and took out the horse, with the intention, apparently, of kidnapping him altogether. His bridle is missing, so that Simpson must have put this on. Then, having left the door open behind him, he was leading the horse away over the moor when he was either met or overtaken by the trainer. A row naturally ensued. Simpson beat out the trainer's brains with his heavy stick without receiving any injury from the small knife which Straker used in self-defense, and then the thief either led the horse onto some secret hiding place, or else it may have bolted during the struggle and be now wandering out on the moors. That is the case as it appears to the police, and improbable as it is, all other explanations are more improbable still. However, I shall very quickly test the matter when I am once upon the spot, and until then, I cannot really see how we can get much further than our present position. It was evening before we reached the little town of Tavistock, which lies, like the boss of a shield, in the middle of the huge circle of Dartmoor. 2 gentlemen were waiting us in the station. The one, a tall, fair man with lion-like hair and beard, and curiously penetrating light blue eyes. The other, a small, alert person, very neat and dapper in a frock coat and gaiters, with trim little side whiskers and an eyeglass. The latter was Colonel Ross, the well-known sportsman. The other, Inspector Gregory, a man who was rapidly making his name in the English detective service. "I am delighted that you have come down, Mr. Holmes," said the Colonel. "The inspector here has done all that could possibly be suggested, but I wish to leave no stone unturned in trying to avenge poor Straker and in recovering my horse." "Have there been any fresh developments?" asked Holmes. "I'm sorry to say that we have made very little progress," said the inspector. "We have an open carriage outside, and as you would no doubt like to see the place before the light falls, we might talk it over as we drive." A minute later, we were all seated in a comfortable landau and were rattling through the quaint old Devonshire city. Inspector Gregory was full of his case and poured out a stream of remarks, while Holmes threw in an occasional question or interjection. Colonel Ross leaned back with his arms folded and his hat tilted over his eyes, while I listened with interest to the dialogue of the 2 detectives. Gregory was formulating his theory, which was almost exactly what Holmes had foretold in the train. "The net is drawn pretty close round Fitzroy Simpson," he remarked, "and I believe myself that he is our man. At the same time, I recognise that the evidence is purely circumstantial, and that some new development may upset it. How about Straker's knife? We have quite come to the conclusion that he wounded himself in his fall." My dear friend Dr. Watson made that suggestion to me as we came down. If so, it would tell against this man Simpson. "Undoubtedly. He has neither a knife nor any sign of a wound. The evidence against him is certainly very strong. He had a great interest in the disappearance of the favourite. He lies under suspicion of having poisoned the stable boy. He was undoubtedly out in the storm. He was armed with a heavy stick, and his cravat was found in the dead man's hand. I really think we have enough to go before a jury." Holmes shook his head. "A clever counsel would tear it all to rags," said he. "Why should he take the horse out of the stable? If he wished to injure it, why could he not do it there? Has a duplicate key been found in his possession? What chemist sold him the powdered opium? Above all, where could he, a stranger to the district, hide a horse, and such a horse as this? What is his own explanation as to the paper which he wished the maid to give to the stable boy?" "He says that it was a £10 note. One was found in his purse. But your other difficulties are not so formidable as they seem. He is not a stranger to the district. He has twice lodged at Tavistock in the summer. The opium was probably brought from London. The key, having served its purpose, will be hurled away. The horse may be at the bottom of one of the pits or old mines upon the moor." "What does he say about the cravat?" "He acknowledges that it is his, and declares that he had lost it. But a new element has been introduced into the case, which may account for his leading the horse from the stable." Holmes pricked up his ears. "We have found traces which show that a party of gypsies encamped on Monday night within a mile of the spot where the murder took place. On Tuesday, they were gone. Now, presuming that there was some understanding between Simpson and these gypsies, might he not have been leading the horse to them when he was overtaken, and may they not have him now? It is certainly possible. The moor is being scoured for these gypsies. I've also examined every stable and outhouse in Tavistock, and for a radius of 10 miles. There is another training stable quite close, I understand." "Yes, and that is a factor which we must certainly not neglect. As Desborough, their horse, was second in the betting, They had an interest in the disappearance of the favourite. Silas Brown, the trainer, is known to have had large bets upon the event, and he was no friend to poor Straker. We have, however, examined the stables, and there is nothing to connect him with the affair. And nothing to connect this man Simpson with the interests of the Mapleton stables? Nothing at all. Holmes leaned back in the carriage, and the conversation ceased. A few minutes later, our driver pulled up at a neat little red brick villa with overhanging eaves, which stood by the road. Some distance off, across a paddock, lay a long, grey-tiled outbuilding. In every other direction, the low curves of the moor, bronze-coloured from the fading fern, stretched away to the skyline, broken only by the steeples of Tavistock, and by a cluster of houses away to the westward, which marked the Mapleton stables. We all sprang out, with the exception of Holmes, who continued to lean back with his eyes fixed upon the sky in front of him, entirely absorbed in his own thoughts. It was only when I touched his arm that he roused himself with a violent start and stepped out of the carriage. "Excuse me," said he, turning to Colonel Ross, who had looked at him in some surprise. I was daydreaming. There was a gleam in his eyes and a suppressed excitement in his manner which convinced me, used as I was to his ways, that his hand was upon a clue, though I could not imagine where he had found it. "Perhaps you would prefer at once to go on to the scene of the crime, Mr. Holmes," said Gregory. "I think that I should prefer
what's
to stay
going on,
here
everybody?
and
Welcome,
go into
welcome,
one or two
welcome.
Questions of detail.
Maybe welcome, maybe
Straker
not
was
welcome. I
brought
don't know.
back
Let's
here,
see
I
if we are
presume.
even live.
Yes,
We should be
he
good to
lies
go. We should be
upstairs.
ready to rock
The
and roll.
inquest is tomorrow. He has been in your service some years,
Got
Colonel
a
Ross?
lot of the chat already on the screen because
I
I was trying to
always
test some
found
stuff
him
out before
an
we got
excellent
started here.
servant.
For anybody
You
who's
made an
wondering,
inventory of what he
I'm going to
had
go
in
ahead and
his
start trying to do some
pockets
Call
at
of
the
the
time of his
Arbiter
death,
quick farm stuff.
Inspector. I have the things
Actually, no.
themselves in
Let's
the
just
sitting
wait on
room.
this. We don't need to do this just
Yeah,
yet.
that-
Oh,
that-
we got a
that's something
free
that-
5-star
I should be
chicken
very
to
glad.
kick off the series. There we go,
We all
guys.
filed into the front
First
room and sat
6-star
round the
champion in
central
the
table,
first
while the
hour. Let's see.
inspector unlocked a square tin
Here we
box
go. The free
and laid a
stuff's
small
popping
heap of
up. Here we
things
go.
before
Free to
us.
play
There was
2026.
a box of Vestas,
The initial start of
2
this,
inches of
and then
tallow
it'll
candle,
quickly devolve into
an
something
ADP briar
more
wood pipe,
degenerate, I guess.
a
But
pouch of sealskin with a half an ounce of long-cut Cavendish, a silver watch with a gold chain, 5 sovereigns in gold, an aluminium pencil case,
Was that
yo,
promo code?
what's going on, everybody?
and an ivory
Welcome,
handled
welcome,
knife
welcome.
with a very delicate inflexible
Maybe
blade
welcome, maybe not welcome. I don't know.
marked
Let's
Vice
see
and
if we
Co.
are even
London.
live.
This is a very singular knife.
We should be good
said
to go. We
Holmes,
should.
lifting it up and examining it minutely.
For
I presume,
anybody
as I
who's
see
wondering,
bloodstains
I'm going to go
upon
ahead
it,
and start trying to do some
that
Call
it
of
is
the
the one
Arbiter
which
quick
was
farm
found
stuff.
in the dead man's grasp.
Actually, no. Let's just wait on
This
this. We don't
knife
need to
is
do this just
surely
yet.
in your
Oh, we
line.
got a free 5-star
It's what we
chicken
call
to
a
kick
cataract
off the
knife,
series.
said
There we
I.
go, guys. First
I thought
6-star
so.
champion in the first
A very
hour.
delicate
Let's
blade,
see.
devised for very delicate
Here we go. The
work.
free stuff's
A
popping up.
strange
Here we
thing
go.
for a
Free to
man to
play
carry with him upon a
2026.
rough expedition,
The initial start of this,
especially as
and
it would
then
not
it'll
shut
quickly
in his
devolve into
pocket.
something more
The tip was
degenerate, I
guarded
guess.
by a
But
disc of
we're going
cork,
to see how this
which we
plays
found
out.
beside his body, said the inspector.
Oh, she is vulnerable.
His wife tells us that the knife had lain upon the dressing table and that he had picked it up as he left the room. It was a poor weapon, but perhaps the best that he could lay his hands on at the moment.
Moby Dick is a perfect name
Very
for the account.
possible.
There we
How
go.
about
We got
these
the attack percentage
papers?
gloves.
3 of
Clear
them are
stage 1
received
or higher
hay
to Ice
dealers'
Bones
accounts.
Peak.
One of them is a
3
letter of
times normal
instructions
or
from
hard.
Colonel Ross.
We're at 11:01.
This other
Another
is a
pack's popping
milliner's
up.
account
Yo,
for
look at this.
£37.15.
$25 for that?
Madame Lazuria
No, I don't think
of
so. That's
Bond
kind of
Street
trash.
to William Derbyshire. Mrs. Straker
Where's
tells
everything
us
at?
that
Okay,
Derbyshire
we're going to
was
go
a friend
ahead
of her
and
husband's, that
visit the
occasionally
shop,
his
okay?
letters were addressed here.
So what are we going to pull the trigger on?
Madame
This for
Derbyshire
sure.
has
This is an
somewhat
hour.
expensive
This
tastes,
22 minutes. Okay.
remarked Holmes,
So
glancing down the account. 22 guineas is rather heavy
pack
for a
1
single costume.
will be level 10
However, there
pack.
appears to be nothing more to learn. And we may now go down to the scene
I'll
of
do the
crime.
date later. Level 10.
As we emerged from the sitting room, a woman
Cost.
who had been waiting in the passage
Studio
took a step
15.
forward
Value
and laid her
rating.
hand upon the
This shouldn't be
inspector's
any
sleeve.
code
Her face
here.
was
I
haggard
had
and
ChatGPT throw
thin
me
and
together
eager,
a
stamped with the print of a recent horror. Have you
it
got
didn't delete
them?
it all.
Have
Dang
you
it.
found them? She panted.
A sheet,
No, Mrs.
but
Straker.
I ended up deleting everything that
But
I had
Mr. Holmes
anyways.
here has come from London to help us, and we shall do all that is possible. Surely I met you in Plymouth at a garden party some little time ago, Mrs. Straker, said Holmes. No, sir. You
From
are
the
mistaken.
legendary war.
Dear me. Why, I could have sworn to it. You wore a costume of dove-coloured silk with ostrich feather trimming. Oh, I never had such a dress, sir, answered the lady. Ah, that quite settles it, said Holmes, and with an apology, he followed the inspector outside. A short walk across the moor took us to the hollow in which the body had been found. At the brink of it was the furze bush upon which the coat had been hung. There was no wind that night, I understand, said Holmes. None, but very heavy rain. In that case, the overcoat was not blown against the furze bush, but placed there. Yes, it was laid across the bush. You fill me with interest. I perceive that the ground has been trampled up a good deal. No doubt many feet have been here since Monday night. A piece of matting has been laid here at the side, and we have all stood upon it. Excellent. In this bag, I have one of the boots which Straker wore, one of Fitzroy Simpson's shoes, and a cast horseshoe of silver blaze. My dear Inspector, you surpass yourself. Holmes took the bag, and descending into the hollow, he pushed the matting into a more central position. Then, stretching himself upon his face and leaning his chin upon his hands, he made a careful study of the trampled mud in front of him. Hello, said he suddenly. What's this? It was a wax vesta, half burned, which was so coated with mud that it looked at first like a little chip of wood. I cannot think how I came to overlook it, said the inspector with an expression of annoyance. It was invisible, buried in the mud. I only saw it because I was looking for it. What? You expected to find it? I thought it not unlikely. He took the boots from the bag and compared the impressions of each of them with marks upon the ground. Then he clambered up to the rim of the hollow and crawled about among the ferns and bushes. I'm afraid that there are no more tracks, said the inspector. I have examined the ground very carefully for 100 yards in each direction. Indeed, said Holmes, rising. I should not have the impertinence to do it again after what you say. But I should like to take a little walk over the moor before it grows dark, that I may know my ground tomorrow, and I think that I shall put this horseshoe into my pocket for luck. Colonel Ross, who had shown some signs of impatience at my companion's quiet and systematic method of work, glanced at his watch. I wish you would come back with me, Inspector, said he. There are several points on which I should like your advice, and especially as to whether we do not owe it to the public.
Your hand in your pocket and on your mind almost every second.
Certainly not.
But if you've sworn to leave
decision,
Empire, you might have
name stand.
Sometimes when your iPhone rings, you get these big red and green buttons to decline or accept calls. But other times, there's just a slider that says slide to answer. Well, buckle up, because what seems like a simple design choice actually has a weird little backstory.
He turned back with the inspector, while Holmes and I walked slowly across the moor. The sun was beginning to sink behind the stables of Mapleton, and the long, sloping plain in front of us was tinged with gold, deepening into rich, ruddy browns where the faded ferns and brambles caught the evening light. But the glories of the landscape were all wasted upon my companion, who was sunk in the deepest thought. It's this way, Watson, said he at last. We may leave the question of who killed John Straker for the instant, and confine ourselves to finding out what has become of the horse. Now, supposing that he broke away during or after the tragedy, where could he have gone to? The horse is a very gregarious creature. If left to himself, his instincts would have been either to return to King's Pyland or go over to Mapleton. Why should he run wild upon the moor? He would surely have been seen by now, and why should gypsies kidnap him? These people always clear out when they hear of trouble, for they do not wish to be pestered by the police.
It is because you look at a watch or you feel yourself getting older. But that isn't time. That's just a sensation, a biological trick. Most people walk around with this poetic idea in their heads that time is a river.
Said that he must have gone to King's Pyland or to Mapleton. He is not at King's Pyland. Therefore, he is at Mapleton. Let us take that as a working hypothesis and see what it leads us to. This part of the moor, as the inspector remarked, is very hard and dry, but it falls away towards Mapleton, and you can see from here that there is a long hollow over yonder, which must have been very wet on Monday night.
As Asher coming at you today in Raid Shadow Legends, this is our 2026 Beginner's Guide for Raid Shadow Legends. So
There's a point where we should look for his tracks. We've been walking briskly during this conversation, and a few more minutes brought us to the hollow in question. At Holmes' request, I walked down the bank to the right, and he to the left.
Happy
But I
2000.
had not taken 50 paces before I heard him give a shout and saw him waving.
What
his
is up,
hand to me.
everyone?
The track of a horse was
What is up,
plainly
guys?
outlined in
Welcome
soft
to the
earth
weekly
in front of
kickoff
him.
and welcome to
And the
another
shoe
Raid
which
Shadow
he took
Legends
from his
video.
pocket
Hope you guys are
exactly
having a
fitted the
fantastic
impression.
day. Guys, we have news about
See the
upcoming
value of
events,
imagination,
and
said Holmes.
honestly,
It is the
I
one
feel a bit
quality which Gregory
disappointed
lacks.
because
We imagined
this time
what
around
might
the
have
events
happened,
were pretty weak
acted upon the
sauce.
supposition,
Well,
and find
that's the end of the
ourselves
stream,
justified.
guys.
Let us proceed. We crossed the marshy bottom and passed over a quarter of a
If you
mile
want
of
to
dry,
listen to the rest of
hard
this audiobook, it's on right now.
Again, the ground sloped.
It's
And
on
again, we came on the tracks.
YouTube.
Then we
And
lost
it's
them
called
half
The
a mile,
Memoirs of
only
Sherlock
to pick them
Holmes.
up once more, quite
I'm
close
not
to
going to play the
Mapleton.
rest for you. There's no
It was
reason to.
Holmes who saw them first, and
So,
he stood pointing with a look of triumph
besides, I
on
think
his
I've already
face.
listened to the whole thing anyway.
A man's track was visible
So,
beside the horses.
bye,
The horses
guys.
alone
Have a good
before,
day.
I cried. Quite so. It was alone before.
Hope you guys enjoyed that.
Hello.
Bye.
What is this?
Bye.
The
7
double track
hours.
turned sharp off and
Awesome.
took the direction of King's Pyland. Holmes whistled, and we both followed along after it. His eyes were on the trail,